That would be the first area of my concern, first area of difficulty that they should work on. What do you think about that section, Edwin? Because it looked pretty difficult.
I think just because they are like steep rivers, which are 3 of them, it will take at least a month. So instead, we had to make a diversion.
They'll have to create a new road altogether.
Yes.
Around, especially if the rain come, we'll never be able to get through there. We need to get the drillers in here just as quick as we can.
Before the rain.
So let's go check it out, and let's go see what we got to do here, Edwin, to make this possible.
Are you well, Chief Chawa?
Hello.
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
So we are planning to have boreholes in this area.
For months, Edwin has been in contact with the chief of this village located to the north of Firi Longway. The first well to be brought online will have a wide catchment in this zone. Relieved that a well is being installed for his community, the chief nevertheless makes sure nobody has been forgotten.
This way, we will be more respectful of our friends who live here and who go to fetch their water on that hill over there.
We have plans for the drillers to come soon to this location at Pililongwe Hills. We have to build this road. So I'm so happy to see so many of you out here today to work willingly to do this. So maybe you woke up today and said, this is a dream come true. Alulu tira, avina vina, alumpa lumpa. Okay, let's get started.
Good morning and welcome to News Hour. My name is Aminata Fofana. Coming up in this edition of the news, National Emergency Medical Service concludes training for medical personnel on pre-hospital care of first aid. Sierra Leone Police launches 4-year strategic development plan as part of efforts towards police service. And APC raises concern over some provisions in Counter-Terrorism Bill 2024. Now, those stories and more in the next 1 hour. Stay with us. Welcome back. Now, in order to equip healthcare personnel, including emergency responders, with the critical skills necessary for delivering high-quality pre-hospital care, the National Emergency Medical Service, NEMS, and its partners have concluded an ambulance collaborative training focused on the ABCD and E assessment framework, which is their airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. Sulaiman Toure witnessed the training at the 34 Military Hospital and now reports.
A closed femoral fracture, so a fracture of my thigh, my femoral bone, can store up to 1.5 litres of blood.
Over the years, Sierra Leone's health sector finds it difficult to effectively manage pre-hospital emergency cares in order to save lives and achieve optimal patient outcomes. Though there are personnel responsible for emergency cases, knowledge gap and delay was also a challenge for the health workers. Hence, the training for paramedics and drivers at the National Emergency Medical Services NEMS and some AXLAF healthcare workers. The purpose of the training was to enhance the capacity and competencies of NEMS and AXLAF staff in conducting the ABCDE assessment and executing critical interventions as they interact with the patients first before transfer to healthcare facility.
Will enhance their knowledge. It's not a classroom training, it's an on-the-field training. From the didactics aspect, we're going to the practical aspects in which we do hands-on technique, maneuvers, and assessments, evaluation, and how we can transfer patients smoothly to an ambulance. The training, facilitated by the United Kingdom Defense medical experts, introduced healthcare workers to the globally recognized ABCDE assessment framework, which prioritizes the assessment of airway, breathing, circulation, disability and exposure during pre-hospital transport, improve patient management skills like spinal precautions, hemorrhage control, safe transfers, and effective coordination between emergency teams and referral centers, among others.
I move it this way.
With the chest, in terms of bleeding, okay, we move down to the abdomen, so we look for any distension, any bruising, any signs of pain while we're feeding.
So this should be the position of our hands. The person holding the head should lead us doing this procedure.
The theoretical and hands-on learning techniques using dolls, human and medical equipment for better understanding touched the professional nerves of the participants.
Being a referral coordinator today, through this training, I think I have learned how to receive casualties and how to position people in the cases of you helping a patient going through stress.
Today I learned about the assessments of patients using the C, ABC, D, and E.
The skill acquired is believed to help reduce the rate of deaths and the transfer of patients from accident, explosion, and other casual scenes to referral centers. The training was engineered by the Ministry of Health through NEMS in partnership with the King's Global Health Partnership, Republic of Sierra Leone's Armed Forces, and the United Kingdom Defense Medical Team. SLBC News, Sulaiman Babatue reporting.
Sierra Leone High Commissioner to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Julius Sandi, has presented his letter of credence to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja. The High Commissioner was one of 4 ambassadors who presented their letters of credence to President Tinubu. It marks the formal commencement of his diplomatic mission in Nigeria. For Dr. Sandi, this moment underscores his role in carrying out diplomatic responsibilities on behalf of President Bio and Sierra Leoneans. The ceremony was attended by the Nigerian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Maitama Tuga, government officials and representatives from Sierra Leone High Commission. And now, in line with its plans to transform the security sector and transit from a force to service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched their 2025-2029 Strategic Development Plan. The plan will serve as a guiding instrument that will lead the SLP to their strategic objectives in the next 4 years. Sulaiman Babature witnessed the launching of the plan at the Foreign Service Academy Auditorium and now reports.
Now have the privilege and honor to formally launch the Sierra Leone Police Strategic Development Plan 2025 to 2029.
The launch of the Strategic Development Plan marked a significant milestone in the history of the Sierra Leone Police as the sector aims at transiting from force to service. The plan, according to authorities, was anchored around Sierra Leone's medium-term national development plan, Big Five Game Changer initiative, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The plan focused on public safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, and conditions of service. Each of the goals has its key interventions to help guide the police in carrying out the various indicators. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the plan and transition was inspired by their benchmark visit to Ghana. Amid some of the reform drives undertaken by the police, IG William Fayaselu called on Sierra Leoneans to support them, and he disclosed about the turning of sword for the construction of a barracks that would host a hospital, school, and bedroom flats for police officers.
The document is not only the document for the Sierra Leone police, it is owned by each and every Sierra Leonean. We are only handling it, but for you who are not police officers, civil society, traditional rulers, religious leaders, development partners, you have a responsibility. The responsibility you have is to monitor how well the police are delivering on this particular SDP for the year 2025 to 2029.
The plan, which was validated months ago after a series of consultations and engagements, according to United Nations Development Programme Resident Rep. Frederick Hank Appiah, would position Sierra Leone Police in a level of other security institutions in Africa. He called on authorities to extend their support to other security agencies in the country.
This strategic plan we are launching today is going to provide a benchmark and a framework for this transition, and is going to bring it alongside at par with countries like Botswana, Rwanda, and Ghana.
Having a plan is one thing, and implementing it is another. Internal Affairs Minister Mori Lengoy pledged commitment to supervising police activities.
We as a ministry will continue to provide political, strategic, supervisory guidance, support, and also make sure you get the needed resources to succeed.
Internal Affairs Minister Mori Lengoy also disclosed plans to develop a strategic plan for his ministry. There was a musical and dramatic performance portraying messages of citizens' involvement and police attitude towards the change. SLBC News. Sulaiman Babatue reporting from foreign.
IT specialists and key stakeholders to develop a robust EMIS policy that ensures accurate, timely, and secure data collection for better decision-making in education. Participants engaged in discussions on data quality, system integration, security, and functions of these stakeholders. The Education Management Information System EMIS draft policy and foundational literacy and numeracy data FLN scorecard are expected to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in education management.
We're hoping to get a consolidated EMIS policy that everybody agrees with, and we're hoping to get clarity on how to ensure that the newly appointed foundational learning school quality assurance officers can do their job effectively and provide enough information and data so that districts can be able to report termly on school quality and foundational learning.
Thank you. These documents mark a significant step towards a data-driven education system. They provide policymakers, schools, and education officers with the necessary tools to improve planning, resource allocation, and overall learning outcomes. Stakeholders express
to plan. In terms of asking for external support, it is very difficult for the ministry to ask for external support because we do not have a collaborative data system. So what this EMIS policy wants to drive us towards is that having a system wherein we have a data hub, where we have all information and we have a dashboard system. So with the click of a button, UNICEF can access the information, the ministry can access the information, Save the Children can access the information, other partners can access this information. And so it will be a credible information. So if UNICEF is quoting a data on out-of-school girls, it will be the same one World Vision will be quoting for out-of-school girls because it's a one information system. And this is very good in terms of planning and accessing more financial support for the sector.
The national workshop will serve as a critical step towards strengthening Sierra Leone's education data ecosystem by aligning policies, integrating FLN data, and establishing mechanisms for monitoring learning outcomes. The documents are expected to undergo further review by the national and international consultants before official adoption and rollout. SLBC News are in Freetown. Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
Education has received a huge boost at Tar Hill Municipal Primary School after commissioning of a new classroom block to the school. The project was funded by philanthropist and former pupil of the school, Stanella Beckley. Suzanette Bassi tells us more.
Mayor of the Freetown City Council in the year 2025 that I commissioned this building in honor of the memory of the late Renata. May God's name be glorified. Amen.
Amen. It was a day of celebration and reflection at Tower Hill Municipal Primary School as pupils, teachers, parents, and community members gathered for the official unveiling of newly built classroom block. This much-needed development, funded and dedicated by Stanella Beckley, was done in loving memory of her daughter, Renate Tanya Williams, a proud past pupil of the school. The ceremony, filled with gratitude and emotion, saw the presence of distinguished guests, including the Mayor of Freetown, Ivanaki Sawyer, who officially commissioned the new school block. In her remarks, she commended the initiative, highlighting the importance of investing in education for the future of Freetown.
It's actually a fantastic feeling because it really reflects what we need all over the city. This is real partnership and collaboration. So it's a council property and a private individual whose daughter used to come to the school that I know you've heard to the news reports has stepped forward. You know, we did the groundbreaking together a year and a half ago. We've been working together. Our teams have supported the work of, she's doing the contractor. So council's role has been firstly to give permission, then to support the process. We've been supervising the contractor. We've agreed on the furniture, so we've really played a supportive role. But one of the big concerns that the school had was the access, the fact that there was no, there wasn't a wall around it, so people would come in and out. So the specific role the council has played has been to construct the perimeter fence around the entire school compound. It's 210 meters, and that costs over 700 million new leones.
For Stanella Beckley, this project is not just about constructing classrooms, it is about honoring the memory of her daughter by creating opportunities for young learners.
So, you know, I come here and I see the terrain, I see the children. It's not a good learning environment, and I thought that in Renate's memory I should do something. So I was motivated. God gave me the vision, and I'm happy that it was completed successfully. Just the physical structure that I'm interested in. I'm also interested in what they learn, how fast they learn, and how they succeed. I'm interested in their success, so I plan to do a little bit more and mobilize support for learning and teaching materials.
She shared her emotional connection to the school and a vision for a better learning environment. Teachers, pupils, and parents expressed their excitement and appreciation for the new facility, noting that the improved learning environment will enhance both teaching and academic performance.
We are praying for more classrooms because you find out that most of the parents want their children to come to Tower Hill, and according to the government, you cannot say no to a child or to a parent so you do not attend. Even when I see that the number is, we have always got the number that we start begging. So I find so peaceful when our mommy, Dr. Stanley Beckley, stepped in and do this building for us. I'm very grateful.
I feel happy. I pray that there's so many people make that achievement that is to school. So long the more the government that is happy. I'm so happy for that.
As the newly constructed school blocks open doors to students, This initiative stands as a shining example of how education can be transformed through collaboration and generosity. SLBC News are in Freetown. Esther Suzanette Bassi reporting.
Managing Director of Wafa Relief has expressed commitment to increase their humanitarian aid to deprived communities in Sierra Leone. Saad Amar made this commitment during his visit to the different project sites and beneficiaries of their aid over the years. Emmanuel Samura reports.
It is no secret that the Ebola outbreak in Sierra Leone left a devastating impact on many, which lured many humanitarian organizations to spring into action, and Wafa Relief was amongst those organizations. In 2015, after the Ebola, Wafa Relief stormed Waterloo community and its environs with humanitarian support for children that were made orphans as a result of the outbreak. They left, but their humanitarian support remains through Sierra Leonean indigenes to an extent that their support moved beyond just caring for Ebola orphans, but also other vulnerable groups. After close to a decade, they have been sending resources to support the needy. They thought it fit this year to visit their beneficiaries and project sites. At the different places they went to, they received princely welcome due to the impact of their support in the lives of their beneficiaries and communities. The managing director of Wafa Relief, Saad Amar, could not hold it but expressed his admiration for the way the support and resources they have been sending have been utilized, and gave commitment to increasing such support.
And we are very pleased to help you. We are here to help you. This is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first. Second, from your brothers in UK, brothers and sisters.
Saad Amar did not just visit the beneficiaries, but also went along with bags of rice and other cooking condiments, which he gave to the disabled residing in Masoi community, provided some cash to the orphans, and also commenced construction of solar-powered water well for Anzaru School in Ukel community. Coordinator for Wafa Relief, Fanta Fufana, disclosed that they were proud that their donors appreciated the work they have been doing with the resources Wafa has been providing.
They are also planning to support livelihood projects. That's to say, give a little project, microfinance families, give them money to do business with no interest, no profit, and no money back. We just give them and we supervise them for 3 to 6 months and see how this money will develop.
Wafa Relief is a UK-based humanitarian organization that has been providing humanitarian support to vulnerable groups and people living in underprivileged communities since after the Ebola outbreak in Sierra Leone. Emmanuel Samura, SLBC.
Still on APC, the All People's Congress Party has called for an independent, impartial and thorough investigations into the alarming drug-related trafficking activities involving government officials. The call came at a press conference organized by the leaders of the APC. Here is an excerpt of the press statement read by the party's National Secretary General Lansana Doumbouya.
Whilst terrorism attacks have been said to be on the increase in the sub-region, African nations are now putting measures to counter terrorism, which Sierra Leone is no exception. One of Sierra Leone's means is the introduction of a bill titled Counter-Terrorism Act of 2024. The bill, which has been tabled in Parliament, has been seriously criticized by many, including the main opposition APC party. Honorable Usman Timbo, Western Area Urban District, said they were worried about some of the provisions in the bill which he believed, if passed into law, could tighten space for free speech and also silence critical voices in society.
The political party put press release for reject certain things, or for say, okay, we will protest against this, whether they right under the Constitution. Just because you do that, under this act, they get right for say, this group or that person will do so or will say so, now terrorist. Can we imagine how serious this be?
whereas the leader of the opposition in parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said they were made to understand that in June 2011, member states met in Malabo, capital of Equatorial Guinea, and passed a final draft of the African model of anti-terrorism law in the 17th ordinary session of the African Union, which all African nations are expected to use in developing their own laws, but said the current administration did not adhere to this model.
In the African model, they go further to the other section for make exemptions. Then exemptions they need now in this bill where they go to parliament, not take note of. And if we not take note of them, it will be one of the bad bills them where parliament will pass in the history of parliament in this country.
The All People's Congress Party emphasized that whilst they are in support of government ambition to fight against terrorism in the country, they were strongly against the provisions that criminalize free speech and therefore request for government to either redo the bill or allow parliament to scrutinize it in consultation with the people of Sierra Leone. Emmanuel Samoa, SLBC.
As part of the 145th anniversary celebration, the Methodist Girls High School has marked their prize-giving ceremony at the school ground. The groundbreaking event, which saw over 2,000 pupils in both junior and secondary school with high spirit of achievement and hope. Moses Conte was there for the SLBC and compiled this report.
Methodist Girls High School, being one of the oldest in the history of Sierra Leone, has been very instrumental in training prominent and potential female academics and professionals, not only in Sierra Leone but across the globe. Among the many prize-giving ceremonies conducted yearly, this year's ceremony stands out from the rest as it brought a mixture of diaspora and Old Girls Alumni Association. Principal for the junior secondary school said the event was a milestone in the history of the school. She outlined various achievements and success stories and challenges. She said they had not only succeeded in producing good pupils, but they also make huge strides in infrastructural development. Madam Kabo also acknowledged government commitment through the construction of 6 classroom blocks and that of the school parent body, which constructed 4 classroom blocks, as well as students from the diaspora who constructed 10 classroom blocks, making it a total of 20 new classroom blocks.
It's 145th celebration. Not 145th days or 145th month. This is 145th year we are celebrating. This year we have a very good result in our decade and also the senior WAS exam. And the old girls have also done a great thing for us by building 10 classroom blocks from those in the diaspora, and those in the Freetown branch has already given us 4 classroom blocks. The government of Sierra Leone has given us 6 classrooms, which we are very, very much happy about. And we know our children will enjoy the benefits of having a very good environment for teaching and learning to take place.
The program was crowned with various activities in addition to the certificates which were presented to teachers for their long-term service to the school. At the same time, certificates were also presented to pupils in GSS and SSS for their outstanding performance in internal and external examinations. The event is due to end on Sunday, where they will celebrate their 145th Thanksgiving service. Moses Conte, SLBC.
In a significant move in actualizing the implementation of the ECOWAS regional free roaming regulations, the National Telecommunications Authority, NATCA, has hosted a tripartite physical roaming meeting comprising telecommunication regulators from the Liberia Telecommunication Authority and the Gambia Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. The 3-day meeting was designed to further cement the ECOWAS free roaming initiative meant to pave the way for affordable and seamless telecommunication across the sub-region. Ibrahim Samura reports.
This tripartite physical roaming meeting brought together regulators in the telecommunications industry from Sierra Leone, Liberia, and the Gambia, and also the different mobile operators in the country to chart the way forward for the full implementation of the ECOWAS regional free roaming regulations. Director General Natka Amara Brewer told his audience that the tripartite physical roaming meeting marked a pivotal moment in the journey towards implementation of the ECOWAS regulations on free roaming, noting the initiative was not about enhancing connectivity, but was about fostering regional collaboration and unity.
The economic benefits of these collaborations are immense. By reducing roaming charges and improving connectivity, we are opening up new opportunities for businesses, enhancing trade, and contributing to the overall economic growth of our region. More importantly, we are bringing our people closer together, fostering a sense of community and sharing and shared purpose.
Deputy Director General, the Gambia Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, Solo Sima, said the gathering was not about advancing regional integration, but also celebrated the rich and enduring historical ties that exist between Sierra Leone and the Gambia.
The bilateral agreements we aim to derive from this meeting will be built on the principles outlined in the MOU, which we hope to work on during these deliberations. These agreements will address key issues such as free call reception, SIM card activation requirements, wholesale roaming charges, and the establishment of direct operator links. By aligning with the broader ECOWAS framework, the outcomes of this meeting will serve to harmonize regional telecommunication policies, ensuring that all participating countries, including the Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, contribute to a unified regional telecommunication space.
Abdallah Kamara is the chairman, Liberia Telecommunications Authority. Mr. Kamara described the meeting as a significant milestone in utilizing the bilateral approach to achieving the goals of the ECOWAS regulations on free roaming on public telecommunications networks within the sub-region, which he said heads of state had endorsed, including the promotion of regional integration and seamless cross-border communications for citizens across member states.
Without whom free roaming would not be possible. We urge all service providers to maintain this can-do spirit during the discussions and negotiations leading to the final signing by all the MOU partners, committing each of us to remove all obstacles for the full implementation of the roaming agreement.
The tripartite physical roaming meeting will climax this weekend with the signing of an MOU among the three countries, which are not mere agreements but important steps towards transforming citizens in the sub-region, connects, communicates, and prosper within ECOWAS community. Ibrahim Samura, Freetown.
The junta-led West African nations of Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso have announced their withdrawal from the West African bloc ECOWAS. President of ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Aliyu Toure, said their doors remained open should any of the three countries decided to return. Dr. Toure noted structures have been put in place to address issues like movement of goods and services, allow citizens of the three countries to enjoy the rights of visa-free movements, and provide full support and cooperation to ECOWAS officials from the three countries in the course of the assignment of the community. Here is an excerpt of that report.
As you all know, today, 29 January 2025, Burkina Faso, the Republic of Mali, the Republic of Niger, have formally ceased to be members of the Economic Community of West African States. This followed the notification the Commission received from the three countries in January 2024 regarding their decision and intention to withdraw from the community. Article 91 of the revised Treaty of ECOWAS provides that when a member country intends to leave the community, they should give a 1-year notice. And within that 1 year, they have all the latitude to withdraw their notification. The notification of the 3 countries that were communicated in January 2024 were not or have not been withdrawn. As a result, the authority acknowledged during its summit in December, on the 15th of December 2024, that the 3 countries will cease to be members of ECOWAS from today, the 29th of January 2025. On 13th of January 2025, I wrote to all 3 countries to communicate the decision of the authority with respect to their notification. I also informed them about the directive that the Commission has received regarding the need to initiate withdrawal formalities. In that respect, I've also asked them, invited them, I have proposed that we meet at the technical level to initiate the withdrawal formalities.
And it's now time for the international news.
It's a very pleasant welcome to the international news on Newsa. In this edition, a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter with a crew of 3 collided with an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people seconds before the passenger aircraft was due to land at Washington National Airport. Both aircraft were sent carrying into the icy Potomac River on Wednesday night. Airspace over the U.S. capital sees hundreds of civilians and military flights every day, including helicopters tasked with carrying high-ranking officials and politicians between sensitive locations. But UK-based aviation expert John Skitland said the amount of commercial air traffic in the area cannot fully explain why the deadly collision was able to happen. People smuggling gangs could be charged with a new criminal offense of endangering lives at sea under plans announced by Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. Border officials will also get powers to seize migrant phones in the search for intelligence about who helped them to cross the English Channel. The major piece of the legislation aims to tackle organized crime gangs at far earlier stages in their plans to move people illicitly. The package retains some powers introduced by the Conservatives, including longer forms of detention for some migrants and restricting when someone who says they have been trafficked into slavery can stay in the United Kingdom. Ghana says it has signed a memorandum of understanding with its official creditors, an essential process in restoring the viability of its public finances. Finance Minister Cassio Ato-Forson says the formalizes a debt restructuring plan agreed to with its official creditor committee in June last year. The reworking of its debt had been a long-standing issue for the gold and cocoa producing country after it defaulted on most of its external borrowing in 2022. With 93% of the restructuring process complete, it remains a finalized negotiations over the remaining 7%, which is mainly with commercial creditors. And finally, in the international news summary, President Paul Kagame has said Rwanda is ready for confrontation rejected growing criticism over its support for M23 rebels in eastern Congo. On Thursday, M22 forces with Rwandan backing captured the major city of Goma and began pushing south towards Bukavu, the capital of South Kivu province. Rwanda's involvement in Congo has sparked strong international commendation. Countries like Germany have cancelled aid talks, and Britain has threatened to withhold £40 million in aid. Despite this backlash, Rwanda's actions on the ground seem unaffected. The situation continues to escalate in the wake of decades of instability in the region, fueled in part by the aftermath of Rwandan genocide. Well, that's all in the international news summary. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye.
We now move over to business updates.
Hello and welcome to Business Update, the segment that brings you the insights in business and its contributions towards positively impacting the economy. I'm Dennis Fraser. Today we shall look at the temporary closure of the sea by the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources that's going to last for a month period. The Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources has recently announced a temporary closure of the seas, a decision aimed at allowing fish to mature and give fishermen time to focus on their health. The announcement was made public several weeks ago by the Ministry of Fisheries, who emphasized that the closure is essential for marine conservation and the well-being of the country's fishing community. As Aminata Saise reports, the initiative by the Ministry of Fisheries has been received with mixed feelings at Tombo Wharf due to the lack of cold room facilities. Here's the report.
This is Tombo Wharf, known for its vibrancies of fresh seafood, among many other things. People here largely depend on fishing to sustain themselves and that of their families. However, the news of the closure of the sea by the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources was greeted with mixed feelings by locals at the wharf. The harbour master at Tombo Wharf stressed on the lack of cool room facilities to preserve their fishes during the closed season.
Minister, they are the promise we been on the promise. You have for let it go fulfill. But right now, people in the kaya is it where they say they supply we fisherman, fisherman demo, and we are now we not get no side for our even when they talk to you, they feel. But then both here now they make they get revenue for lights. If they see lights, they light 7 to 7. Right now that they can't cut off. So then they all will not get it. How they minimize for light for that 1 month. We not get forget no revenue and that 1 month today. Then they all not challenges for you. With the think how they get fuel. But when they both here the fish, they will get small day together. Ending of the day, we go buy fuel. Now then they can't close. We have not challenges for we. So we say we tell the government, do you let them consider we. Who they are. Yeah, if we left here dark, not so easy thing. We tell the government and the minister, do that 1 month today, let go consider me for this light. And yeah, we not get cool room. If you not say back, they can't renovate the cool room. We the big and back do for let go renovate them for we.
Masire King, a local fish buyer, expressed the hardships the closure we have on them, being that the wharf does not have a cool room facility.
If they can't say that they can't lock, we are up to them. For me, send for me. Because what's happening now, so they feel all what they support to Pekine. Now, so they feel Pekine, they pay school fee.
Mamadou Kabo and Abdoulaye Sisse, both fishermen at Tombo Wharf, share similar sentiments regarding the closure and how it will disrupt their businesses and source of livelihood.
We don't get no other side who suffer for live. Only this water that they will live. If they do this, we don't suffer because no get no other side who for achieve. Only the sea that they will achieve. If they can't lock we don't get no other side for get other money for make law pay for people that go school. The woman they back for the other thing they back no go able. Because Colum they know there. We say we go keep fish. Stay we able live with the family. Oh, we.
And about this fish in Abupa. No other work, no the old me sabi, who them born in this will belong. Now the first and this from who born who get sense for lock the scene now this. But like how they tell you, we expect for government for do for something. They for feel fine because not you know the about this fish how they pay school fee, they do all things, they make yourself achievement for your generation.
As it stands, the fishermen are open to work on the fallback alternative means to address their needs during the closed season. Slbc Business News, Aminata Saise reporting.
Many thanks to Aminata Saise for putting that report together. And that's all we have in this edition of Business Updates. Many thanks for watching. Goodbye.
And it's now time for the entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment News with me, Esther Suzannette Bassi. In today's edition of the Entertainment News, Zubi Michael and Frank Atus on set with other national and international actors. Emanuela Samuel, a teen comedian, graces African Creator Summit. Now, social media is already on fire as pictures of different actors on set, Zubi Michael and Frank Atus, pop their pictures with the stars on their different social media handles. The excitement and admiration is not only on the side of Sierra Leone's promising stars, but also for Nollywood stars. In an interview with SLBC's Entertainment Desk, the stars expressed delight working with the stars and reception. To know more on this, let's join Abdulman Zaire for the reports.
Today we are here at the scene where Frank Atus and Zubi Michael are shooting, and currently the shooting is going on, and it is awesome.
The vibrant Sandin village of Mokemba is buzzing with excitement as Nollywood actors Zubi Michael and Frank Atus give super acting vibes on projects Jabba Tribes and Battle of Supremacy alongside local actors.
That's what it's going to be. Okay?
The production, which aims to showcase the rich culture and history of West Africa and Sierra Leone, to be specific, has already gained significant attention from fans and film enthusiasts around the globe. Zubi Michael and Frank Atus, known for their captivating performances and blockbusters, expressed delight over the reception and working with Sierra Leoneans.
And the passion and zeal here is quite top-notch. As I keep saying, they need help, they need support. The government should look into it because they are passionate about it. Coming out in the morning to see over 300 people coming because a project is going on. That is hunger to make it in the industry.
I think that's what every director will want to see. The levels of passion that one artist will put in his or her craft. And I've been interacting with most of them. I love the respect that when they see a senior, they know he's a senior, they recognize a senior, and they seek the blessings of a senior because they know they want to get to where he or she is.
Coordinator and actress Augusta Doratoka expressed her gratitude to the U.S. African movie production for bringing such a privilege to her as an actress.
Me and you know exactly that our industry is not that strong due to the marketing system in Sierra Leone. Also, due to piracy. So, we thought if it involved in these two superstars from neighboring countries, we really helped to boost the marketing system in Sierra Leone.
President of Liberian Movie Union, Abdul Karim Sherif, said, as a filmmaker, it feels fulfilling to get into other people's culture. He anticipated for more projects across Africa.
Entertainment is a gold mine. It's a new gold mine. It's a new oil refinery that can change a nation in less than a day or a week. Right, so we need to put in more time. We need to support the entertainment, and definitely with the collaboration that I started, trust me, we're going to get there.
Many actors and actresses share their views and anxiety about the movie projects, most especially for them, the young talents.
It has always been a dream to we actors for work with international stars. You're not going to know much about them. You maybe you see what you see on television, a different person, but when they work with them, you know, so very cool and calm somebody. But
as the production continues, all eyes will be on Sierra Leone as it takes center stage in the global film industry.
Don't forget, SLBC's Abdulmansaye was also part of the shooting. Of course, he is an actor. And now to an exciting, entertaining news. Emmanuela Samuel, a teen comedian, graces African Creator Summit as one of the major speakers. It has already been a decade since she joined the entertaining industry, and Grace has been speaking for her. Indeed, she is a motivation to many. Congratulations to her. Well, that's all we have for this edition of the Entertainment News. I've been your presenter, Esther Suzanette Bassi. Bye-bye.
And our first sports update.
Exciting fixtures in the Leone Premier League. Hello and welcome to this week's Sporting Update, the show where we bring you the latest in Sierra Leonean sport. I am Abdul Kabir, and here is a snippet of Week 7 in the league. Third place Wilberforce Strikers will be aiming to continue their strong form as they take on Freetown City FC. Both teams will be eager to secure a point in this crucial encounter. And of course, Ports Authority will host Bantal FC. At the other end of the table, relegation threatened Ports Authority will be looking to recover from their recent defeat to Eastern Lions when they face league leaders Bantal FC. Bantal FC, having dominated the standings, will be open to extend their lead in the table. Mighty Blackpool versus Star Sports Academy. While struggling, Mighty Blackpool, currently in the relegation zone, will be up against 9th place Star Sports in crucial match for both teams. Mighty Blackpool need to win to ensure that they continue their winning form, and the Liberian Gaffer will be in charge of that particular match. And Premier League holders, Rangers, despite a few setbacks in the season, will host Lower FC at the Southern Arena. Well, Rangers will be eager to get a win and ensure that they extend their winning ways in front of their home crowd in Bo. Another exciting fixture will see Bulom Stars hosting Osun Stars at the Putlokomini Stadium. Well, both teams looking to climb the table. The match is set to be a competitive one. Cowboy Eagles, who have been struggling of late, will meet equally a struggling side by Boe Warriors. This clash could prove to be a make or break for both teams as they look to regain their form. All Edwardians will take on FC Kalon at the SLFA Academy in what promises to be an exciting match. Both teams are determined to make their mark in the league, and this could be a key fixture in the league as well. Finally, Diamond Stars in Connor will host second place Eastern Lions at the Koidu Mini Stadium. Eastern Lions will look to keep their challenge title alive, while Diamond Stars will be hoping to pull off an upset. Well, it's set to be an exciting weekend of football action from across the country, so make sure to catch these exciting fixtures. And that ends the sporting updates that keeps you in the know. Thanks for watching and see you next time.
Now with that sport update, we end the news. But before we go, here is a recap of the main points. The National Emergency Medical Service and its partners have concluded an ambulance collaborative training for healthcare personnel, including emergency responders, focusing on delivering high-quality pre-hospital care. In line with its plans to transform the security sector and transition from a force into a service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched its 2025-2029 Strategic Development Plan. And the All People's Congress Party has kicked against some provisions in the counter-terrorism bill, saying some of the provisions in the bill could tighten the space for free speech and critical voices. Well, that's all we can share in this edition of the news. My name is Aminata Fofana. Thanks for watching and stay tuned to The Nation Broadcast. Coming up next, Good Morning, Sierra Leone.
How to use the NP Energy Pass Card. When you get to the NP fuel station, approach the fuel dispenser or the pump. Identify the right nozzle according to the product type that you require for your vehicle. Slide your card into the card opening in the dispenser with the chip downwards. As you're inserting the card into the dispenser, ensure that it makes a click sound to indicate that it is firmly fitted. Enter your PIN, then press the Start or Confirm button. The card will display the amount of money that you have in your account. Press liters and your money will be converted to liters. Press the quantity of liters you need, then press Start or just lift the nozzle. Put the nozzle into your fuel tank and press the nozzle trigger. The pump will automatically stop after dispensing your fuel. Then put the nozzle back into its holder. Please note that while pumping your fuel, if you get a change of mind and want a lesser amount of fuel than you had stated, stop pumping the fuel, and only the amount of fuel you dispensed will be deducted from your account. Immediately after your purchase is completed, your card will eject itself from the card holder. Should you require a receipt, please press Print. Then your receipt will be printed.
I like you. I miss you. I really been don't miss you. I like how you been make me body feel. I like how cool you be. You been don't give me all waiting I want. Them been say you know for trust you partner. But I really trust you. You pure, inside and out. In fact, your cleanness and sweet taste, they make I go crazy. A gladdy, where grafting we love, don't come back.
Highwoods Institute, looking to advance in accounting, business management, or digital proficiency. From ACCA to ICB qualifications and workplace proficiency, Highwoods Institute sets you on the path to success. At Highwoods Institute, we offer a diverse range of programs tailored just to meet the needs of today's professionals. So, join the ranks. Achieving your career goals has never been more accessible. Take the first step toward a brighter tomorrow. Enroll now at Highwoods Institute and start a secured future. Visit us at highwoodsinstitute.org or at 92 Pademba Road, Freetown to learn more. Highwoods Institute, the premier destination for career-focused education.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes up
waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sierra juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know it's best for we picking them, now you make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice is nutritious, it's healthy and it's sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salone.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have
Francis Ballard is my name. Our quote of the day is from Chinese philosopher, and it says, if we don't know life, how can we know death? I mean, how?
How?
That's the question.
Coming up, University of Sierra Leone reveals findings and recommendations of the university's investigation committee reports investigating alleged administrative, financial and procurement irregularities at the University of Sierra Leone from 2021 to 2023.
West African Examination Council's WAEC speak on deadline for the registration for the 2025 West African Senior Secondary School Certificate Examination WAS.
And APC calls for investigations into drug-related trafficking activities involving government officials. We invite you to participate by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen or join us on Facebook at SLBC Live and other social media handles. The program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone Live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. back on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, where we start the program with one of our headline stories. The All People's Congress Party, APC, has called for an independent, impartial and thorough investigations into the growing drug-related trafficking activities involving government officials. The call came following alarming reports allegedly implicating top government officials and individuals closely associated with the current administration. The main opposition expressed its concerns over drug revelations, which, as they put it, have far-reaching implications for the integrity, security, and the reputation of Sierra Leone. These allegations, if left unchecked, according to the National Secretary General of the APC, Lansana Dumbuya, could undermine Sierra Leone's standing in the international community, deter foreign investment, and jeopardize the future of the youth whom he said we are already grappling with accepting consequences of substance abuse. In the studio, we have the APC spokesperson in Parliament, Honorable Dr. Umfa Soikoma. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning and good morning Sierra Leone, and thanks for having me.
We see that APC is calling for an independent, impartial and thorough investigation at a time when the government itself said they have open investigation into this matter. So what are you asking for when government have already opened investigation?
Well, first of all, we are seen as part of the governing structure because we have 54 members of parliament. Secondly, we want to ensure that government becomes more pragmatic in the fight against this big smear, because the news that have been emanating from all of this embarrassment is one that is troubling, and we want to see actions taken in very apt manner. But what we are seeing are news on social media, especially the news that has to do with government operatives that have not been addressed. Of course, the situation in Guinea with the Guinean ambassador or the Guinean vehicle, the vehicle belonging to the embassy in Guinea, has not was addressed by the Minister of Information. When it comes to what the actions need to be taken, especially with what has to do with the ambassador, in which we believe the ambassador has still not been recalled. Initially, we heard that the ambassador was coming to Freetown, have been called to Freetown, and now we're hearing that they are trying to work other paperwork, other modalities before he comes. And we believe that government is not being so apt in their actions. Because let's take, for example, in 2007, when the cocaine flight or the drug plane landed at Lunge Airport, what happened at that time? The minister was suspended pending investigation. All personalities connected to it were either suspended or sacked, and even some people were even locked up. So our call here is, you see, this is not a political issue. This is a national issue. And we are all Sierra Leoneans, and we don't want to have a nation wherein we are viewed as a country that is condoning drug or drug trafficking in any shape or any manner.
Honorable, as you rightly say, you are part of the governance structure. What have you done as a party in making sure drug becomes something that we no longer talk about in our country? What have you done as a party? Are you only there to criticize, or you've also taken steps to make sure that we put this whole thing of drug abuse behind us in our country?
So let's keep things into perspective.
Okay.
Initially, or months down the road, or even a year ago, we had an issue with the Kush epidemic in our country, and we called on government to be more vigilant against Kush. And in that, we even recommended that even in a situation like this, a state of emergency should be imposed. And the government was responsive enough. The instrument was taken to Parliament, and a state of emergency was declared. And in that instrument, certain things were in that document that was very instructive in terms of how government will fight this Kush menace. Of course, government proposed that regional rehabilitations will be built across the country. To date, we are still waiting for those regional rehabilitation. Our concern was enough funds have not been directed, because normally when state of emergencies are declared, then a special account should be set in which funds should be attracted from all sectors in society, or even international bodies should be bringing funds into that fund, in which government will help government, because governments already have an existing budget for a given year. So if we are coming and declaring a state of emergency, and this state of emergency is not just a state of emergency in itself, but it's a fight against a menace, then we know that government will need more money and more support. And we have not seen that kind of financial support in building those rehabilitation centers. As we speak, we only have people volunteering homes to rehabilitate people. But of course, as people in this country, we believe that we've seen a kind of change in direction when it comes to the fight against Kush. It has not been business as usual. We've seen a reduction in the amount of Kush boys that we see on the road. So we believe that our voices have yielded dividend. But again, within this context, other issues have been coming up when it comes to drugs. So I think as an opposition, we are raising our voice again. Okay. As you see this letter coming from the party secretariat, calling on government to institute investigation. And I think as a parliament, we also need to invite people whose names have come up, to come and answer, because it's an issue of public concern. So as an opposition, I think we've taken those.
Have you discussed that with the leadership of Parliament?
Well, that is an issue that we'll definitely bring to Parliament. It's something that we'll raise in terms of inviting those people so they come and answer, just like we did when it comes to the Kush situation. We invited all the entities, all the operatives that are government operatives that are charged with the responsibility in doing government work. We call the maritime, we call the NRA, we call the police, we call the drug law enforcement agencies. In this same manner, I think it is a matter of public concern, and since it's a matter of public concern, we should be inviting those personalities. We should be seen as a country that is zero tolerance to drugs, or zero tolerance to any issues that smears the name of our country. Especially with the situation that happened in Guinea, it is one that is very tasteless. It is one that does not bode well with any given Sierra Leonean. We don't want to have a situation where Sierra Leoneans will be targeted in any part of the world and called a name that we as Sierra Leoneans do not want to be called.
So, Honorable, from the different interviews we've had with government ministers and also a press release from the Ministry of Information, they stated it clearly that the vehicle that was bought with that particular setup, okay, was not the vehicle of the ambassador himself, and the ambassador was not there. It was the driver and another individual. So I'm start to think, why does the opposition say government officials when government?
It's a government vehicle.
When the government itself is saying the official was not there.
It's a government vehicle, and any vehicle that is government property that is out of Sierra Leone will have a document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's called an ordre de mission, meaning it's a mission order. And that mission order that vehicle carries, it's what gives that vehicle a permission to ply any route out of Sierra Leone. So it is under government's authority. And the closest person in charge of that vehicle will be the leader of that embassy, the person representing us in that country. Okay. That is why we are calling it.
So, Honorable,
to be more proactive.
Honorable, now that you are concerned that the ambassador has not been recalled to come back to Sierra Leone, what do you think should be done, and how far have you gone in making sure you engage government? Because this is your monthly press briefing that you hold, and in that press briefing you discussed issues of national concern, but meeting some of these authorities will make a lot of sense, don't you think so?
Absolutely, and I think our engagement, even our engagement in the public space, in the media space, is a message going to them, and I think it's not something just like the press briefing by the minister. It's a message to all of us as Sierra Leoneans. So whatever engagement we hold as an opposition, it's a message to all Sierra Leoneans. So we believe that government should be doing the recommendations that we are giving. The recommendations that we give are not saying this is what you should do. It's a guide that if APC was in power, this is what the APC should do. So similarly, we believe that the government should follow those guides, because sometimes it's easy for you to say, okay, I know this person, so I'll be a little bit lenient with them. But I think it will look bad on you when you try to protect people that you know or protect people that you love in the interest of the relationship that you have. That is why we want to come out so you can look outside of the box and do another evaluation of your actions. So whatever we are suggesting is for government to evaluate their actions and see if they need to take more requisite steps to be more pragmatic and to be more apt in their action.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mfa Soyiko. He is the spokesperson in Parliament for the APC. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Continue to stay with us. We'll come back to you. We now go to another issue. The University of Sierra Leone Management has issued a press statement in respect of the University Investigation Committee report. A committee was set up in 2024 to investigate alleged administrative, financial and procurement irregularities at the University of Sierra Leone since 2021 to 2023. The report was presented to court on 30th January 2025 for adoption and implementation of the recommendations. The University Court has unanimously adopted the report. Concerns about administrative, financial and procurement irregularities have raised serious questions about governance, accountability and institutional oversight. In response to these concerns, an investigation committee was constituted to assess systemic lapses, identify root causes and propose corrective measures to restore the institution's operational integrity. The investigation focused on financial management, human resource practices, procurement processes, and governance structures to ensure compliance with statutory and institutional policies. In the studios with us this morning is Dr. Tony Musa, the Director of Communications and Quality Assurance at the University of Sierra Leone. Good morning, Doc, and welcome to the program.
Thank you. Good morning. I bring greetings to our viewers from the management and the family of the University of Sierra Leone.
Okay, and Doc, a report was presented to the court yesterday after an investigation. Do you want to tell us, first of all, what led to that committee set up to investigate some of these issues we are talking about?
Well, you can recall that in 2023, December onto January 2024, there was transition in the university, but then there were so much, arguments regarding the process, which actually led to the dissolution of the court then. And then the advice by TEC, that is the Tertiary Education Commission, to the ministry, and then the ministry actually wrote to dissolve the courts with 4 implementation plans. One was to dissolve the courts, 2 was to nullify all decisions made by the court in December 2023 to January, at the time when the court was dissolved, and then to form an oversight committee to manage the university till court was reconstituted. And then the 4th aspect was to have an investigation committee to investigate into the issues that you have just listed. And then all the activities actually took place. The end part was having this committee, and then in May 2024, the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education wrote to the chairman of the court, who is the Chancellor of the University of Sierra Leone, to constitute an investigation committee to look at the allegations relating to the subject matters you have just listed in your intro. And then, since then to date, yesterday, the committee worked very hard to present its report to court for adoption and implementation.
So there are recommendations in that report presented to the court. So now let's talk about some of these recommendations.
Well, let's look at the findings that can lead to recommendations.
Let's look at the
you have widespread of, misappropriated funds that are not accounted for. You have beyond 6.5 billion old loans, and then you also have $126,000 for a vehicle that was bought without following procurement processes and procedures. And then you also have, research overheads and grants that have not been accounted for. In addition, also, you have people without job descriptions, and they were not properly recruited into the university system. And then you have also problems with the use of the financial software for proper, management of the financial systems. And there are questions also about conflict of interest in terms of the operations of the University Business Center. These are highlights of the issues emanating from the reports. Bear in mind that the committee says we are mainly out of the University of Sierra Leone. More or less, they are outsiders. They are not part of the administration or the university community. So they did their investigation mainly using methodology, including interviews, and then site assessment, reviewing of documents, and also looking at comparative analysis in terms of the policies and documents. For example, the Universities Act 2021 provides for periodic reporting, financial reporting. It is clearly stated in their report that since 2021 to 2023, there have been no audited financial statement submitted as report as required by the Universities Act, which in itself is a breach. So these are the highlights of the things that we have put together in the report that can now appeal or ask for the way forward or recommendations.
Doctor, this is a concern, as you normally say in your classes at the university, garbage in, garbage out. We are talking about the University of Sierra Leone, where we shape people to come into the society, to lead the society to a better place. But if we are having these issues at the university, then it's a concern for not only the government of Sierra Leone, but for the country as a whole. Just like Honorable was saying, this is not good for our image.
Oh yes, you are right. In fact, the first concern is public funds. The university is a public institution and funded from taxpayers' money. And then in addition with meager fees paid by students. And you know how difficult it is for students to even pay their fees. And when they fail to pay, the penalty or sanction that we impose. So again, it becomes very prudent, for us to talk about it and then to ensure that we have systems for transparency and accountability. So principal aspect of the recommendation was quality management, that the university really needs to be robust enough to ensure that there is quality management that can actually mitigate the many leakages or, wastage of public funds. Again, you move further, we have to also look at, policies. We have to look at structures. We have to look at systems that can be reviewed in order to ensure that we move ahead. So like you said, yes, we are the premier university. We are the university carrying the name of Sierra Leone. As I can say, it's the University of Sierra Leone, otherwise the pride of the nation. So whatever is happening in the University of Sierra Leone is a matter of concern. So I think, we will be celebrating 200 years for Freetown College, which is one of the campuses of our University of Sierra Leone, come 2027. And then celebrating 200 years, it means much is expected of you in terms of what you can do. So a situation of this nature to us is disappointing, it's also disheartening, but then we are actually making it known to the public as a way of engaging them to say that irrespective of what has happened, the university is aspiring for change, and we want to rebrand ourselves and reposition ourselves as we used to be known as the Athens of West Africa.
So, Doc, you made mention of quality systems. Before the occurrence of that thing, but there are no quality systems in the University of Sierra Leone, because, as my colleague rightly said, that is the place where our minds are being shaped. So, where there are no quality systems to monitor how things go on there?
Well, suggestively, you may talk about the establishment system. There have been major breakdown of the system. So that is what actually the report is saying. Because if you look at the things that have been highlighted, ranging from financial management, procurement, administration, and the like, you may question, But then, that notwithstanding, we are doing this at the moment just to ensure that, first of all, you can recall about the story published by African something, regarding the Freetown projects at some point in time, that the management has something to hide. We keep actually informing the public that we have nothing to hide. And then this is a wake-up call. We think that the current administration also, they can look at what has happened and then be assured enough that at some point in time, they can also give account about their stewardship. With that, I think we can rebrand the university and reposition it well.
So does the investigations made mention of names of individuals that should be held responsible for some of these things that occurred in the universities, university under the period?
Well, we are too early for now to talk about names. Given that the report is there, and then the report actually engaged people, based on their positions and responsibilities, let's wait for the next level of engagement or implementation of the recommendations, and then whether names could be out, and then you may know those names.
Okay, so quickly, before we go back to Honorable, Doc, are we expecting the ACC into this issue, because this has to do with public funds?
Well, I think.
Or are we waiting for the PAC?
Well, I think the question is good for ACC. Not really me, because we are all paid, and then we have our mandates, and then we have our points of intervention. So I think
sometimes you act as whistleblowers.
Of course, and in fact, in this case, we are serving as eye openers. All right. So perhaps if we blow the whistle, they may not hear the sound of the whistle, but then we are serving as eye openers who can see the reality and see the need to intervene.
So if the ACC said now they want to go to the university because of this report, will you welcome them to open?
They are more than they want welcome, because we are all being paid from public funds, and then what we are doing is national service, and then we also have institutional mandates, and what is expected of us all from the public. So I think, they are more than the word welcome.
All right, Doctor, continue to stay with us. We'll go back to you, Honorable Now, we are talking about accountability. You are talking about the image of Sierra Leone. You're talking about the youth, the future of this nation. And you've just quietly listened to Dr. Tonya Musa. Does the APC only monitor activities of the government, or you also go into some of these institutions? Because this is a concern.
Absolutely. We do not just monitor things in isolation. We monitor issues that are of public concern. And as this is coming up, definitely it will be issues that we will send our eye to. And I see. Then one thing also, as members of parliament, we have committees in parliament, and we have the committee on higher learning and tertiary education, and I believe that committee will look at these issues. They are damning, and as a nation, we should not tolerate corruption in any sense or any sense of our imagination, and also we should be more agile when it comes to fighting any type of corruption or any kind of appearance of corruption that it may be. So definitely, as an opposition, that is something that we'll join DOC in and collaborate with them to see how we can put more pressure on government or on all of us to take the right and requisite actions.
So Doc, I come back to you. You made mention of what the investigation discovered, that some staff were not properly being recruited. Is that one of the reasons why students usually get issues with some of these lecturers, because the ones that are properly recruited know the modus operandi of the university?
Yeah, I mean, if I can take just a bit of what you are referring to, one of our challenges that actually came out from the report is records management. And if you go to the side of the students managing their grades, you are talking about missing grades, so a situation of that nature comes back to records management, which is clearly stated in the reports. And like you have heard from, Honorable, we have already submitted a copy of this report to the Oversight Committee in Parliament, which is part of the due process. So moving forward, there are so many things relating to administrative lapses that are stated in the reports. So our business here is to see how best, we can use the report to reform.
All right, thank you very much. He is Dr. Tonya Musa, and he is the Director of Communications and Quality Assurance at the University of Sierra Leone. And also, before Dr. Tonya Musa, we had Honorable Dr. Umfa Soiko Ma, and he is here to represent the All People's Congress. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. We'll now go for a short break. The program continues after that break.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold natural cocoa powder, Sunny Gold brown sugar, neat fufu flour, shito, pisa, and moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base,
Ghanaian original taste.
Welcome back. The program you're watching is Good Morning Sierra Leone, live on the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Well, we go to the second half of the segment, and we open with one of our headline stories, which is the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources has announced a 1-month closure of artisanal fishing from February 1 to March 1st, 2025 in an effort to promote sustainable fisheries management. The closure is aimed at addressing declining fish populations, a global challenge highlighted by the Food and Agriculture Organization. Research conducted in collaboration with various stakeholders identified February as a critical period of fish reproduction. By restricting fish during this spawning season, the government aims to rejuvenate fish stocks and ensure the long-term sustainability of the artisanal fishing sector. Head of Division for Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Shekuse, is here to talk more with us. Good morning and welcome to Good Morning Sierra Leone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mr. Sir, this is not the first time we got you on this particular issue. And now, tomorrow, by God's grace, you start the closure of the fishing season. But during the time since you put out that press release, we have been observing going on. The SLBC has took its camera and recorders to different wharf. And most of the wharf that we went to, they usually tell us that, or tell the public that they do not have cold room facility to store their fish. So how have you guys worked towards that to ensure that fish remains in the market even during this cold season?
Well, luckily for us, we have a lot of fish stocks at the industrial fishing companies. You know, the fishing is done by two different fishery systems. The artisanal fisheries, they use the canoes, and then the industrial fisheries, they use the trawlers, the big boats. So what God has done for this cruise season is that we have a lot of fish stocked in the cold. And even for the cold storage facility you mentioned, we have engaged the fishing company, Sierra Fishing Company, Sapco Fishing Company, McDean Fishing Company, Tandem Fishing Company, OK Global Fishing Company, Red Sea Fishing Company, Korea Group. They have fish, they have abundant fish. In fact, the companies are saying that their sales are so slow, they have a lot of fish. So there will be an opportunity where the fish women, the fishmongers, will go directly to the fishing companies and buy fish. There's not going to be any agent. The Honorable Minister of Fisheries will be here during the podium, Honorable Princess Duba. She has engaged the fishing companies and told them, look, please, I appeal to you to break the barrier of this agent issue. There is not going to be any agent. So what that means is that the fishwoman can go directly to the fishing companies and buy a quantity of fish and sell at the various markets. If they want to sell fish at Kuton Road Market, they want to sell fish at Shalawata, in the Godrich Outstation, they want to sell fish at Capital River, they want to sell fish at anywhere to Wharf, all over the country. There will be fish available.
You have people staying in far-east communities. You have people in Tumbo. Do they have to be moving every day, every morning to get the fish before going to the market? Because if they have cold room facilities, they have said it to our cameras that they don't have cold room facilities. But each is one. The same goes to Tumbo. So you're saying you have enough fish, but this is with the big companies. And some people, they do not have enough money to go to the companies every morning.
Well, I must be very straightforward here. The close season is going to affect the business as usual scenario. The cold storage facilities are available. At Tombo, the government, together with the UNDP, we provided solar-powered cool rooms. Although that cool rooms has not been enough for the communities. In Conakry, they are there. But besides that, even the industrial companies that are doing fish processing, they have cold storage facilities available. What we have done is to appeal to them to make the fish available. Don't forget, fishing boats will not go to fish during the close season. So the fishermen will now have to do with the cold storage facilities that are owned by the companies, the industrial companies. So yes, government will try to make a lot of cold storage. We are trying to create cold chain. But that cannot stop us during the close season. As long as we have the fishing companies that have cold room facilities, fish will be there available. They can buy fish and sell. The whole process of fish trade is buying fish and selling. So it does not mean that you have to be compelled to buy the fish from the canoes that bring the fish. For goodness sake, when the canoes catch the fish, when they land it at the wharves, they are selling the fish at X vessel value. What that means is that there is no value added to it at the large scale. The ice making machines are not enough. Now there will be an opportunity where they will get fish from the cold storage facility, industrial companies. The only difference here is our people are used to buying those small fish, those what do you call the juvenile fish, you know, the mina and all that. There will be no mina for 1 month. Let our people please understand. Let us allow the mina to grow and become the full herring. We want bigger size. I told people before now that let us learn to start eating big fish. The idea that we are getting used to eating small fish and measuring fish in buttercup, we have to deal with that. We cannot allow our fish populations to decline only because we have a set of people who believe that it is only the juvenile fish, it's only the mina, it's only the engraunis crassicolus that they will have to target. Let us go in for barracuda. Let's buy fish, let's eat snappers. Let's eat guangua, let's eat shine nose. The bigger fish, they will be available in abundance. And this is what we are doing. We make sure that the prices are low.
Some people who cannot afford to buy even snapper.
No, everybody will afford to buy herring. If you cannot afford to buy snapper, you can, herring. Herring is one of the cheapest in the market.
Yes, but
we have a lot of them.
They cannot afford to buy a snapper.
No, a whole carton of herring, for example, will cost up to about 300,000. Here is what the ministry is doing. You are a fisherman, you are used to buying fish and sell. The ministry will make money available to you. They give you money, you can buy a carton of herring and sell and still put on the table and sell to people. But we cannot say just because we want people to buy mina, to sell mina, to encourage fishermen to be catching juvenile fish. A few weeks ago, we arrested over 45 bundles of large quantity of juvenile fish that were about to be smuggled, to be sold for people who are doing poultry and all that. This is really very, very alarming. It is worrisome. And so the close season is going to serve as a biological resting period where the pregnant fish will now have time to go and lay eggs in the river systems, and nobody will catch the juvenile fish. The fish will grow their muscles and swim into the open water. And so our fishermen can catch them. Those who have in the Ghana boat, standard 5 to 10, standard 3 to 5, the trawlers will also catch them. Don't forget, that water, the water there, all of us here in this room, and the government of Sierra Leone is the one that owns the ocean. It's not only the fishermen in the community zone. And so the ocean is serving the country. When you get, for example, we raise revenue of 150 billion. We slightly over 150 million unions for 2024. 2023, we raise 120 million unions. We want to triple and quadruple the revenue in this country. The experts have said that Sierra Leone can get $59 million just from the fisheries. Are we going to allow our fish populations to dwindle for a few set of people? No. The Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources have said we will join the international organization, the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission, to preserve our fish stocks, to make sure that we have enough fish to support the Fish Salon initiative. We have to go towards the target of $59 million that the experts have said. Let us unlock the wealth of our oceans. We need money. Okay. Now, there's a lot of problems we have to solve. Education, health issues for our people. And so government have said, few set of people cannot hold us at ransom to say, hey, we have to catch the mina, hey, we have to catch the juvenile. It's not going to happen. Right. As acting director of fisheries and joining the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources and the entire Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, we will implement what is in the laws. We have to do close season to allow our fish population to rejuvenate.
All right.
And
Thank you very much, Mr. Say. Continue to stay with us. We now go to another issue. The West African Examinations Council (WAEC) wants to remind WASC candidates and school authorities that registration for the 2025 West African Senior School Certificate Examination WASC for school candidates commenced on the 15th of November 2024 through the batch registration system BRS portal. The BRS portal will be accessible to school authorities since November 15, 2024, and it still remains open until midnight February 15, 2025, according to WAEC. This year's registration process remains crucial for students across West Africa preparing for the WASC, a gateway examination for higher education and career opportunities in the region. Well, in the studio for more, we have the Public Affairs Officer, Saliu M. Kamal from WAEC. Good morning, Mr. Kamal. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, SLBC. Good morning, listeners.
Let's go again for the BRS another time for you and the schools. So how far from what you've been monitoring so far, how far have schools authorities gone in making sure that they get their pupils registered, so that we will not go to that point where principals will be coming here to say, oh, WAEC did not give us enough chance to register our pupils?
Indeed, that is the major issue why I am here this morning, to just continue to appeal. As you have read the time frame for the entries, but one thing that I want to make clear, this particular BRS that is now open, it is about the completion of the entry, because we've done away with CAS. And we have already schools that have uploaded CAS in the system. And these schools that have uploaded CAS Year 1, these are the schools that we are expecting to do the BRS. We have 892 schools, and the CAS is the prerequisite now for you to be able to do this BRS. And now all of the details of these candidates are in their system. It's now to download and take the reference number of each candidate, then they upload the BRS. Not that they are going to start entering again. Everything is in the system.
But how far have schools gone?
Well, the turnout is so low. That's why I'm here to make an appeal. As I read down clearly the statistic that we have as of yesterday, we are expecting Kailaun to upload 25 schools, and now we only have 7. Then Kenema, we are expecting 74 schools. We have 34 that have already uploaded. Then Kono, we have 39 schools, only 12 have uploaded. Bombali, we have 51, 13. So the rest, So this is the turnout.
Please go through it.
Okay, so Cambia we have 12 and only 38 have uploaded. Konedugu and Falaba we are expecting 19 schools. We only have 3 schools. Then Putloko we are expecting 17 schools. 72 schools, we only have 17 that have uploaded. Then Tonkolili, we have 51 schools, we only have 11 that have uploaded. Karine, we have 14 schools, we only have 3 schools that have uploaded. Bo, we have 57 schools, we only have 19. Then Bond, we have 9, only 3 have uploaded. Moyamba, we have 24, only 9 have uploaded. Then Ujon, we have 12, only 7. Then the rest, Western area, where we have 405 schools, we only have 57 as of yesterday. So this number is so low, and we are talking about the future leaders of this country. So we are still making an appeal. The portal is still open. Now we have opened it since November 15 to February 15.
So they only have 2 weeks because...
Yes, of course, we only have 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
So have you reached out to these schools to know the challenges that they are faced with? Because usually when you close your portal, they always come here, this can come between you and the schools, and at the end of the day, government will put pressure on government will go back to you, because government is seen as the mother of all, will go back to you, but you want to always maintain your standards. So have you reached out to them to really know what's the problem?
We have held series of engagement with school authorities, ministry. Even on Wednesday, we were at the Chief Minister's office at State House, wherein the CEO was there, the minister was there, and they are also supposed to put up a press release wherein they are urging these school authorities to do their entries. Of course, we are engaging them every day. Of course, these timelines, we have made them available to every school authority in this country. We came together, we engaged, and we provided this timeline, wherein all of them agreed. So we are going strictly according to these timelines. So the Cassia one, as I said, 31st May to 30th September 2024, Cassia 2, 15 October to 15 December, then the BRS 15 November to 15 February, then Cassia 3, of course, 1st March to 30th May 2025. These are constant, we are working on them constantly. We have made them available to every school authority in this country.
So, Mr. Kamara, this is alarming, and as you rightly said, this has to do with the kids,
future leaders,
future people who many will be looking up to take over leadership when the time is right. Excuse me. So now we have, it is alarming because even from your records, you are expecting from 892
schools.
92 schools.
Only 207 have uploaded. Out of 800, total of 207 have uploaded.
So, is there any possibility of you extending this time? Maybe this is what they are waiting for.
We've told them, and even last year it was the same, and that's why we agreed on these timelines. So there will be no possibility. This is an international portal. We are not in control of it. When the day comes, when the portal closes, it means it has closed for this year. So now we are urging, they still have time. So and this entry, for the mere fact, they have done Cassia 1. There is nothing difficult in it for them not to be able to do, even within 1 week, they can be able to upload the details of their candidates.
So all of the schools that we are talking about, that are yet to, all of the schools, have they uploaded Cassia 1?
Of course, they have everything. Of course, we have their Cassia 1 records in our system. So they have everything. So they don't need to do anything. Of course, they have uploaded Cassia 2 as well.
So what is the problem now with this BRS?
That is only the region best known to them. You see, the region best known to them. And these are candidates that the ministry, of course, have also approved, and they just need to know. We don't know what they are still holding on.
So I was just doing my calculation, about 620.
Of course, still remain. But they can do it. I'm telling you, they can do it.
So, Mr. Kama, have you made some frantic effort to put out the name of these schools for parents to see the schools? Let it go around social media.
We have submitted the list of schools that have uploaded and the list of schools that are yet to upload to the ministry. Okay. So they can do that. And they are also supposed to come here. Of course, I hope they will meet you very soon.
All right. Thank you very much. Continue to stay with us. Well, the SLBC this morning we are lucky to have Mr. Kamara to inform the public, particularly principals, heads of schools. You have to submit, because definitely at the end of the day they will come back to the SLBC.
And this
we here to say we are not given the opportunity now. We have, but thank God we have our records. We have to bring this.
We have to bring it for them to see. And this also is a wake-up call for parents to rush to the schools for them to know whether those schools have uploaded.
Of course, they also have the responsibility to go to the school authority.
But you also have conference of principals. Have you?
They are part of our engagement. Even this letter, you see, copy conference of the chairman of conference of principals. We have having series of engagement. They know.
So what has been some of the reasons given for the delay of these schools not to upload the BIS for these
Well,
people?
previously, as we all are aware, they were talking about training. But now we have forgotten about training. So they don't have any other reason that is tangible that they cannot upload this. As I told you, for the mere fact they have CAS Tier 1, there is nothing difficult again to do the end. They have already the records of the candidates. It is about uploading, do the CAS reference number. They have the details. Only if a candidate wants to change the photograph that they took when he was in SS1, and now he wants the SS3 photograph. That is the only thing that is supposed to change. But everything, the subject remains the same.
So is it possible that some of these, I'm just thinking out of the box, that some of these heads of schools want to manipulate, want to bring in pupils who have not been part of the system? That's what is causing the delay. Is it possible? Are you expecting any foul play in that?
That is not possible, because the names are already in the system. And if you are bringing in a new candidate, it means you have to change his identity. The face is not there. The date of birth might be different. So we are not condoning any form of correction again. Of course, it's not possible. So let them don't even mistake about it. And they cannot add, only if they are supposed to. Of course, they can reduce. Should somebody transfer from one school to another. But they cannot add any other candidates apart from those that they have uploaded.
Okay.
So this is interesting. Well, Mr. Kamara, let's hold you there and go back to Mr. Se. Mr. Se, you made mention that the ministry will provide funds to fishmongers for them to be able to purchase this area. Where will the ministry be providing funds? Is it at the marketplace, or will the fishmongers go to the ministry?
No, we will have centers. The minister hopefully will be here today in podium to explain more about that. But we are going to have centers where we have done verifications, we've done recordings of people, we've established the list of fishmongers. It's fishmonger group. They have groups of fish women. Each group comprised of 10 people in various communities. We've gone around the whole country. We have a database of fishmongers who are actually involved in selling fish. Each fishmonger group will have some stipend. We have something that hopefully they will be able to use it, as some form of microcredit to help them during this season. But not only that, people are also going to get, like people who have licensed their fishing boats, fishing canoes, will get some help. We'll get some help, because when you go fishing, you fish for two things: for money and for food. And so what we have done is to engage with development partners, government of Sierra Leone, to provide some of this compensation. It's going to be a compensation package like it was done in Ghana. It's not going to satisfy everybody. People have to sacrifice in order to do sustainable fisheries management. We used to have a lot of bonga in Sierra Leone. Now you don't have. The fishermen will use 3-4 batter of diesel or petrol to go out fishing and only catch very, very, very little fish. We want to increase the fish population in our waters, and Sierra Leone as a government also want to unlock the wealth of the fisheries. If we have more fish in our waters, we'll be able to implement what they call quota management system, where we can tell the fishing trawlers how much fish they can catch. So our fish will remain in the waters and we sell it. What we are doing now is just ad hoc management based on gross registered tonnage. So we give license based on the size of trawler. So if we have more fish in our water, we'll be able to allocate it by total allowable catch. So any trawler that you want to get fishing license as a company, we tell you how the quantity of fish you can catch within 1 year. They have done that in other countries, even in African countries. Quota management have been implemented in Senegal, in Namibia, for example. Our tuna stocks are out there. We want to be able to get more benefit from the fish resources and unlock the wealth and support the fish salon and get more money from government.
So thank you very much, Mr. Sheikh Hussein, from the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources. We wish you well in this close season, and we hope that everything that you've planned go on as planned, and we all will celebrate at the end of the day. So, Mr. Kamara, before you leave us, what message would you want to leave shortly with the public or parents and principals for them to rush now and upload this BRS?
Yeah, we are still continue to appeal to school authorities. As I said earlier, they are dealing with the future leaders of this country. So let them upload their entries. Let them upload their entry before the stipulated deadline. We are still appealing, and they have everything that it takes for them to upload even within 1 week. It is nothing difficult again when they have uploaded that for them not to be able to upload the BRS. So I'm still appealing so that we not go back to what happened last year.
Okay, so thank you very much. He is Samuel Kamara, the public affairs person for WAEC, and he has sent this message and also pleaded to the school authorities for them to upload their BRS. Well, viewers want to go to another segment of ours today, which is the review of the headlines of our local tablets. I'll start the ball rolling with Salon Times newspaper. It opens with a banner headline that says, Dutch government never requested for drug lord in Sierra Leone. The photo of the alleged individual. Afisa rewards lucky winners of Win Copper promotion. FAO and COICA conclude feasibility study on phase 2 of the Green Job project. Chaos, injustice, and a beautiful piece of legislation. These stories plus more you can find in Salon Times newspaper.
From Salon Times, we go to Forum newspaper with a banner headline, APC raises alarm over alleged government link to drug trafficking. This goes with a picture of the Secretary General of the APC, who is Honorable Lawyer Lansana Dumbuya. And another story on the front page of Forum newspaper is Sierra Leone joins Mission 300 initiative to electrify Africa by 2030.
Well, the next newspaper I have here is the Africa 24 newspaper, and it opens a banner headline that says, "You are not demigods. SLPP MP wants appointees. Agnes Bill empowers women and youth." The photo of Agnes Bill there. Race for a new chief. Bompegao in twists and turns. MP spot on SLRSA's shortfalls. Liberia Salon and the Gambia meets to discuss telecoms roam free policy. This story plus more you can get in Africa 24 news.
From Africa 24 we go to the Expo Times weekend, and the Expo Times with so many stories, we'll just quickly go through few. Caught in Kenema destroys illegal substance. TC police arrest, etc. Some actives call for community vigilance, and police conduct training on human trafficking and migrant smuggling. And the final one for now is accountability institutions for 2023 audit service report. The stories plus more you find in the Expo Times.
And the next one I have here is the Awareness Times newspaper, and it says, for significant improvement and enhanced participatory approach to policing, Minister Lembo praises IG's leadership. The photo of the IGP there. Stanella Beckley dedicates 2-story school block to honor late daughter Renate. APC leader Honorable Kabo warns against drugs cartel. Dr. Gaima engages institutions on governance gaps. This story is plus more you can get in the Awareness Times.
So from the Awareness Times, go to the Awoko newspaper. The Awoko newspaper with so many stories, but we go through few. Global funding crisis may affect Sierra Leone's HIV/AIDS fight. Retired educationist donates new school building in memory of her late daughter. And the final one for today is Parliament debates National Council for Technical and Vocational Education Act 2024.
Well, the next one I have here, which is my final newspaper, is the Standard Times newspaper. And it's open with a banner headline that says, Bompegao Chieftaincy Elections, Tribal Head Testifies. Human Capital Development, 3,000 for Magai Technical University. This story is plus more you can get in the Standard Times newspaper.
And final for our newspapers for today is the exclusive newspaper. And on the exclusive newspaper, as Parliament enact new petroleum law, PRA boss outlined successes. This goes with the photo of PRA chairman Dr. Brahma Baluakoma. And the final story I'll go through on the front page of the exclusive newspaper is Ernest wants to return. This is quoting Joseph Fitzgerald Kamara. According to the story, this story is plus more, including sports, you find in the Awareness Times newspaper. But we must remind you that the views expressed in these newspapers and does not reflect the views of the SLBC. We are merely reviewing the newspapers. The program is Good Morning Sierra Leone. Emmanuel will continue.
Yes, and this is how we wrap this edition, or the final edition of this week's Good Morning Sierra Leone. And I want to say a very big thank you to you, the viewers, and also our studio guests for gracing this program and making it a success, and also to our production crew, especially our producer, Daphne Zainab Kamara. Our quote of the day is from a Chinese philosopher Confucius, and it says, if we don't know life, how can we know death? I have been Emmanuel Samuel.
And Francis Bernard is my name. Many thanks for being with us throughout the week, and to our guests, thank you for making the program a success. And this is how we say goodbye, and we're wishing you a wonderful weekend. Have a lovely and wonderful time, and make sure you stay out of trouble. Good morning.
As a mother of the house, whenever I want to prepare palm soup, there's no need pounding palm fruit. All I need is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. My soup is done, and its preparation, it is not difficult at all. Nkulenu palm soup base, it's easily done with no difficulties. Just take few ladles and your soup is done. And its flavor, it's amazing. This is Nkulenu's Ghana's original palm soup base. And this is Nkulenu's Ghana's original spiced palm soup base. Iron fruit and turkey berries are naturally added.
Also available Brown Gold Natural Cocoa Powder, Sunny Gold Brown Sugar, Neat Fufu Flour, Shito, Pisa, and Moringa. All available at Nyami Ado Enterprise, 1 Lower Waterloo Street, Freetown.
Nkulenu palm soup base.
Ghanaian original taste.
I like you. I miss you. I really be no miss you. I like how you be make me body feel. I like how cool you be. You be don't give me all waiting I want. Them been say you know for trust you partner. but I really trust you. You pure, inside and out. In fact, your cleanness and sweet taste, they make I go crazy. A gladdy, where grafting we love, don't come back. I like you. I miss you. I really... Hello and welcome to News Brief on the hour. I am Aminata Fofana. In order to equip healthcare personnel, including emergency responders, with the critical skills necessary for delivering high-quality pre-hospital care, the National Emergency Medical Service NEMS and its partners have concluded an ambulance collaborative training focused on the ABCD and E assessment framework, which is the airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. The purpose of the training was to enhance the capacity and competencies of NEMS and our staff in conducting the ABCDE assessments and executing critical interventions as they interact with the patient first before transfer to a healthcare facility. The training, facilitated by the UK Defence medical experts, introduced healthcare workers to the globally recognized ABCDE assessment framework, which prioritizes the assessment of airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure during pre-hospital transports, improve patient management skills like spinal percussion, hemorrhage control, safe transfers, and effective coordination between emergency teams and referral centers, among others. The theoretical and hands-on learning techniques using drones, human and medical equipment for better understanding touched the professional nerves of the participants. In line with their plans to transform the security sector and transit from a force into a service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched their 2025-2029 Strategic Development Plan. The plan will serve as a guiding instrument that will lead the SLP to their strategic objectives in the next 4 years. The launch of the Strategic Development Plan marked a significant milestone in the history of the Sierra Leone Police as the sector aims at transiting from a force into a service.
The plan, according to authorities, was anchored around Sierra Leone's medium-term national development plan, Big Five Game Changers Initiative, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The plan focused on public safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, the condition of service. Each of the goals has its key interventions to help guide the police in carrying out the various indicators. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the plan and transition was inspired by their benchmarking visits to Ghana. After 3 days of intensive discussions, experts, consultations, and stakeholder engagements, the Ministries of Education have concluded the finalization of the Education Management Information System (EMIS) draft policy and Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Data Scorecard. The two documents have been designed to transform data management in the education sector. Held over 3 days, the workshop brought together policymakers, education experts, IT specialists, and school administrators to develop a robust EMIS policy that ensures accurate, timely, and secure data collection for better decision-making in education. Participants engaged in discussions on data quality, system integration, security, and functions of stakeholders. The Education Management Information System (EMIS) draft policy and Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Data (FLN) scorecard are expected to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in education management. The documents mark a significant step towards a data-driven education system. They provide policymakers, school education officers with the necessary tools to improve planning, resource allocation, and overall learning outcomes. The All People's Congress Party has kicked against some provisions in the counter-terrorism bill currently in Parliament, which they say, if passed into law, will criminalize and tighten the space for free speech and critical voices. The party called on government to redo the bill or allow it to be properly scrutinized by Parliament. The bill, which has been tabled in Parliament, has been seriously criticized by many, including the opposition APC. Honorable Usman Timbo, Western Area Urban District, said they were worried about some of the provisions in the bill which he believed, if passed into law, could tighten space for the free speech and also silence critical voices in society. Leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said they were made to understand that in June 2011, member states met in Malabo, capital of Equatorial Guinea, and passed a final draft of the African model of anti-terrorism law in the 17th ordinary session of the African Union, which all African nations are expected to use in developing their own laws, but said the current administration did not adhere to this model. The All People's Congress Party emphasized that whilst they are in support of government's ambition to fight terrorism in the country, they were strongly against the provisions that criminalize free speech and therefore request for government to either redo the bill or allow Parliament to scrutinize it in consultation with the people of Sierra Leone. And Parliament has approved 10 presidential nominees after being presented by the Committee on Appointments for the viewing of the whole House. Among the nominees is Director General Sierra Leone Correctional Service Joseph John Senesi and his deputy Susan Baby Coker, Chairman Sierra Leone Safety Authority and Deputy Minister of Justice Sabtu Elizabeth Sako. Presenting the nominees for parliamentary vetting, Chairman of the Committee on Appointments and Public Service, who doubles as the leader of government business, Honorable Matthew Numa, said that the committee had done due diligence within its usual framework of proceedings to ensure that the nominees were suitable to occupy their respective positions of trust. The new Deputy Minister of Justice, Sabtu Elizabeth Sako, is a lawyer with over 10 years standing. Prior to her recent appointments, she served as the Administrator and Registrar General, Assistant Registrar General, Staff Attorney, Office of the Administrator and Registrar General. Executive Secretary of the Political Parties Registration Commission, Acting Registrar and Corporate Affairs Commission, amongst others. New Director General, Sierra Leone Correctional Service, Joseph Johnson is a seasoned public administrator, expert in strategic leadership, and a disciplined and remarkable character that has demonstrated great leadership prowess throughout his service at the Sierra Leone Correctional Center, where he has spent 15 notable years of service. That's all the news brief. Thanks for watching.
I like you. I miss you. I really be no miss you. I like how you be make me body feel. I like how cool you be. You be don't give me all waiting I want. Them been say you know for trust you partner. But I really trust you. You pure, inside and out. In fact, your cleanness and sweet taste, they make her go crazy. A gladdy, where grafting we love, don't come back.
We all need that and where they help we for make that your best soup sweet as how it been the sweet. Onga a great taste and aroma, they make you get them perfect every time. Onga na mama a helping hand.
This salon payment switch don't make now card switching and instant payment they work na salon. With your bank card, you can use any banking POS machine and pay for anything or take money na any bank in ATM. You can use the phone for send money na anybody in bank account or mobile wallet. Go na your bank now or contact the mobile money where you can use and tell them say you want to register for instant payment.
Salon payment switch. Payment when I get back. If fast, easy and safe.
Great Work Center Point Salon Limited. I don't buy the finishing material and for me hose. Give me hose fire and bulletproof to mount them. So if you have one SIM or CCTV camera supplier and installation, house and office furniture them, with SIM board and electrical or electronics, or even double window glass, when are you normal waiting inside go see na door and person outside no go see inside. Call Center Point Salon Limited na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown. Center Point Salon Limited na the agents na salon in West Africa for postline tile them from Spain. Center Point Salon Limited get master sabi engineer them, technician them and machine them from Kosovo, Turkey, Salon, Spain and England for do you design and finishing to European standard. Call Center Point Salon Limited today na 95 Regent Road Lumley inside Freetown or call 088 01 9556.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else,
or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
Freetown. Freetown.
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
and the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. come here and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My dear respected brothers and sisters in Islam, today is Friday and I wanted to discuss with you something about the day of Friday and its importance and significance in the life of a Muslim. My brothers and sisters in Islam, we need to pay attention to the day of Friday, and it is a unique day and it is a day of worship. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, when he described the day of Friday, he said that the day of Friday is a day of worship, and the day of Friday is like Ramadan among the months. Allahu Akbar, this is a huge word from Ibn al-Qayyim. He said the day of Friday is like Ramadan from among the months that we have. And the last hour on a Friday, which is the hour in which the dua is accepted, that is like Laylatul Qadr in its importance. So you see how you and I prepare for Laylatul Qadr during Ramadan, and we understand its importance and its significance. Then the last hour on a Friday, which is just before the sun sets, in where the dua is accepted. We'll speak about this in detail a little later in this lesson. But that is like Laylatul Qadr. It should be given the same concern and the same importance as Laylatul Qadr. Subhanallah. My brothers and sisters in Islam, the day of Friday, it was called Friday, which in Arabic is Al-Jumu'ah. It comes from the word Jama'a. Jama'a means together. So ulama rahimahumullah, they discuss why was Friday, which in Arabic al-Jumu'ah, why was it given this name? Why was it called as such? Because we said al-Jumu'ah comes from the word jama'a. Jama'a means to collect and to gather. And on a Friday, people gather in the masjid in congregation to witness Salat al-Jumu'ah. So it was called Jumu'ah because the people gather on that day. And it was called Jumu'ah also, some ulama mention, because on this day, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala completed the creation of Adam. You see, Adam alayhi salam, he was a soul, he was a body, and his soul was with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And on that day, the day of Friday, his body and his soul joined, it gathered together. So as a result, the Friday was called Jumu'ah. لأن الله عز وجل جمع فيه خلق آدم. Allah عز وجل completed the creation of Adam alayhi salam. And because on Friday there is a lot of sunan, a lot of recommended acts, a lot of goodness, a lot of reward that is combined and accumulated together on this day. You see, there's a lot of worship that we do on the day of Friday. We read Surah Al-Kahf, salawat ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. We pray Salat al-Jumu'ah. There's a dua that's accepted, a dhikr on this day. Ghusl is recommended on this day. Coming early to the masjid is recommended on this day. And no other day in the week gathers so much goodness and so much sunan more than Friday does. So as a result, Al-Jumu'ah was called Jumu'ah because of a lot of goodness and a lot of sunan combine and accumulate on this day. My brothers and sisters in Islam, I want to share with you a hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam in which he discusses to us in detail what Friday is all about. Pay attention to this hadith. This is the hadith in which Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu narrated, and it's an authentic hadith.
النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم, he said, خير يوم طلعت فيه الشمس يوم الجمعة. That the best day on which the sun has risen is the day of Friday. Allahu Akbar. The best day of the week is the day of Friday. What does that mean? That means the day of Friday is a day of hope. It's a day of mercy. It's a day of blessing. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam himself is telling us that the best day in which the sun rose upon is the day of Friday. Allahu Akbar. So every Friday, a person should be looking forward to Friday, not because it's the end of the week and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday is a school holiday or it's off work and we have a family time and whatever it is. These are side enjoyments. But the main enjoyment on a Friday is because it's a day of worship. This is why in Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he tells us that the best day on which the sun has risen is a day of Friday. And not because it's the last day of the week in where work is finished or school is done. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam then continues in that hadith to say, فِيهِ خُلِقَ آدَمْ. Allahu Akbar. On Friday, this is the day in which Allah Azza wa Jal created Adam alayhi salam. He was created on Friday. Yani mankind, the beginning of man was on Friday. This is the best day and Allah Azza wa Jal chose the best day to create Adam alayhi salam. وَفِيهِ أُهْبِطْ. And Friday is the day in which Adam alayhi salam was removed from the paradise. He was removed from the paradise on a Friday. وَفِيهِ تِيبَ عَلَيْهِ. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, and on Friday, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted the tawbah of Adam alayhi salam. You know, Adam alayhi salam committed the sin. He disobeyed Allah Azza wa Jal's command when he ate from the tree. And of course, immediately after this, he made a tawbah. And Allah accepted his tawbah on a Friday. Yani, what does this mean? It means the day of Friday is a day of tawbah. It's a day in which Allah forgives sins, as He forgave Adam and accepted his repentance on the day of Friday. Wallahi, I tell you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, the day of Friday is a day full of hope. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, وَفِيهِ قُبِضْ. And on a Friday, Adam alayhi salam's soul was removed. In other words, Adam died on Friday. وَفِيهِ تَقُومُ السَّاعَةِ. Now the hadith gets serious. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he says, and on Friday, that is the day in which the hour would happen. The Al-Qiyamah, تَقُومُ السَّاعَةِ, the day of judgment will happen on a Friday. Subhanallah. And this is why it is a sunnah to recite Surah Al-Insan and Surah Al-Sajdah on a Friday in Salat Al-Fajr. You know, in Salat Al-Fajr on a Friday, the sunnah in the first rak'ah after reading Surah Al-Fatiha is to read Surah Al-Sajdah. Alif Lam Mim Al-Sajdah. That surah, it's about 3 pages. And in the second rak'ah, after you recite Al-Fatiha, it is a sunnah to read Surah Al-Insan. هَلْ أَتَى عَلَى الْإِنسَانِ حِينٌ مِّنَ الدَّهْرِ. You know why? Because these 2 surah, they discuss in detail the creation of Adam, the creation of man, which happened on a Friday. So every Friday you're reminded of your origin and how you were created and for what purpose you were created. And in these 2 surah, discussed in length, in depth, is the matter of the day of judgment and the paradise and the hellfire. All of these matters are discussed in these 2 surah. And it is a sunnah to read them on the Fajr of Salat, on the Fajr of the day of Friday, so that you can recall and remember these meanings. Yani at Salat al-Fajr on a Friday, you're supposed to be remembering the hour and the day of judgment. And you're supposed to be conscious and you're supposed to be aware of the day of judgment. Because in Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said that the day of judgment will happen on a Friday. Allahu Akbar. And this is why then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he informed us about something special that happens every Friday after Salat al-Fajr until the sun rises. A special event. Listen to this. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, ما على الأرض من دابة إلا وهي تصبح يوم الجمعة مصيخة. Allahu Akbar. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, because the day of judgment happens on a Friday, therefore, there is not a single animal on the face of the earth, meaning every single animal on the face of the earth, when it's a Friday, it wakes up after Salat al-Fajr and it listens carefully and attentively. وَهِيَ مُصِيخَةٌ. It listens attentively and carefully. What is it listening to? It's awaiting the Day of Judgment. The animals, Allah Azza wa Jal has placed inside of them, He's inspired in the animal that it knows on a Friday is the day in which the Day of Judgment occurs. So every single animal on the face of the earth, on a Friday after Salat al-Jum'ah, until the sun rises, it listens attentively and it pays attention. It's awaiting the Day of Judgment. It might happen, it could happen. Subhanallah, حَتَّى تَطْلُعَ الشَّمْسِ شَفَقًا. And it listens attentively because it is worried, it is scared that the hour might occur on this day. Subhanallah. When Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, إِلَّا ابْنُ آدَمَ, except mankind. In another narration, the narration and Abu Dawood and Imam Ahmad, إِلَّا الْجِنُّ وَالْإِنسِ, except al-jinn and mankind. They don't await and they don't look forward towards anything and they don't fear the coming of the hour. And this is due to their heedlessness and their carelessness. Subhanallah. And this is so true. Don't you realize? On a Friday, how many people didn't today, for those that are in countries that Al-Fajr has already happened and has already been called, how many didn't even pray Salat al-Fajr on time? And no dhikr, no Quran, no preparation for Friday whatsoever. Allahu Akbar. This is, a Friday is a day in which we're supposed to prepare ourselves for the Day of Judgment. We're supposed to be prepared. And the one who continuously prepares himself for the Day of Judgment, as though the Day of Judgment is going to occur on a Friday, bi'idhnillah, Allah Azza wa Jal will make the Day of Judgment easy for him when he's resurrected on that day. You need to prepare. Don't sleep through Al-Fajr on a Friday. Allah, Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam is telling us animals, all kinds of animals and birds and insects, all of them, they listen attentively on a Friday from after Salat al-Fajr until the sun rises. They're listening, they're awaiting, could be the hour, they're scared, they're worried, they're concerned. Except mankind, wal jinn, where is he? You find him asleep on the time of Salat al-Fajr. No dhikr, no Quran, no preparation, as though he doesn't even know what Salat al-Jum'ah is and what the day of Friday is. وَلَا حَوْلَ وَلَا قُوَّةَ إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. My brothers and sisters in Islam, if you're still listening, that means you're still alive. That means you still have a chance to reform and to wake up and to understand the importance and the significance of Friday. And I wanted to share this lesson with the Ummah because, how can a Friday go by and you treat it like any other day of the week? That's a crime. That's a crime in itself against yourself. So my brothers and sisters, wake up. Wake up and understand the reality of what Friday is. And I purposely chose to give this lesson now on a Friday so that we're encouraged and at least we take the rest of the day seriously, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. When Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, then in this hadith, he said, وَفِيهِ سَاعَةٌ. Look how long this hadith is. It's still explaining what makes Friday special and unique in the life of a believer. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he ended the hadith with a gift. With a gift, wallahi, with a gift to Ummah al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Listen to this. He said, وَفِيهِ سَاعَةٌ لَا يُصَادِفُهَا مُؤْمِنٌ وَهُوَ فِي الصَّلَاةِ يَسْأَلُ اللَّهَ فِيهَا شَيْءٍ إِلَّا أَعْطَاهُ إِيَّاهُ. Allahu Akbar. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he says, and on the day of Friday, there is an hour in which there is no believer that is in salat praying and he asks Allah shay'an, anything, except that Allah Azza wa Jal will give him what he asked. Allahu Akbar. An absolute guaranteed dua on Friday, that if you were to ask Allah for whatever you want, matters of this life, whatever you want from Allah Azza wa Jal in the hereafter, and I'm sure we have plenty of things we want from Allah Azza wa Jal in this life and in the hereafter. There is no believer who prays and asks Allah Azza wa Jal for whatever he wants in this 1 hour, special hour on the Friday, except that Allah Azza wa Jal will give him what he asked. Allahu Akbar. What a gift to Ummat al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. You want something better than this? Allahu Akbar. Now listen to this. Ka'b radiyallahu anhu, who was listening to this hadith, and Abu Hurairah is narrating the hadith, and Ka'b radiyallahu anhu from among the companions is listening. So he had a question. So he said, ذَلِكَ يَوْمٌ فِي كُلِّ سَنَةٍ. He said to him, are you speaking about one day of the year in which there is 1 hour that Allah Azza wa Jal accepts the dua? So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, بَلْ هِيَ فِي كُلِّ جُمُعَةٍ. This is the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that's narrated by Abu Hurairah. He said, no, rather every single Friday there is an hour in which you make dua, Allah Azza wa Jal would accept that dua. Allahu Akbar. Now, this hadith, as I said, was narrated by Abu Hurairah, and there were people sitting and listening. So now Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu anhu, he heard from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he added to this hadith, he said, هي آخر ساعة من يوم الجمعة قبل أن تغيب الشمس. He specified when this hour is. He said, this is an hour, it is the last hour on the day of Friday before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. This is the hour in which the dua is accepted. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, أليس قد سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول لا يصادفها مؤمن وهو في الصلاة وليست تلك ساعة صلاة. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu was confused. He said, Ya Abdullah ibn Salam, didn't you say that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said that if a believer is praying and made a dua, his dua is accepted? And you're telling that this hour in which the dua is accepted is the last hour on Friday before the sun sets? And isn't that a time in which salat is forbidden? So how can that be the hour in which the dua is accepted? So Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu anhu, he said, so this is a good question from Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu. He's asking, there's a confusion here. So Abdullah ibn Salam, he said that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, من صلى وجلس ينتظر الصلاة لم يزل في صلاته حتى تأتيه الصلاة التي تلاقيها. Allahu Akbar. That Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam has said that anyone who prays and sits in the masjid, he is awaiting the next prayer. So long as he's sitting and he's awaiting the next prayer, then he is given reward as though he is in salat. Allahu Akbar. So Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu anhu, he's suggesting that the one who prays Salat al-Asr, for example, and then sits awaiting Salat al-Maghrib, when the last hour comes, just before the sun sets, then you are still in Salat. As Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, you are being given the reward of Salat. So now, that's how we understand that the one who makes dua in the last hour before the sun sets, his dua is accepted. Because this is a time in where pretty much, if you prayed Salat al-Asr and you're awaiting Salat al-Maghrib, then it is as though you are in Salat. Literally, you are in Salat. So as a result, the dua that is accepted is the last hour just before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, Bala, yes, I've heard the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam say this. So Abdullah bin Salam, he said, فَهُوَ كَذَلِكَ. That is it. This is it. This is the time in which you're supposed to sit down and make a dua. Do not move from your place whatsoever. That last hour before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. My brothers and sisters in Islam, al-ulama rahimahumullah, when they discussed this 1 hour in which the dua is accepted on a Friday, pretty much there was almost 40 opinions. But from among these 40 opinions, there are 2 opinions that stand out firm and clear and authentic. The first of them is that this hour, and by the way, when we say hour, we do not mean 60 minutes, right? An hour could mean more than 60 minutes, could be less than that. It's a time during the day, a moment during the day. That's how a sa'ah is to be understood. So this moment of an accepted dua during the day of Friday has been, there are two authentic opinions that have been narrated. And listen to them carefully, and then listen to what Ibn Hajar rahimahullah commented on this so beautifully. The first opinion is that this moment of an accepted dua on a Friday is when the Imam is sitting between the two khutbah. So when the first khutbah is given, then the Imam sits and then he gets up for the second khutbah. That sitting of the Imam is where that moment of dua is accepted and for you to make that dua. Or it could be also where the Imam prays and he's in sujood or in his salat, and that dua in salat al-jumu'ah, in the sujood, will be an accepted dua. That's an opinion in which al-ulama rahimahumullah said that the accepted dua on a Friday is in between the two khutbah of the Imam when he sits, or in that salat al-jumu'ah. And the second opinion, and it's a famous opinion as well, and it's backed up with ahadith that are authentic, and that is that it is the last hour on a Friday, which is just before the sun sets. At that moment, somewhere there, maybe half an hour, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 1 hour, maybe more than that. Allahu a'lam, Allahu a'lam. But the idea is that these two moments are supposed to be taken serious by the believer. Ibn Hajar rahimahullah, he said that both opinions are correct. And he said, because this suits the generosity of Allah Azza wa Jal, why should we prefer one opinion over the other when both of them have authentic ahadith? Therefore, a smart, intelligent believer will take advantage of these two moments. When the Imam sits down between the two khutab, make dua in that time. That's a time of an accepted dua. And its hadith is reported in Sahih al-Bukhari. That's a time of an accepted dua. And in Salat, it's not a time for sleep. People are sleeping at that time. People are playing with their phones at that time. That's a time of an accepted dua. Make dua at the time. Allahu Akbar. You're sitting in the masjid. You're listening to a khutbah. The angels are sitting listening. When the people are playing on their phones. Make dua during this time. And then when we pray Salat al-Jumu'ah, make dua. Make dua in your sujood. Allahu A'lam, that could be a moment of the accepted dua that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam informed us and told us that on Friday there's a moment in which the dua is accepted. It could be that, it could be in Salat al-Jumu'ah, in your sujood. And then also take advantage of the last hour of the day just before the sun sets. Take out 20 minutes. Take out half an hour. Take out 1 hour of your time. Sit in your room. Lock your room. Sit and make dua. Beg Allah Azza wa Jal for what you want. Walhamdulillah, this is something given to us as an opportunity every Friday. Ka'b radiyallahu anhu thought it's once a year. So imagine how happy and how excited he was when he was told this happens every week. Allahu Akbar. And there are Muslims that don't know about this. My brothers and sisters in Islam, wallahi, the point of my lesson today is not to just teach you. Take these words and spread it to the world. Spread it to all our brothers and sisters in Islam. They need to hear that on a Friday there's a special moment in which the dua is accepted. And this special moment could be between the two khutbah of the Imam when he sits, or in Salat al-Jumu'ah itself in your sujood, or it could be in the last hour on the day of Friday, just before the sun sets. Take advantage of these times. Into my brothers and sisters in Islam, isn't there anything that bothers you in your life in which you want from Allah Azza wa Jal to resolve for you? Aren't you bothered by your sins that you want Allah Azza wa Jal to remove them from you? Is it any of among us in sickness and in pain, and he wants Allah to remove and alleviate this pain from him? Don't any one of us, don't you all want the paradise and to be saved from the fire? Don't you want Allah Azza wa Jal to forgive your sins? Then what are you waiting for? Why don't the Muslims take advantage of these times in which there's a guaranteed accepted dua? Allahu Akbar. Ibn Hajar rahimahullah, he's saying do not pick and choose between these two opinions. Take advantage of both times, because this is what suits Allah's generosity. Allah Azza wa Jal is generous. Allah Azza wa Jal will accept and can accept the dua In the first opinion, in where that moment of accepted dua is between the two khutbah of the Imam when he sits. And it could also be the last moment of the day of Friday. Could be. That's Allah's generosity. Why are we limiting Allah's generosity to one opinion? My brothers and sisters in Islam, take advantage of this time. Allahu Akbar. My brothers and sisters in Islam, let me share with you another hadith that teaches us the significance and the importance of the day of Friday. Listen very carefully and attentively to this hadith. Wallahi, al-ummah needs to know about this. This hadith that I'm about to share with you, ulama rahimahumullah said that this is the greatest hadith ever reported in the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam that mentions a deed and a huge reward. They said that there is no other hadith in the sunnah that mentioned such a huge reward for a deed other than this hadith. And this hadith is special for the day of Friday. Listen carefully. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal. There are conditions. You need to fulfill certain things in this hadith, and then at the end you get the grand prize and the grand reward. Allahu Akbar. Wallahi, yani, and I tell you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, these hadith, they excite you so much and motivate you so much to look forward to a Friday, to worship Allah on a Friday. And not because Friday is the last day of the week, and then there's no school after that, or there's no uni after that, or there's no work after that for at least 2 days, and then we work back on Monday. La. These hadith make you look forward to the day of Friday as being a special day, a day of Eid, and a day of worship to Allah Azza wa Jal. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, first thing, Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal. Anyone who performs ghusl on the day of Friday. Ghassala meaning he washed his head. He washes the hair on his head. That's ghassala. Anyone who washes his hair on a Friday. Waghtasal meaning he performed complete ghusl of his body. You know how to perform ghusl. If you don't know, search it, how to perform ghusl, and learn. You need to know this for other reasons, but also for here. Wash your hair and then make ghusl. And you know, part of al-ghusl is to wash your hair. So it's as though there's an emphasis on the hair. Why is that? Al-ulama rahimahumullah said because the hair, usually it's thick and it collects a lot of dust and it begins to produce foul smell if a person doesn't clean it. So there was special emphasis on cleaning your hair. Friday, you're supposed to be clean on a Friday. You're going to the masjid. You're going to be greeting and meeting ibadullah, the righteous servants of Allah Azza wa Jal. So you wash your hair, you clean your hair properly, and you remove the bad smell and the odor from your hair by washing it properly. So man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal, performing ghusl on a Friday. That's number one. Al-ghusl, it's supposed to start after sunrise, not the day before. Because the day before or the night, it's called the night of Friday. You see, now in our language, when we say Thursday night, that Islamically is called Friday night. Because the night comes before the day. You know how like in Ramadan, we pray Taraweeh, the night of the first night of Ramadan, and then the next is the first day of Ramadan in which we fast. So Friday is no different. Thursday night in our language is actually Friday night in Islam. And the day of Friday is the actual day of Friday. So al-ghusl for the day of Friday should begin after Fajr, after Salat al-Fajr on a Friday. That's when it counts. And it's best to perform ghusl just before you go to the masjid. So if you're going to say, let's say you're going to go to the masjid at 10 o'clock in the morning, then make ghusl just before you walk out of the home. If you're going to go to the masjid at, let's say, 11 o'clock in the morning, then perform ghusl just before you leave your home. That's the best time to perform ghusl on a Friday. Now, then the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, so this is first condition, you perform ghusl on a Friday after sunrise or after Salat al-Fajr. Next, ثم بكر وابتكر. Bakkara meaning he came out early. The second condition to earn the grand reward. I will mention to you what the grand reward is. But the second condition was to come out early for Salat al-Jumu'ah. وابتكر. Ibtakar meaning you arrived to the masjid early early means that you're there before the Imam comes out. That way you're able to listen to the beginning of the khutbah until the end of the khutbah, and you pray the prayer with it, and you do not miss a single word from the khutbah. That's what early means. If you come 1 minute late, you're not included in the reward of this hadith. So pay attention. I tell you, day of Friday is a special day. Ghusl. Coming early to the masjid. Early means, early can be as early as after Salat al-Fajr. That's as early as it can get. Right? And when Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam mentioned in a specific hadith that the one who comes in the first hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of a camel. All the way until the one who comes in the last hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of an egg. But the point is, early would mean that you come to the masjid before the Imam has even said a word. You come before him. Okay. And don't forget that on a Friday, the angels are standing on the doors of the masjid, and they are writing the names of those who arrive one after the other. Who came first? Who came second? Who came third? Yeah. Don't think that coming anytime you slip and no one noticed when you came and when you didn't come. My brothers and sisters in Islam, the angels noticed. Allah Azza wa Jal can see from above all. And it's something special to have your name first on the record, that you are the first one to come to the masjid. The angels record this. يكتبون الأول فالأول فإذا خرج الإمام. When the Imam comes out, طووا الصحف. When the Imam comes to the minbar and he says, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, the angels close these books. وَجَاءُوا يَسْتَمِعُونَ. And they sit down and they listen and pay attention to the khutbah. Now, if you came late, your name is not recorded in that book. However, you have prayed Salat al-Jum'ah and there's no penalty upon you. But you missed out. You missed out of your name being recorded in this registry. Allahu Akbar. And this hadith is in Sahih al-Bukhari Muslim. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, so you with me so far, my brothers and sisters? Two things.
Borisia wa Slbc Tv ba Ibrahim Kumami wa Dwe Mbengama. Kepe ngojo kuma benga beta yigumsi andangia we na havele mfumarama. Ta aji All People Congress Party ta na we humbateji tuda malukuma biji. Teti lume ye ndeji siama na we eye biji counter-terrorism biji ko we tuda lukuma sawebu. Kebe na jia na we tina tamuma gata dueju cha kwa busia na we tatuwa humbate ya ko we tuda lukuma bie na atema ko we ye bie na tupote a bie ye peketa na we fuiju hanti otoma 2029 ma jikeve ye pekesi asia mumala be afoma bena gojo kove mvi pada jia na we hin All People Congress Party ati tuguwa na tugu bwa gete ya kolwe humbate jima na we hin bije tutu ma counter-terrorism bije na we tada sawebu hende lega na aye biju 30 lumima ma hu golo ye biji ta bi tugu tada sawebu tungbe na we hende na sia plaga le ko we hende na sia kwe tugu agoya tugu tada lo kuma do eju to te amelo na tu kumiji te hu hin tede ke ye biji ta ye hende ji sia na we hin ana tugu atada sawebu ko tungbe vi san tugu tada lo kuma to ye kumejun honorable na nawe ana APC te ama jogo boaba kini Usman Tingo Western Area Urban DCB tabe ogogoro giti ayi kumijo ye ke ye ndeje ye handa gana kini ohunawe etili soningo ma hugo ye ndeje tabi tugo tuhugbe nawe sana sia kugo tugo tudal kuma ko yi bijima tugo tuhugbe tekpe tupu aguya nawe agu pomaye duejima to ye komeju numuna na we hin bima mo ya age opposition party humbateba honorable Abdul Kabo tabe ogogboro giti ya ye komeju ye ke humbatega na we hin today wall kuma awati na June 2011 na we hin bima bla ga ati duwe ye pikicha nulo de lomi na we tekpe tubu me biadu Malabo capital city na Equatorial Guinea na we humbate yita tugu tidalo kuma ko we nulele ro misiama anti terrorism humbate ta yesa na sia na we tuku kuko be a uma hu wofla na we be ye hande na sia tuku ago ya je atna Africa Union ko we ye hande sia sia tugu tidalo kuma yesa hande na sia na we hinulele ro misia tugu te sa na sia we tapu ago ya tugu tiga yege ogo opomae duwe siama to ye kolwa hunji jana na we hintina sawe bo humbate chiaba na we tukwa na nupu ye no geji chia tolo kulu itima ko we gege hinde chiaba na we ye hinde dita tuguro na to hugbe sawe bo to ye nu pu ji chia na we tolo kulu itima ko we te gege hinde chia la kuma na we diana Director General na Salon Correctional Service humbate ba Joseph John Senesi kebe vi tubumu na Susan Baby Koka chairman na we hin Salon Safety Authority humbateba kebe vi tubumu na Ministry na Justice humbatesiaba Sapti Elizabeth Sako na we sia te kwete to mi sia virotwe yege de siaba to ye komejun na we jia to lokolu itima ye gege hinde siaba tuguro na kwetu ku aguya chawebu ko we hinde sia bitu gbete dalokuma to chairman na ye committee humbate na ba na we public service humbate ba oguro na ayepe ye komejun na we ye munata bi mamomi age committee humbate siaba honorable Martin Yuma oguro na ogo ba bitia ye komejun ye humbate na we jia to lokolu katuma ye kubolo tuku abu ya te kwa na we ye gege hinde sia gege meji sia na we tugu tupi ogo okpoma ye duejima to ye humbateji nuni ni na we tugu ministry age justice humbate siaba Sapti Elizabeth Sako na weta oloya yigi ya kugobe afo na we otuma botuga ma duelo hi gege hinde siaba na we yetu misia le Ghana administrator na we na register general humbate siaba assistant register general kebe vi staff attorney general na we office na siam where ye gege hende sia kebe vi political party registration ngbate sia na we ye to me na sia kini to fi gbo diana to ye ko wa hundi ko we gege hende sia vi na we chenti agba bi ogu ola kuma diana tuna high hende sia ba na we tutulima National Emergency Medical Service ngbate sia ba tuguro na te gutu goma tugutu ndaga kini la kuma ko lu ejama ta ambulance sia ta ga yi ko we tetega agigine sia we na we agu okoma ye dwejma nuga tele kun de sia patient ya ba bima to ti di lo na ma ke ye ku meji ye ka gu meji na we to we hin ko we tugutu jia ABCD na we ye hun gbate jita be agu ola kuma ko we ye de sia ebega wat na ma na we nuga te ya hande na chakpa magali ye hende na chia ko we tugutu dal kuma chia be binu kate ya le buma nyama hande na chia ke be vijia tune mugo ko we ye hende chia ko tugutu agoya tugutu dal kuma duetu to ye komiju te amiro na te de vi ye komiju ke dia te ga ma ye ka di sia na we hi bi ye hende na chia biga awati na kude di na chia yiga ko we bi tugutu ya ajiana na we ye dina sia agu ola kuma ko guba ga kwete ye humbate na sia ko we ye dina sia agu ola kuma bi para due to ti amiro na tide ye komeju e dunya kupe ye titi ya ne poga ko we bi tugutu ya de ya yi na we abu okpoma ya dwejma na we ye de sia ni ko be vi ABCDE humbatita tugutu dal kuma okpoma ya dweji sia manu gatele bu de chia vi ogu ola kuma vi para dwe to ye humbateji na we ta tugutu de sia la lokuma te amiro vi na tide ke chiabe ye ka ngbate jisiama ke ma hogo lo ye de jisia na we agu opoma en ngatele bu de chiama ko we ye de jisia pe ugu ola kuma duesiam to ye ko lo hunji ko we jiatna na we tamu makata duwe hu bieji tema ye bieji tuputima abie ye pekisia na we tugu lo to ye ngbate ji tupu agitia ye ma fujima ofuma 2029 bu hu ko we ye de sia tugu tata kuma to ye service go mi ditana we tata ma kuma jia na we hin tutulima SLP na we ye hon bate gita bi tugu agu ya ko we ye de gita fo na ni huta ye di goma hande sia agu ola kuma to ti amiro na ti de ye komiju ke jia ye hon bate gita bi tubu yi go na we hin cha pa bu sia ati na we hin apesia be gege hinde sia apesia be vi tuma gata go ela ape na we ti yege hindi ya vi agu aye bebe dwe to te amiro na ti de ye komejun jia na we hin bi mabla ati na we ti peti ye komewajun to ti dilo na ye komejun ke chia be vi humbate ji na we hin Salon International Development Plan humbateta ke be vi jia na we hin Big Five Game Changer humbateta ko we pe to go to dal kuma ogo opoma ye dwe jima higbele ke dile eye dwe hu to te amiro ti de ke chia be de chia le ga bi aye na we hin pa ma handa ga le gumigu handa ga le ko we ye de chia pe ogo ma ayo ko dwe hu ko lo ndi na chia we na we apesi abe biti ye ke di chia ala kuma technology ba bi ma pe ogo ala kuma bi pa dwe to ye humbate wa na hu dia na we hin guhubla ati ye cha pa busi at humbate na we ti ati pe te lona yi komejo agu opomanga ye sia be biti ye ke di chia agu bebe dwe to ye ko lo hunji ji sawa gume na wetu hui ko lui jia bima bla atie ke jia be na bitna ko gu bla atie ko ga gba bima na we ye kume wanya to hui ko wetu buta na ga kini la kuma ago okpoma ye duajima ede na church ya na we ko ga gba bisiama te pulo pe ago ya to goyo na wetu pu ago ya ye hendeji ko we ko lo na ti sai na we ko feliga yi document na ta pe to pu ago ya na we ko ga de church ya bi ogo la ko ma bi fada due to ye wati no te ji sawa workshop go me hui jia na we hi sa batebla ati bima bla ati ke jia bitna chukun de kia ba na we te pe te ye ko me bibi waju ko we te de na church ya tu go ga pe tu pu ago ya ape ko ga le ta bi ogo jaho due jun to ye hu bate waji ape mina te hi gutu goma jia be kini na we hi bima bla ati te pe te ye ko mejun ke jia na we hi education management hu bat isiaba na we pe ye hu bat jisia tu lo te dal ma ogo opo ma ye due juma ko lo hi gbele ke dile ye due bodisia jimi ha vele go fu la uma kepe ngima anasia na mo ba man ne mo ba kema na ha veta ye bu hu sia de ta aji on bateji na we hi all people congress party na we bigi today chawe bu kanta te di bigi na we handa kana ye bigi te sia ti umi ba kebe bigi na we hinta mo man kata dwe ju sa akpa busia na we bi na atema na we ye bi na ta tu putima abia ka ko we ye on bateji sia bi tu go te dalo ma ma fujima ha to ma 2029 ko we di goma handi Jesus ya pe ula kuma dwe mu bodisi ajimi ha bele go fu la uma oboma Slbc Tv gama nyama Ibrahim kuma go dwe hu be nga ke amoroi wati kema
sel manga la sunita Slbc amedina na bina Slbc namba ke ga koso na ikiti pe ta ko den ta de kali ukwa all people's congress be kibata ne yiga masi mo be ni bate bi ga sidan ba kena me banka ma wali ma be do ma materials bill ba ma be ne wali kai ga parliament ra ma ma kama be ke ga koso no be ni vice bi ba ka sama wali no di do ba ta ma ko yan ko dan ko ga police ba ma wali mai sile ba isa tipi ba be ngai tira ko ga police force ba halu na be de Sierra Leone police service Sierra Leone police le mutu mo ali mama ba ni na wa 2025 imba pentana ni na wa 2029 ba ka sama wali mama ba ni ga koto we be ni mama be ni ba na be konda do ba masir ma kuntema bo wa all people's congress party be imba ta de ga masi ma kena me no ma wali ma ti ne o kapa ma be do na materials and build ba halo ma denti bina ma ka parliamenti ba ko kala de pekari ba mo na bile ni wali kai no wali ma bile fuku kahe ma tem de bile ba ko 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 ma sa bile ko na ma yo ba do na tapata kena me na bile pekati mo wali mama ba ko so ko ko ba kana bile ko no ko ha ba ni de kai ko amenti ha ba halo ba de pekari no ma wali ma bile dekri of tapawon ba pun kamera imba ni awali kari kabeba o parliament kari kana bine ku ya koto no mali matiwa tapawon ko mani mati bine ga koto ya parliament ba halu ba pun kati kari no petemba kai bine ka pon ha ba nu de na APC party ba ka samali mama ba ni ga koto ya kuma pon to ndio ba wali honorable Usman Simbo odi wa Uhenko ga Western Area Urban District ga no ande bonko ba na be ki ba ni kai ga masiba do ma no be ni ba ton ni be ba te o takwa ba be ni wali kata ni tata na be mbemba kai la siba ga ko enko na be sa kutunda ma yo ma kena mama te me ba bukia no be ni ba ni wa ko enko ba halu na be bonko be ni mama ba kata ma wali ma kena me manka ko tsoy kaya o ba ko to non ka parliament honorable Abdul Kabo de Punko Ibaduma na bebe na ba hayandu na nomba tundi ga nina wa we ka 2011 ka nombe ni basi sibine ga kwele nkuga malabo ba halgo ka capital city wa kito ya Guinea kana tende bine sidan ba kena me mamba bine ni wal kai ga akwele na bia bibole ba halgo wa to ba tebine na anti terrorism law ba punka ne kari non mwali ma be na 17 ordinary session ka kwe na rapia bibole ba halu na be ka kotsoi ba punka tento non be ni ba be ni wali kari ba kasa sera ni ba kena me ba ka kotsoi kana be punko non malo ma bo bi ne mam ka bia bi ni da wali kari ka kwe len ko bang biga kotsoi bi na be ta du ko mame ba tia non be ni bamba ma du mo ba ka parliament si ba be pour que de te kari ba kasa ma wali mama ba ni ka kotsoi o parliament huntu mo wali ma ton le bi ne ga bia bi ko bi to non bi se ni ma ko ma o president ba halwo ba ka ma wali ma kena me ma ko to ko ka bi ne bi se te ma ko ma be bi to be pa ko ga committee ga se te bi ne ma ko ma kena me kana bi te ba kun ka dita non mo wali ma ni bi ne ga ko ba se te ma ko ma ba ni bi se te ma ko ma bi to be ka ko Director General Sierra Leone Correctional Service o se tema ko mama Joseph Jones Senesi o imto enyo ba katamoli man ka koso Susan Baby Koka ba podowa kwelen ko ga salon ka po a Sierra Leone Safety Authority ndo imto enyo ka nondi mao Septimius Elizabeth Sokali duga kunke abeni ba dun ko mi ne ba se tema ko mama bani kana mbe se tema ko ma kena me bidu no men ka parliament be kana mbe de tikari non bi se tema ko mama me podowa koso committee on appointment ba halu na ble kasima wali mama ba se tema wali ma public service ba se tema ko ma kena me ma appointment ka beni ba pon ba Honorable Martin Nyuma de punko ba na mana pon hamba ni de se tema ko mama di ka beni ba we ba ni bi wali ba kasa ko len ko ba ni ga kotsoi kana bi de ya koto non beni ba tsolo o se tema ko mama matem ni bi ba dun kuno ba kasa na wali mama ba ka ko len ko kotsoi o mto minister o kana di ma Septimius Elizabeth Sakode duga punko ba na wo nande one taine ko wali kabe ba ho boya ko ren kumbani kama ma de sistema ko ma kena men ma duno de mamba administrator and registrar general c'était la ma ko ma mate ma imto assistant registrar general in staff Anthony c'était la ma ko ma hena office of the administrator and registrar general men ma imto executive secretary of the political party registration commission Nena Morali Mate Helen, Acting Registrar and Cooperative Affairs Commission, in Beni Bahena Basset and the Bakatamoli Mamanka Kumbanga Kotori. By the Bakatama Selma Kotori, no Nablekaya Kotor and you will Kaya Peter Kotor, no Lasiba Kuma Setamawi Makenamin, Kanablekaya Kotoba, no Mayago, but Hallo non to Nai Syria, where Baduna Mamma. Kasi bile tabante bito imawali makena men ba beni ba opito kotoga ko ren ko a National Emergency Medical Service bile sete mako mama invito tio bile bin kata kabile matani mamba sa tabante no ba ndi wali kai ubemba wa ambulance imbi sisi bile tabante ba kasma wali mama mani ade tibile mamde na ABCD and E assessments framework kanon abile kia koto yi bile onde te kai no na imba meti heme na wasi bankandi andi ga koto ukenda imba kerendika kwelen kukumbani menenda ba punga do na mama ema yawo no woka wombo magi yawo ba kasa beba opita koto kwelen ku ga koto yi kana bile kia koto no na ba punga kata wali mama kana seti bile mbisete makwe mama bambe bawa RSLFA bawali bile bile sega tabante ba punga nyama wali makute mabile na ABCDE and assessments ba halu na bile puke kaya kotsoi imba sara tabante ba duna bu masibu yago non ka saka ni batti bine ba kasmali mama ba ni ga kotso ba he na hawandi ka kwelen kumbani kana bile puku non kama tuwa di maboy bine mande ni matsatsi ba punka de tekari imbeni ba bile ndi wale kari non bise tabante makutsa di maboy bine ba kalandi biga Martenga hawandi patalone tsibeni ba matani kama ali mais nda tabante matan kamile ba etika matani mable ma educational management information system le sera tabate ba tesrani ba kenamen in kama wali mable ndi kagi ba kasmatani ma kotsoi ma kondi mabne gaisi ba maseri ma de no kagi ba haluna de pukidikse kabeni ba tibne matapa pa punka zonginta imba punga isa usina de ba halu na makoni ma mbega isi ba katsabe nimba matani mama ba ga kwerenko ka kotwe kama kuta ni maboy bine non kama nen matati ma dongo bine ba punga isa ba kama mbega tabante bi ikai ga sirani bang kabe ni ba matani bi mahayando mabe mene bitto ima wali mayo ima ga IT ba punga katsa karante bi ma ga kotwe bisi sinema wali mama bande halu na de bilite kai kasra ni ba TV ne ba punka ni wali mayo hoi ima lo ma be na ba punka tensani halu na ma siri ma kunte sira tabante ba punka katmatani manka kotso wa kwelen kumba ana ma sete ma koi mambe ka ma kusa ni ma boy bine ba punka ni kai ma tani ma kunte ima siri ma bine sira tabante ba punka kama nona bine ni ma wali ba kalan bi sira tabante bi buitire beni ba matani mama dengan education management information system ba halu gasirani ba tibi ne bamba puka ka kotoi kabeni ba matani na meni waliga kwelen kumbang ba halu na meni ma mete imbeni ba tia utapa ba amen kaya kotoi kwelen ko kabe ba hena non ba puku ndende ba binete mani ba katsa non awali ma dum ba puka sabu sisi ba nyama wali kari no ka po hambani ba kasa wali mamambani kama ma kusali ma boy bine ma bine tsuni ba halwo ba ko ka tamatani ma de kasira tarante ma ga bine isu tipi kama kanina ga 2025 ba halwo ba kasa kanina ga 2029 ko bi do han na Sierra Leone service ba ko kaisa wali mamambani ba ma boy tibile ba kasa no ku tipi sibine wo kaponga bani ba kasa beni ba ma wali ma kanye tanan ba kasa no na de kasima wali ma Kenema ma ka kotoi kaponga bana sibile ga tabante ba ko kai sautipi kama wali ma beni no ba kasa mo peni ba Kenema ma ka kotoi na beni wali ka kwele kumba na ben kunkiande kama ma wali ma ko bile ka kata kwele ko ka kotoi ka kwele kumbani tena pena masiri mama ya tasumi tanka Slbc ya amili ambaye na kati konda bina tipita kwa ile tawe kai ukwawe na all people congress le seke mo ali ma nama ma do bina menta hiyo masi ma kena memba kungaisa makoni mani uno mawali ma na series bill kama bina ni wali kai wa parliament ga maoma kabeba hena hele mais nde utipi no kwa security sector ba kungaisa utipi no mawali ma na police force ba mesa utipi wa police service kwa ile ngo basalo mabendi wali kai na wa 2025 ina ba pensa ina wa 2029 tena pina masema mara tasumita ya amidungia ona do na ingambi na hadu do na ikateneo
Slbc TV Freetown, Fambulona morning or this na the use of me, Catherine O'Connor. But first make I give you na the big use. All People's Congress Party, we can call APC, say they're not glad with some of the provision with the inside the counter-terrorism bill where they're in parliament right now. And for them in line with the plan for change the security business and also change from force to service, the Salon Police don't do then 2025 to 2029 strategic development plan. This now the use with me, Catherine O'Connor. The All People Congress Party don't talk say they're not glad for some of the provision within inside the counter-terrorism bill within a parliament right now, and they say if they pass on to law, it go tight the criminal business and series of people they're not able for talk waiting they want, and the one the way go one for talk waiting they want, then go set smart they're not go talk nothing. The party call on government for look inside the bill and allow parliament for look and fine one so that all man go gladdy. The bill we done there before parliament now it na the All People's Congress Party we na APC we na the main opposition party the tranga one say they not gladdy with the kind of thing they were inside the Honorable Usman Timbo Western Area Urban District say they worry about some of the provision they were inside the bill, and if they pass the one and into law it go tight freedom of speech and it go say we so make the one they wait for talk waiting and not glad but they all go set month. na society. Leader for the opposition on a parliament, Honorable Abdul Kabo, say they may understand say inside June 2011, member of states they may meet na Malabo, capital of Equatorial Guinea, and they may pass one final draft for the African model anti-terrorism law na the 17th ordinary session of the African Union. We all African nation and they look say them for use that one day for develop the EU law. They say but the current administration no do nothing like this to this model. Parliament don't approve 10 presidential nominee them after we them announcing up before the committee on appointment for check them proper one na the host. Inside the one them way them in pick you get the Director General for Salon Correctional Service na Joseph John Senesi, and in deputy we na Susan Baby Coca, Chairman Salon Safety Authority, and Deputy Minister for Justice Saptiu Elizabeth Sako. When them in the present the nominees, them for make parliament check them proper one, the chairman for the committee pan appointment and public service, when I say so the leader for government business, Honorable Matthew Newman, say the committee don't do well na in for taking usual style and pattern for make sure say them nominee they are so them fit for occupy them position they are so we then give to them. The new Deputy Minister for Justice Septiu Elizabeth Sako na lawyer we done the practice for 10 years now, and inside this BNTN the appointment that we be don't get it don't serve as administrator and registrar general, assistant registrar general and staff attorney, Office of the Administrator and Registrar General, Executive Secretary for Political Party Registration Commission, and Acting Registrar and Corporate Affairs Commission, together with other kind position them we either all. One way for make sure say well body will command them, including the one that we can go respond to people them where they can get them danger problem them na we them would deliver the good quality we get for do it pre-post care we that's now for National Emergency Medical Service winner names, and then partner they don't do one ambulance joining training for pay attention to the ABCD and E assessment framework we get for do with the airway, the way you breathe, how your body the blood and your water they circulates, how disabled people then they and how you they expose people them. The purpose of this training is for make sure say they get capacity and sabi the kind of work names they do, and Arsla for command and series so now they mean go day before pan the A, B, C, D and E assessment we now for letting pay attention to them serious case them we can come inside hospital or we can come when they call for ambulance, therefore make sure say the patients don't they fine before ever then they transfer them na good well body facility. This training also been all na the UK Defense Medical Master Sabi people them na them in Duam, and they introduce well body will command them to all them different A, B, C, D, and E assessments for make them go sabiam way the assessment you also get for do with the airway, how you blow, how you blow the flow na your system, you when are disabled, and how you can expose people them more like a way the inside that ambulance. You for make sure say the patient they in a proper way you for checking spine say they fine, you for checking, you for make sure say you not get fever, you for make sure say the transfer where they transfer them, you for the talk with the emergency team them and the hospital self where them go refer them for make them go treat them together with other kind thing them. Where they talk about the reading aspect and how for do practical, they mean do some different technique that we get for do with them baby they are where them picking and they play with us na well body team them for make the work master sabi people work man them well body workman and go sabi how for touch and do them professional work them when the time go reach. And for day in line with the plan for change from security sector and so move from force to service, the Salon Police don't pull in 2025 to 2029 strategic development plan. This plan also go there as guide for them, and it go push the Salone police to the strategic objective them inside the next 4 years where they come. The Pronado for this strategic development plan be mark one history na the Salone police as that security sector they change from force to service. The plan, according to the authority, them now for make sure say Salone a medium-term development plan they inside that particular strategic plan. They the big 5 game changer themselves, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals safe they inside this plan here, so development plan here within they do. The plan they pay attention to public safety, for reduce crime, for make the community go now for work with the police, all things for clear, and then for able to get account to the kind of work the way they do, the technology we get for do with computer, and then condition of service they all them go there so with them for work with it go help for guide the police them for do them different work them na the different area where them find themselves. And after 1 3-day discussion, expert consultation, and big alleged they engage, the Ministry for Land Book don't finally done the Education Management Information System where they call EMIS draft policy, and so the foundational literacy and numeracy data safe and scorecard they don't done then 2 documents they also they make for change the data management within the land book side. Them hold this workshop here so about 3 days, and they been bring plenty people the way they make law, land book master sabi people, them computer specialists, them school administrator, and them make one stronger education management information system policy we go make sure say it correct a day on time, and make sure say they go able for get the data they will then gather and for make better decision inside land book business. Participants they may engage and talk about the data quality, system integration, security, and so we also talk about the cannabis work where the stakeholder them for do for contribute to this cannabis data here. So the education management information system and draft policy, and the foundational literacy and numeracy data scorecard, then they expect say then for clear for the man understanding for able to get account and make sure say the land book management carry on good one at the country. Well, for them the use like you know the big use them want them more. All People's Congress Party don't talk say they're not glad with some of the provision within inside the counter-terrorism bill within a parliament right now. And for they in line with the plan for change the security side, and they also change from force to service, the Salone police don't do in 2025 to 2029 strategic development plan. Now the use done to me, Catherine O'Connor, the sector. I hope you will get a blessed weekend.
It must have been now for me, you know the Slbc television. Tono Ayuma Pola kaba komunika ba brito fatere nim ara lupso aka na mofani kagrina ki yimile isa mahmud botina kontena kana famni tikana su tabo mtakera apati ngarit makma pai APC pima panga ba yak bodengai ambenye salatai mate ama buti ka are kanyak bale akpa pamut mapai counter terrorism bill angi mwe to ka asitambane awa kama na mabene salata to masinka amapat mara police kotongi kai no mapai force to a service pimo a police ampuro kani matam tamne ngani mabut mangi ka krenaka kinaki hakrini akika train ba train some trainale manko poto apa 2025 am kodeka 2029 strategic development plan pimo tabo mtakera tete kake kama ira kama swelisi mankaltara akera bewati ampa tingarit matila APC pimo ngani ampa benye sala time matemblo memba bale ka Afrika ange mapai abil akira kashi tambane Afrika tilangi counter terrorism bill pimo ABP ka ta sanyengi atioi afuma beti agbele bak fof awa angi bana kitim to fof nanyi pi mo itas bo antam ka bele otutu ampati ni en biskan governmenti kama kalkili akala na ita fof tai ambilani amapka so tasiri kama akbengi fino ika asitambane pi mo ke pa ma pangi bilani ni a botni ka asitambane do afumi ma ko bengi ma sai ni afuma pa tempo ko tonga tongi bai ampati ngbe na im sai en government ma pa opposition APC party Honorable Usman Timbo owe Western area Oba district kaka telma konyi okono ayakpa anyina ati so me bipi ambilani ayeko no leka pa bipi ka atasanyi pi mo aputin kana afumi eba na ka fofuna yi batai ka sa ko ngani pi mo aka so gumurtu sinyi afuma ngi ba na kiti ba na ka fofi na ya bless of tutu owe okpantrika I'm sai ka si tambane ma pa opposition in parliament on bla bla ka telma ko onga albala to ka pa ka kirin ka wo fe ka kirin ka 2021 afum ani ka tof first time to kinorit ma pa West African states anko bane ka pit ka bana ke kan of my lukini bisao matila malabu di la data sa ka pa eto sila na ka pa afum bei ambeti kitangane eto sila ngi matela poto anti terrorism ange ayo loko mabane be ka to fat something ngi Kurika African Union ange back takafum kapai atofoto fi ambeti cleaning kama bempa eto yi esidana okele kono ya covenant ngi an kaledi hali abirenga tumempa kai no yana an parliament pimo ampo bend afum ange okribompo takama panti kanka angpaswa pantami akara ka sitam bane do mari pengai ka sai kama trabe pi atno mo pantami ba na poi ko ton kama fumangi akbali order to general Sierra Leone correctional service Joseph Johnson wai o ifatuko mapa Susan Bibi Koka o chairman Sierra Leone Safety Authority wai o ifatuko o minister o ifatuko minister plan ko ngaka tunkase Safety Elizabeth Sakom momo karamis mafumangi at okrebo potaka mo panti ka asitam bane kama ko benga ka sai ngai opaka oika anu ki mo klene afumangi mataka mo panti ono kal soyi okrebo poika en government business honorable Matinuma oye andin ki ngangi ayabu mapant mo malawangi tika benbe uni kama tsara bipi obana pa bipi kono buli mapanti o buli mapanti o mapanta mi mai munga kaka taka ngai alimania oa oito fotter o minister mkonen ko ngaka tunkasi Justice Septimus Elizabeth Sakoni kono itunt kitip ma pai no yai o puti ma pant ma katun kitip pa ke mo la matrim to fat ati putasi kere yin kama taka pantami pimo pantami ami o lato yoy kono lato wi ma pai administrator and registrar general ko kal soy assistant registrar general ko kal soy staff attorney ko iso office of the administrator and registrar general ko kal so pantama executive secretary of a political parties registration organization ko kal soy acting registrar of a corporate affairs commission o ayun pantoloman kanka asotomet ami malum seneka karamara fami kanka timet me pi ati la fimpe kama afami anko kama nkira di katara ikaneranga tikone ramre ka hospitali anenki enge matila National Emergency Medical Service nani iya iba mtanye pi moy abo bintis mapanti ami akotek safu me matema ambulance tukuyoma pantamai ABCDEIN assessment framework anegwi ai ta mate tatuma soto kan fefe ton gepit mongismi mati tuma mkot kan der mongi af makbetke wai mate mi tuma sakanenyi antam tamne na ka kotek sanf manyenyi ngai kama soto ktib ko bolir komi nango yi anguma pa arslaf kaya mo pantamengi ameka ABCD do ngani andi mo pantamengi abi uncle software ne afun ani PBP asoto tsotsi yengi inka makira nga ka eshite kramri tuma kira nga tuma fora ngani ma pantama ko tiksanani pimo United Kingdom the first medical experts na di tori mai salata ki ngmena kamfum tak bi tam mai mo okay kankai abilik mentas ma ABCD E assessments framework ani ayo mai kamatara tatu masoto ka fifu to ni pit mo ngisumu bachi mo to mo kwat kan der mo yaf mak bekten wa yi to ti tuma ebe mature di abak fofi abo mai be bak basinga ko kula ngade ro kin kidanga ngai tuma funa ne ngai tuma but ngai wa tuma ngai kamazo ti mo ti pune kan kan na bene salata tuma sinkar mapan ma polisi kama krentongi do ma paro putoi force to a service pimo am polisi am pur rakani mabut sma me kai sarin ka ba train tamat ha ngone ko ngati ka ba train tam train na le ka pa pa 2025 ha ngone ka 2029 strategic development plan pimo mabut samengi matu tori afam tu am police ma pantamangi kana tarin tali ati bakdiri akaro kana yoro ma pantami ma pastasi development plan mi amputo ke pai mtemo boli muputo kone kai ampapanga police wa kwen tamtam na tukuri kai do alla yet karanga tongi ka kima patongi force to service mamut sami ke tangane ka fa bana ngi kama tde mari antofi kai odato wa Matamis Butrima development plan big 5 game changer and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and Karakantofi. Mapani mi soy medical story to maribinki matai beleskantofi America talent sui am police ngato mo gatai kitanya fo nga talent lan to ma urke man ngai maturity money yi matablam soy amena na bai tukayoi mapotas malomari masas af maike tungai kama kwak tum kini kanka trai tuma kwat pumpe matema kakarang o minister yi area government glen ko kakarang pi mabuk banti mapanta miyang me matila ropoto education management information system EMIS draft me pimo mapande me tsuri salata feti to mankana manga so tukskap bali wa pimo e payar ngi abem pai kankai afmangi ampli kore mapatmai kakarangi kama koi asonea ka finwati kamba ni musasa me mokbani mkaranga miyengi ambari tong ya afmai mbempa eto esirangi ambara mai pu fetri mapantma e computer wayi afum angi poto kura mapantma atarante ngambe andiri kamani bempa matsemi ba tunkla madarokin dopi atibuli bempa tongi musinkari bubulsi kanko ngakarangi kmalpi clear afmai pasi mapante kamatsemi ngi tongati aba afmangi tara mapantma kakara putongi taloko boli ngambe ngani buprane kamatsema mapantma kakarang ikak balang maparo puto literacy and numeracy data kama ambili wungani afma minu kame po kera chika sokra nui okbenti wa kera samne wa kaleme da kapai boiti kanem kapame ampati na retrigi mapa APC na ampa bengei salatai mutsamlo mma bali kai arika matila bili kasi tambane mwenye mapai counter-terrorism bill anga ambendeni hali ati so mi pi moy mari tinkane afu mi ka fofo nga sako wa afu mai bakti mtu fofi ngani pi moy acho ngai kama bomrata santinga kankana bene salata mapant mara police pi moy ai mato sigari kama de tongi kawde mapatongi e force to service mapant me wuro mai yi antam tamne kutubtu ya kari na kai trin ka batrin samata ngone ka trin ka batrin kebat samtrenga le ka ba mo pa 2025 koneka 2029 strategic development plan afma minui hanto lokolomia kere ke batata no to no kanjuma Paul Polam ane mo lepuso kakinaki hanto lokolomi bine isa mamud botne konsengi e paton yo awa pera no hanto lokolom se masana kanengi.
You ready for the Zoom meeting today with the investor then?
Yes, boss. I'm ready for the meeting today. And I don't download all the reports they sent to me on the internet.
Make sure so you get super connection, because I don't want one problem during the meeting.
Everything is okay. Everything is fine.
Counting on you, even though we're not in the same office. I will be with you every step of the way.
Pain. And he wants Allah to remove and alleviate this pain from him. Don't any one of us, don't you all want the paradise and to be saved from the fire? Don't you want Allah Azza wa Jal to forgive your sins? Then what are you waiting for? Why don't the Muslims take advantage of these times in which there's a guaranteed accepted dua? Allahu Akbar. Ibn Hajar rahimahullah, he's saying do not pick and choose between these two opinions. Take advantage of both times. Because this is what suits Allah's generosity. Allah Azza wa Jal is generous. Allah Azza wa Jal will accept and can accept the dua in the first opinion, in where that moment of accepted dua is between the two khutbah of the Imam when he sits. And it could also be the last moment of the day of Friday. Could be. That's Allah's generosity. Why are we limiting Allah's generosity to one opinion? My brothers and sisters in Islam, take advantage of this time. Allahu Akbar. My brothers and sisters in Islam, let me share with you another hadith that teaches us the significance and the importance of the day of Friday. Listen very carefully and attentively to this hadith. Wallahi, al-ummah needs to know about this. This hadith that I'm about to share with you, ulama rahimahumullah said that this is the greatest hadith ever reported in the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam that mentions a deed and a huge reward. They said that there is no other hadith in the Sunnah that mentioned such a huge reward for a deed other than this hadith. And this hadith is special for the day of Friday. Listen carefully. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, "Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal." There are conditions. You need to fulfill certain things in this hadith. And then at the end, you get the grand prize and the grand reward. Allahu Akbar. Wallahi, yani, and I tell you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, these hadith, they excite you so much and motivate you so much to look forward to a Friday, to worship Allah on a Friday. And not because Friday is the last day of the week, and then there's no school after that, or there's no uni after that, or there's no work after that for at least 2 days, and then we work back on Monday. La. These hadith make you look forward to the day of Friday as being a special day, a day of Eid, and a day of worship to Allah Azza wa Jal. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, first thing, "Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal." Anyone who performs ghusl on the day of Friday. Ghassala meaning he washed his head. He washes the hair on his head. That's ghassala. Anyone who washes his hair on a Friday. Waghtasal meaning he performed complete ghusl of his body. You know how to perform ghusl. If you don't know, search it, how to perform ghusl, and learn. You need to know this for other reasons, but also for here. Wash your hair and then make ghusl. And you know, part of al-ghusl is to wash your hair. So it's as though there's an emphasis on the hair. Why is that? Al-ulama rahimahumullah said because the hair, usually it's thick and it collects a lot of dust and it begins to produce foul smell if a person doesn't clean it. So there was special emphasis on cleaning your hair. Friday, you're supposed to be clean on a Friday. You're going to the masjid. You're going to be greeting and meeting ibadullah, the righteous servants of Allah Azza wa Jal. So you wash your hair, you clean your hair properly, and you remove the bad smell and the odor from your hair by washing it properly. So من غسل يوم الجمعة واغتسل, performing ghusl on a Friday. That's number one. Al-ghusl, it's supposed to start after sunrise, not the day before. Because the day before or the night, it's called the night of Friday. You see, yani now in our language, when we say Thursday night, that Islamically is called Friday night. Because the night comes before the day. You know how like in Ramadan, we pray Taraweeh, the night of the first night of Ramadan, and then the next is the first day of Ramadan in which we fast. So Friday is no different. Thursday night in our language is actually Friday night in Islam. And the day of Friday is the actual day of Friday. So al-ghusl for the day of Friday should begin after Fajr, after Salat al-Fajr on a Friday. That's when it counts. And it's best to perform ghusl just before you go to the masjid. So if you're going to say, let's say you're going to go to the masjid at 10 o'clock in the morning, then make ghusl just before you walk out of the home. If you're going to go to the masjid at, let's say, 11 o'clock in the morning, then perform ghusl just before you leave your home. That's the best time to perform ghusl on a Friday. Now, then the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, so this is first condition, you perform ghusl on a Friday after sunrise or after Salat al-Fajr. Next, ثم بكر وابتكر. Bakkara meaning he came out early. The second condition to earn the grand reward. I will mention to you what the grand reward is. But the second condition was to come out early for Salat al-Jumu'ah. وابتكر. Ibtakar meaning you arrive to the masjid early. Early means that you're there before the imam comes out. That way you're able to listen to the beginning of the khutbah until the end of the khutbah, and you pray the prayer with it, and you do not miss a single word from the khutbah. That's what early means. If you come 1 minute late, you're not included in the reward of this hadith. So pay attention. I tell you, day of Friday is a special day. Ghusl. Coming early to the masjid. Early means, early can be as early as after Salat al-Fajr. That's as early as it can get. Right? And when Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam mentioned in a specific hadith that the one who comes in the first hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of a camel. All the way until the one who comes in the last hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of an egg. But the point is, early would mean that you come to the masjid before the imam has even said a word. You come before him. Okay. And don't forget that on a Friday, the angels are standing on the doors of the masjid, and they are writing the names of those who arrive one after the other. Who came first? Who came second? Who came third? Yeah. Don't think that coming anytime you slip and no one noticed when you came and when you didn't come. My brothers and sisters in Islam, the angels noticed. Allah Azza wa Jal can see from above all. And it's something special to have your name first on the record, that you are the first one to come to the masjid. The angels record this. يكتبون الأول فالأول. فإذا خرج الإمام, when the imam comes out, طووا الصحف, when the imam comes to the minbar and he says السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته, the angels close these books. وجاءوا يستمعون, and they sit down and they listen and pay attention to the khutbah. Now if you came late, your name is not recorded in that book. However, you have prayed Salat al-Jumu'ah and there's no penalty upon you. But you missed out. You missed out of your name being recorded in this registry. Allahu Akbar. And this hadith is in Sahih al-Bukhari Muslim. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, so you with me so far, my brothers and sisters? Two things. Al-ghusl, came early. Number 3, وَمَشَى وَلَمْ يَرْكَبْ. He walked to the masjid and he did not ride. He did not ride. In the past it meant his camel, his donkey, whatever it is, the mode of transport they used to use to come to the masjid. Nowadays it would mean our modern transport. وَلَمْ يَرْكَبْ. Now, what that means is you walk to the masjid. So if you live close to the masjid, try walking to the masjid, at least for this reward. Listen, you might think it's something difficult. Wallahi, when I tell you the reward at the end, it's going to sound easy to walk to the masjid. For this reward, walking, wallahi, you'd walk and you'd crawl to the masjid. Listen. وَمَشَى وَلَمْ يَرْكَبْ. He walked to the masjid and did not ride. If you live far away from the masjid, okay, drive with your car, but park far away and try to walk at least half an hour until you get to the masjid. I will tell you why walking is important when I share the reward. And don't be like Muslims that have no manners whatsoever, that come in the last second and in the last minute, double park, triple park, close driveways, absolute pathetic manners. That's not how Muslims behave, and that's not how they should behave. This is not a part of our deen. Actually, our deen is recommending you to come walking and not to come with your car. And if, as I said, you live far, park your car somewhere far away, or somewhere close to the masjid, and then walk the remaining distance to the masjid. Walking to the masjid. Why? Because walking is humility. When you walk, you're humble, as opposed to when you're driving in the car. Don't you see how a car can develop in a person arrogance, especially if he's driving something fancy, something nice, and with the speed and overtaking people and crossing red lights and whatever it is. There's no humility in that. Walking always will remain like a kind of travel in which a person would always remain humble. So walking is humility. Walking to Salat al-Jumu'ah with humility. And also in addition to that, when you walk, then every step you take is a hasana. It's a hasana, and every step also is a wiping away of a sin. It's an expiation of a sin. That's the reward of walking to the masjid. So we haven't even discussed the grand reward. So walking is better than taking a transport to al-masjid. So that's the third condition. Fourth condition, the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he says, وَدَنَا مِنَ الْإِمَامِ فَاسْتَمَعَ وَلَمْ يَلْغُ. And he came close to the imam, in the front row, second row, close. Not the last minute sitting in the back, or sitting in some level where you can't even see the imam, or waiting on the door, so that you're the last one in the masjid and the first one out. وَلَا حَوْلَ وَلَا قُوَّةَ إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. Such a person will not attain anything of the reward that I'm about to tell you. So the fourth condition is to come close as you can to the imam. فَاسْتَمَعَ. What does that mean? It means he paid attention and listened carefully and attentively. What does that mean? Meaning he did not sleep, and he did not doze off, and he did not daydream during the khutbah. وَلَمْ يَلْغُ. And he did not become distracted. What are people distracted with today? Salat al-Jumu'ah with their phones. People are playing with their phones during Salat al-Jumu'ah. My brothers in Islam, fear Allah Azza wa Jal. The Friday, al-Imam gives the first khutbah and sits down. This is a chance of an accepted dua. And for some people, this is a time to check their message and check their Facebook and check their...
Very pleasant good afternoon and a warm welcome to the podium. Today is Friday, the 31st of January 2025. We start with our photo video which comes from Barack Obama, a former US president, and it says, if you're walking down the right path and you're working to keep walking, eventually you'll make progress. In this edition of the podium, I'm speaking to the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources on the closed season for artisanal fishing that will commence tomorrow. The All People's Congress Party raises concern on the state of drug abuse in the country and some provisions within the counter-terrorism bill. All these stories and more, including your messages which you can send to 0300737119. It's a podium. Welcome back. The program you're watching is the podium. You can be part of our conversation. Follow us on our Facebook page at slbc.sl. The Ministry of Fisheries had announced a temporary closure of seas, a decision aimed at pulling fish to mature and giving fishermen time to focus on their health. The announcement has been made over 1 month ago, and the emphasis on the closure is essential for marine conservation and well-being of the country's fishing community. For more on that, I have the Minister of Fisheries and Marine Resources, Princess Dupa. Good afternoon, Madam Minister. Welcome to the program.
Afternoon, Salma. How are you?
I'm fine. It's a pleasure to get you again as we continue to discuss around the close. So as we speak, where are we in terms of preparation ahead of the commencement of the close season tomorrow?
Well, as you can see, we are well prepared. We've been going around to all the wharves. Last week we were in the provinces to visit all our landed sites. So we are really geared towards this close season because it's something that we need to make sure that the public is aware, they are prepared, as well as the ministry. And the government is also backing us 100% because this mandate, we got it from cabinet, so we are not just running it. And because of scientific research, we have to close the season, the waters, because apparently the artisanals who've done everything for the illegal fishing, the overfishing, the using of bad fishing methods. They use very, very small nets. Sometimes even your finger cannot go through it. Wow. So if they are using such nets, then it means that they are taking all the fingerlings, the eggs, out of the waters. I think everybody saw us when we went to intercept over 50 bags of fingerlings, very small fishes. And with that, the country will not grow because there will be a time when there will be no fish in the waters. So really, we have to find something to do because if we are not really monitoring properly, we need to enforce something that the whole country will have to cease fishing, especially in the artisanal sector, for a month to allow our fingerlings, our small fishes to grow and be able to swim into the deep. So we thought it fits that we need to do this as soon as possible. I know Ghana, they wasted time in doing that, and what we can hear now in Ghana that it's very difficult to even to get fish in their waters, and we don't want to be part of that. We don't want to be a country that will wake up one morning and there's no fish in the waters. And even now there are signs that the local fishermen, they have to go right into the deep, and the canoe they are using is not really good for that. You know, so there are sometimes, you know, you find out that people get lost in, at sea because of the kind of canoe they are using, and they have to go right into the deep to get fish. So it's really urgent for us as a government to enforce the measure of closed season. I know most people are still very jittery, but I really want to let the public know that we have put in every measure for this closed season to be successful. And thank God for this time around, I have had series of meetings with the industrial companies, and they are telling us that they have loads of fish in stock. What the problem now is space. So, you know, for the government or the people of Sierra Leone to be thinking probably, oh, we're not going to have fish in our markets. No, that's not true. There's enough. And we can even have that more than another 2, 3, 4, 5 months. And as they finish, the industrial also, they will be also having their close season in April. So this thing, I really want the public to know that we are not witch hunting. We love Sierra Leone, and Sierra Leone is endowed. We are blessed, but we cannot take that for granted. Yes. We have to make sure that we put measures in place as soon as possible. If we don't, tomorrow I'll be held responsible. The government will be held responsible, and we don't want to be lying down and thinking, oh, if I have done this, this will not happen. So definitely I want the public to back us. Whatever the government have said, they know what they are doing. As citizens, we should be law-abiding. So I'm calling on the public to ensure that tomorrow, and the fisher folks, that those who have gone to the sea, they come in tonight, bring all their boats in, and then to be able to observe this close season for a month. From the 1st of February to the 28th of February will be closing season for the artisanal.
Okay, so for the close season, maybe just a recap again. What are the activities that are prohibited within the sea for this 1 month?
For this 1 month, nobody should go out to sea, especially the local fisher folks, not the industrial. The trawlers, they go right into the deep. They are okay. They still continue doing their fishing. But those local boats, they are not supposed to. Even the boats that are licensed with the local government, they are not supposed to go at sea. So this one is for the artisanal sector.
Why do you decided to choose February?
February, according to the scientists, that's the time that the fish, they are pregnant. They want somewhere that is not, you are not disturbing the waters, and you are not going to fish them out, so that they can go get their pregnancy, release their eggs, you know, nobody is disturbing them, and then be able to let those fingerlings grow. Because in a month's time, they would have grown and be able to swim into the deep. So that's why we chose February. It's not just out of, you know, just thinking, I guess any month, no. It was scientifically researched that in February, that's the time really we'll have lots of fishes that will be able to release their eggs in the waters.
With previous close season, were there success stories? Because again, after a month or a year, you also do, you look at stock back. Yes. So far, anything tangible from the previous close season that you think it's something that you sustain?
Yes. What we do stock assessment, even with the industrials. When they started the close season, they were able to do the stock assessment before, in the middle, and after. Then you can compare. And what the result was, after the close season for the industrial, they found out that we had huge stock. You know, we had bumper harvest. So it's the same thing. We are trying to do our stock assessments before, in the middle, and after, and then we'll compare to see whether what we have done is necessary or it's not. We are not written in stones. It's not written in stones that if it's not working, we can go back to the drawing board and see what is happening. But I really want to assure that that's something that has worked. Guinea has done it. Guinea, they had the close season for artisanal for 2 months. Ghana, they do that as well. The same with the other sub-regions. So they cannot be doing it, and we are sitting there thinking that, oh, we are okay, we have lots of fish, we'll be fine. No, if you're taking something and you are not replenishing, definitely it will finish.
Okay, what's the challenge with this illegal fishing, bad fishing method, and this overfishing? What is there that you cannot be able to address? It's very critical, because I guess this whole close season is as a result of these 3 issues currently happening within our waters.
It's really, it's so difficult that when you talk to people, they look at you as if you're talking it from your own point of view. They'll say, oh, you don't know what we are going through. We cannot afford for us to stay for 1 day even without going to the sea to get water, because that's where we get our daily living. And because we are not robustly monitoring the waters, they can go out there, they know, according to the act, that they are not supposed to be fishing fingerlings, but yet still they do that. So it's very difficult for you to monitor robustly. So if you put out to them to say, really, most times we've done measures, we've written press releases that please ensure that you don't do China fishing, but yet still they are doing it. And we are really trying to see how best we can robustly monitor the waters by having a company, or by equipping the Navy to have boats to go after people who are doing illegal fishing, people who are doing bad fishing methods. So we will get there, but this is one thing that we can do quickly so that we can remedy the situation.
Let's talk about the bad fishing. Is it something difficult to handle?
It's not, but you know, when you deal with human being, human resources is one very difficult resource to manage. So especially when you are dealing with the whole country. Sierra Leone, really, we are very much endowed with waters. You have lots of fishes. So even not just in Freetown, but in the provinces as well. So for you to monitor is very difficult. And most people, our people, when you are telling, just like I was saying, when you explain to them what is going on, they will say, oh yes, it's true. But seriously, come the next day, they are doing the same thing. So it's like constantly. So the government really has to make sure that, you know, they invest in the fishery industry, because we need more staff to go out to be able to do this monitoring. We need equipment, which we don't, you know. So we are putting things in place. The more we have more resources, we'll be able to do all of these things. So we are working with the government to see how best they can equip us so that we can go out and be able to do the monitoring properly.
Okay, so let's go back to the closes. Let's talk about preparation.
Yeah.
In terms of, like you mentioned, industrial companies, there's, you know, products for the whole month, even beyond that. But at the wharf level, is there enough sensitization for people to actually understand that this is something that is very good for even them as fishermen?
Yes, we have done that yesterday. I was out going from wharf to wharf just to sensitize them. Even this morning as I'm speaking, I've got my staff out there. They're going to all the wharfs in Freetown. We are doing the same thing in the provinces. So really the sensitization, we've done that, we've exhausted that. Well, you cannot say you can over-sensitize people, because some people, they get things very slowly. And because people, by word of mouth, you know, maybe when we went there, they were not there. And then the people that were there, they will give another, you know how you get this distorted information. So really, we are trying to do that. That's why I'm here again, so that people who are listening to radio, who are watching television, they can also hear firsthand what I'm saying. But we have really done that. And we will be doing that throughout the 1 month period.
Are there concerns from them? Even during this census?
They are, but you know, it's human nature, you know. It's something that has never been done in the countries. So you walk up, you are like, you go out, you do your fishing, you come back. They've never stopped you, especially with the artisanal. So it's not something that is easy to digest, to say, oh, so tomorrow I will not be out there. That's their daily living. They get there, even just waking up in the morning and going out is something refreshing. So for you not to be able to do that, you're thinking, so what would I be doing with myself for a whole month? But you know, the government thought is that we cannot just stop the people without giving them an alternative livelihoods, you know. Some people go there every day, that's where they get their Creole say hand to mouth, you know. That's where they get their living. So definitely we are trying, we've put things together for us to give them stipends, you know. We are giving them rice. We're trying to bring in gala football. You know, football unites, you know, unites people. So we want to ensure that, you know, they are happy, things are going on. It's not the end of the world. It's just for 28 days, if not even 1 month full. That's why we said, oh, February will be something really good for them, because when you think about it, it's 28 days. And then just after that, we have the Ramadan, you know. So at least there'll be enough fish in the market, you know. That's one thing I'm really, really looking forward. When I'll go to the market and I see that all the tables they are full of fish, people are eating well after the breakfast, you know. So definitely we are looking forward, and I know that, you know, it will be something that will be fruitful.
Okay, let's talk about again people who not like, you know, people who trade in fish. The first port of call is normally to the wharfs. Yeah. As a result of this, they have to, you know, get to the industrial fishing. And we all know there is this middleman arrangement, the agents. What happens to these individuals at a time like this when in the cruise season?
Okay, what also we have done, it's not just the boat owners we are giving them stipend, we are giving fishmongers. Because definitely they also rely on, you know, going to the sea to get some fish and going to the wharf to buy. So we are giving fishmongers. And those people that have money to buy, they can go to the industry, the fishing industry, like Sierra Fisheries. What we have spoken to the companies that they should remove this agency. So what we have done is to get a list of women that want to buy fish during this period. So we send it to the industry, the companies, and then they will remove the agency, they can ensure that, you know, they are given priorities, you know, so that when you get there, as long as your name is there, you can buy your fish.
Yeah, because normally it's the agents, for example.
No, there'll be no
agents. If you
agents.
go direct to the company, let's say, for example, a carton of 300, but it's with the agent is something like 350, 400.
No.
So again, do you think you could get rid of the agent?
Yes, there'll be no agents for them. That's what we have done.
So what's the monitoring mechanism? Because sometimes very difficult.
No, we have the list of women that are willing, that want to, they have their money, because what the company told us that they are not going to be like giving you and then you come after a few days with your money. You have to pay for it. Yes, so as long as you're paying for it, they are ready to give you whatever amount that you want. So definitely there will be no agency.
So let's talk about the wharfs. For example, we visited Godrich, the Funkia market. This happens to be one of the biggest fishing communities in Freetown. And what we notice is the lack of an effective column. What's happening with at that level, at wharf level, to get an effective column system?
You know, in Tombo, the UNDP, they install a coal room. So what most times when you get these things installed, even when you are telling them that this thing will take maybe 50, you know, cartons, the capacity, some of them, they were putting cartons of fish on the floor, so they overloaded, yes, the coal room, and then it stopped working. And you know the mechanism, for you to go back, UNDP, they too, they have to ask, you know, because already they've done the project. So it takes time again for them to come in, even for the maintenance. I don't know whether that will happen. We are still negotiating, but what we have done is along the from Tombo coming down to Levuma Beach to Lumley, we have code rooms that we're trying to install so that during that period people can access that. And there are also code rooms that the companies have. So we've told them that they have to stock it so that people will be able to go there and buy. Because if somebody is coming from Tombo to go to Sierra Fisheries, it's too far. So you can use, like, there's Okiki, Sierra Okiki in Freetown. You can get there and buy your fish if you're living in the West. So we have already told the people that, you know, whatever is easier for you, go there. You don't need to be an agent. You can buy your fish and you sell.
Okay, let's talk about, again, there's this habit of some boat owners. For example, they will collide with some transport, you know, ships around, that they could also, there is this habit of hiding, and they will, even when you are monitoring them, they always beat the system to go into the water and do fishing, and they will, and when they normally intercept, they will say, no, it was, you know, it was 1 week before even the close season that these were actually catch. So how are you going to, you know, put system in place within the water level? Well, but there is always connivance. There
is, definitely. We are working closely with the Navy. You know, the Navy, they are good with that. So we have, yesterday when I was going around, I took 10 of them. So definitely we just want to tell the public that we are doing this, but we have enforcers. If you break the law, they will deal with you. Because ignorance of the, because some people say, I didn't know that the ignorance of the law is no excuse. So if we have people, we have the Navy going in, you know, they are patrolling, they have patrol boats that they will be doing in the morning, afternoon, and in the evening, and even late, because I know, like after 12 midnight, that's when sometimes, you know, people will say, oh, let's go, they are not looking. But we know what we have done. I don't want to say it publicly because that's our little secret, you know. But definitely this 1 month, we'll try to exhaust that. We try to make sure that the monitoring is key. And even in the provinces, you know, we want to ensure that, you know, we've got the Navy there, they will be able to patrol. And then we've got community patrols as well in the community. So we've already empowered them so that they can get their boats, their fuel, they are doing that. We've got the consortium. They have been doing that, season nets and all those things, you know. So it has been really working very well. It's just really to ensure that, you know, you enhance these people so that they can go out there and work.
So let's talk about the clarification. Again, there's this misunderstanding that the closed season is just limited to Freetown. Is this a nationwide project?
It's a nationwide project.
Wow, why are people thinking that it's just limited to Freetown?
Well, that's human being for you. Seriously.
Well, have you been able to target areas in the region?
Yes, we were there last week. We were there throughout the weekends, and even as I'm talking now, there's sensitization going on as well. Because we went there to verify how many boat owners we have, how many fishmongers, because you cannot just go there. You know, human being, as long as they know that they are getting something free, they will just bloat that list. So we want to make sure that whoever will be receiving that stipend, they have ID cards. They are on our system. Already we have a data, but we want to go out there and verify, because you don't know whether the person is no longer alive, whether it's their sisters. You really want to see the face, and put the name to the face.
Okay, let's come back to, like, for example, the Ghana model. There was this compensation. You started talking about it. So let's go through that. What is there for them? Because again, like you mentioned, it's a livelihood. For some people, it's something very passionate to them. Beside the money, just want to get up in the morning and just go to the sea. It's refreshing for them. So what is there for them?
Well, just like you said, we model it with what Ghana did, because Ghana, they have done it some years ago. So what they did, they gave stipends. They call it compensation. Yes. So we don't want people to think, because what Sierra Leoneans forget, they forget that, you as a citizen, you have the obligation as well. If government says, let's go this way, this is what we are doing, you have to take it wholeheartedly and abide. Because even the compensation that will be given you, it might not be what you are getting every month, but at least government has given you something. So it's something that you need to be grateful. That's what I was telling them yesterday. I say, don't think that government is going to give you 10 million because every month maybe you get 10 million from your fish sales. But at least government knows that you need something. If we close the season, we have to give you something. So we are giving compensation during during those days, for the month. But giving compensation, you have to really educate the people. You don't just say, oh, we are giving compensation for compensation's sake. You have to tell them that the government is giving it to you because they know it's their responsibility. But you too, you have a responsibility. If government give you money and at the end of the day, you do not fulfill what the government has given you that money for. So like we see you going out to fish, then you'll be held responsible, So we are explaining it to them, and then we tell them that for the past years, I asked them, I said, how many of you have been to hospital in the past year, let's say in 2024? Because as long as you are over 40, you should be doing a health check. Most of us, we don't do that in Sierra Leone. And I'm not that really I'm calling out anybody, but it's just that we are so busy. And it's not our culture, especially with the men. It's very difficult to wake up in the morning and then you tell your wife, I'm going to the hospital. She'll be like, to the hospital, what's wrong with you? Even when you want to say, oh, nothing wrong with me, but they want to know. So we want to have health checks, places, where you will have the hospital on wheels, We want to make use of the hospital on wheels that sits in the Ministry of Health. So they will go out, check their status, whether they have diabetes, high blood pressure. So it's something that really we want them to inculcate, that every year, please go and do your health check so that you know that you're okay. Because out there in the sea, it's very cold. You don't know what you have got, your lungs and everything. So we'll be working with them. And then we spoke to some of the agency like GOAL. GOAL want to work with them during that period. So they are not just at home, they are coming out, have training, and then they'll give them stipend again for transport. So there are lots of activities that are happening. We've got SEND. SEND we want, because they work in Solima. Yes. SEND we want to increase the money that they give them for loan. So those are the things that we have met with so many other agencies. They are willing to help. So whatever little they'll be given, we'll tell them. They come with us when we are doing a sensitization so that they will know that this is what will be going on.
Okay, so before we end this interview, let's talk about during the 1 month. How will you be monitoring and taking stock of maybe after 1 week, after 2 weeks? What is there in terms of monitoring?
Monitoring, just like I've told you, it's not just the external forces, even us as staff. We have divided ourselves. So I'll be in charge of Tombo. So I'll ensure that every day I go out there and know what is happening. Because some people, they have genuine complaint. Some people, all of these things that we have been doing, probably they are not in country. Maybe they went to Guinea and they came back and then they met, that we have to close season. So they might not know really what they are supposed to do. So we have to go out there so that they can access us easily. If there's anything, I always say to them, if there's anything, there's a fishing officer there, speak to them. But we have assigned staff to be on those wharfs so that at least if there's anything going on, we can quickly try to put things in place so that it doesn't escalate.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you very much
for joining us this afternoon to talk about the closings that officially commence tomorrow. The program you're watching is The Podium. Let's move on now to another issue this afternoon. The All People's Congress Party has kicked against some provisions in the counter-terrorism bill currently in Parliament, which is if passed into law will criminalize and tighten the space of free speech and critical voices. The party is calling on government to redo the bill or allow it to be properly scrutinized by Parliament. Several issues we are discussing, including the aspects of the spate of drug abuse. For more on that, let's join Emmanuel Alfred Samora.
Government officials. This must be conducted by an independent commission with the involvement of international partners, and as such, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crimes and ECOWAS to ensure credibility and accountability. 2. Accountability and prosecution. Any individual, regardless of their status, found complicit in drug-related crimes must face the full force of the law. This includes the prosecution of all those named in the recent report without fear or favor. Number 3, public disclosure. The government must provide full disclosure to the public regarding the status of investigations into previously reported cases, including the intercepted drugs in Guinea, the Lunge airport incident, and the Brazilian container. Sierra Leone deserves transparency. 4. Sierra Leoneans deserve transparency. 4. Protection of whistleblowers. Individuals who come forward with credible information related to drug trafficking operations must be guaranteed protection under the law to encourage further exposure of criminal networks. 5. Strengthening border security. Given Sierra Leone's strategic position in the global drug trade route, the government must take immediate steps to enhance border security, including the installation of modern surveillance technologies and robust screening procedures at ports of entry. The APC reiterates its unwavering commitment to safeguarding the interests of the people of Sierra Leone and ensuring that our nation does not become a haven for drug trafficking and criminal activities.
Whilst terrorism attacks have been said to be on the increase in the sub-region, African nations are now putting measures to counter terrorism, which Sierra Leone is no exception. One of Sierra Leone's means is the introduction of a bill titled Counter-Terrorism Act of 2024. The bill, which has been tabled in Parliament, has been seriously criticized by many, including the main opposition APC party. Honorable Usman Timbo, Western Area Urban District, said they were worried about some of the provisions in the bill which he believed, if passed into law, could tighten space for free speech and also silence critical voices in society.
The political party put press release for reject certain things, or for say, okay, we will protest against this, when they right under the Constitution. Just because you do that, under this act, they get right for saying, this group or that person will do so or will say so, now terrorist. Can we imagine how serious this be?
Whereas the leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said they were made to understand that in June 2011, member states met in Malabo, capital of Equatorial Guinea, and passed a final draft of the African model of anti-terrorism law in the 17th ordinary session of the African Union, which all African nations are expected to use in developing their own laws, but said the current administration did not adhere to this model.
In the African model, then go further to the other section for make exemptions. Then exemptions they need now in this bill where they go to Parliament not take note of. And if we not take note of them, it will be one of the bad bills then where Parliament will pass in the history of parliament in this country.
The All People's Congress Party emphasized that whilst they are in support of government ambition to fight against terrorism in the country, they were strongly against the provisions that criminalize free speech and therefore request for government to either redo the bill or allow parliament to scrutinize it in consultation with the people of Sierra Leone. Emmanuel Samora, SLBC.
Welcome back to the program, The Podium, live on the SLBC. Let me welcome Honorable Dr. Umfasuri Kuroma, APC Member of Parliament and spokesperson for the APC Parliamentary Caucus. Good afternoon. Honorable, welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's start with the first one, the aspects of the APC calling for an a thorough investigation into the aspects of drug-related issues in the country. How worrying is it for the party to raise such an issue? And we all know currently what is happening around.
Yes, one particularly is a matter of public interest, a matter of public concern, and it's a matter that has to do with the name and image of our country. So we believe that it is one that government has to take serious, and is one that the government have to act urgently, and is one that government cannot protect any sacred cow in the carrying out of their function. I think it is also one that we believe has a lot to do with the security of this nation, as well as the livelihood of Sierra Leoneans traveling in and out of the country. So it is one that we believe we should partner with government to ensure that the right thing is done.
This issue is dragging even the first, office, the office of the president, into this issue.
Exactly.
How serious is this situation, do you think?
It's very serious. We should note that since this government came into prominence, the president has indicated on several occasions that him traveling in and out of the country is to clean up our image. And he has spent 7 years doing that. And I believe with something of this nature, it has the tendency to just reverse everything that he's trying to do and create a new name, which is a bad name for Sierra Leone. That Sierra Leone is a ground that supports and protects drug and drug traffickers, and that known criminals that have fled their country are in our jurisdiction. So it's really critical and it's very serious, and it's not something that we should take very lightly.
There's a press release from the Ministry of Information. What do you make of that press release as an opposition?
And one is a step.
Do you think it truly speaks to the issue?
Well, it doesn't address all the issues. I mean, first of all, the people that are involved, the names that have come up, and all of the persons involved, we should be seeing them, going after them. We should be seeing them, calling them for questioning. And I think this is one thing that we need to suggest. We'll suggest to the leadership of Parliament that some of those names that have emanated from these stories making rounds should be invited to Parliament and questioned. But the law enforcement authorities also have to do their own part. And I mean, as we indicated in our press statement, the letter from the Secretariat, the letter referenced cases of a Brazil container, cases of a suspicious flight that landed at Lunge, and all of those issues. We've not seen an investigation that led to a result. We heard of them, and nothing came out of them. So if we see it as a pattern, I think it's worrisome, and it's one that we should ask government to take another look at it and reevaluate their actions towards all of this fight.
So beyond the press conference, what other method do you think you could also work with government to address? Because again, for many people, the whole aspect of drug-related issues should not be politicized. It's a national issue.
Absolutely.
So how do you think you could also work with government? Because for many people, there are lots of questions and answers at this point in time.
Absolutely, and that's why Parliament comes in, because Parliament being another arm of government, I think we have the authority to summon people, and I think that's where the leadership of Parliament comes in, and calling on these people to come and answer to Parliament. And also that's where Parliament comes in to call some of these authorities, the police, the maritime, and the customs, the immigration authorities, to see how to answer questions regarding personalities, regarding what they are doing, regarding the suspicious flight. All of these things we need answers to these questions, and we need to see government taking prudent measures, active deliberate effort to make sure that questions are answered. Because, I mean, it's not about just the news. It's about what we do. And what we do is we'll send a strong message, even to our partners that reside in Sierra Leone, that the government is serious about this fight. The government is leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that they go after perpetrators or they go after people whose names have come up. I think it's through actions, and everybody, I think, from inside and out of Sierra Leone pretty much will be looking at us to see what we are doing as a country.
This comes at a time also when we all know the situation in Conakry, the Guinea.
Correct.
It has to do with our own first gentleman who represents Sierra Leone there.
Correct.
The ambassador and you know, other people.
Yes.
Again, how the aspects of, you know, international, you know, reputation at a time like this?
Clearly, I mean, we all know that there's something called diplomatic immunity. So for a situation wherein a vehicle belonging to the embassy was stopped and searched, and they found something, you know, something had been boiling up underneath for that to happen. Because, I mean, it's not something that any law enforcement authority in any respective jurisdiction would do easily. Secondly, we heard about situations where Sierra Leoneans were repatriated or even deported or moved back to Sierra Leone without consulting the embassy. So you were forced to ask the question, why was the embassy not contacted before those people were sent to Sierra Leone? What is the relationship between the embassy and the law enforcement authority in that country? So all of these questions are ones that are playing, and we believe we need to have answers. We should not be pointing fingers as like, oh, the Guinean authorities did not reach out to us, the Guinean authorities sent our people back, the Guinean authorities never sent a message, the Netherlands authority did not reach out to us. We as a country...
But the excuse on government,
yes,
that there is no formal, you know, like in black and white, as to there's a looking for a particular individual.
Absolutely.
Or even Interpol, but nonetheless,
yes,
they will do the needful.
Yes.
Do you think that is a strong defense by government?
No, I don't think so. Because government should be worried that such a news is making round. So government should be looking at the personality that the Netherlands are pointing to. Government should be asking, who is this person? Why are we seeing these pictures of this individual? Where is this person? When and what time was this person here? In what capacity did this person come to our country? In what representation was this person here? Was he still under the name that the Netherlands government are purporting? So those are the questions government should be asking. We should not be blaming the Netherlands government, because every entity or every jurisdiction have their own way of doing things. But it could be an intelligence for government. And news could be an intelligence for government. I mean, authorities or security apparatus across the world use different ways to gather information. Even security apparatus across the world will go to the internet to gather information. So if you see a news, that's an intelligence there. You should jump on that information and see what you can get out of it. It's not a time to point fingers. It is a time to take actions.
Okay, let's talk about the second aspect you mentioned, this debate around the counterterrorism bill. As an opposition, you think that there are certain provisions that could stifle, you know, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, raising issues of national concern. You as members of parliament, what are these provisions you think it could not be in the best interests of the public?
Well, we've looked at the act, the proposed act, and we've looked at the definitions of what makes a person a terrorist, or what act causes considered as a terrorist act. So all of those definitions are consistent with what was in a document called the African Model, Act Against Terrorism Act in law. So the consistency of those definitions as stipulated in that model, which was written or done in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea in 2011, we've noted that even though those definitions are consistent, there was some exemptions that were not included in the law. For example, when it talks about terrorist, it says a terror or terrorist act is considered a terrorist act means an actual or threatened inside or outside a specific jurisdiction. And that is an offense that is set at any of the United Nations or African Union instruments in which then they will state the country. So let's say for Sierra Leone, they say it involves serious violence against persons, it involves serious damage to property, endangers a person's life, creates a serious risk to the health and safety of the public or any section of the public, involves the use of firearms or explosives, involves exposing the public to any dangerous or hazardous, radioactive or harmful substance, any toxic chemical or any microbial or other biological agent or toxin. So it goes all the way down, but after that it said, notwithstanding this definition of terrorist act in that jurisdiction above, in any other provision in this law, any other law, the following shall not be considered as terrorist act. So it states that any act described, if the act is the result of advocacy, protest, dissent, or industrial action, and is not intended to result in the harm or conduct described in the above, or the struggle waged by people in accordance with the principles of international law for which their liberation or self-determination, including armed struggle against colonialism, occupation, aggression, and domination by foreign forces, or any act covered by international humanitarian law committed in the cause of an international or non-international conflict by government forces or members of organized armed groups, provided that a political, philosophical, ideological, racial, ethnic, religious, or any similar motive shall not be considered for any reason, including for the purposes of prosecution or extradition, to be a justified defense in respect of an offense of which the definition of terrorist act forms an integral part. So it tells you that there should be exemptions to what will be considered a terrorist act. And I will believe that what is there verbatim should be in the law, just to safeguard against the misuse of all of what is in the definition of a terrorist act.
But with this current act in front of Parliament, are there exemptions?
No, there is not.
As mentioned by the Malabo, African Model Act against Terrorism.
No, there not. So that is why I think it's critical that, and it's good that the Speaker has committed it again to the committee stage, and is asked for the public to come with opinion, and with those opinion, including this one that we are suggesting should be included in that law to make it a more efficacious law.
So in the event that there are no exemptions like the 2011, it's like you mentioned, it will criminalize and tighten the space of free speech and critical voices. You think so?
Especially and open it for abuse, and that is what would not be good for any of us as Sierra Leoneans.
What do you think government could push for this? A bill that will, like you mentioned, will criminalize and tighten the space of free speech and critical voice.
I mean, let's
government push for this.
Well, let's also understand that government needs to be a government that make laws to ensure the safety of every Sierra Leonean. And we know the act of terrorism is not new to the world, and we know the consequences of terrorism, and we know that it's real across the globe, and Sierra Leone as a nation could be vulnerable to that. I mean, especially in a country where a lot of people are not employed, they could use Sierra Leoneans to create any havoc in any part of the world. So Sierra Leone, as part of the global village, has to be part of that conversation and should have strong laws to ensure that they put things in order in case something like that arises. But at the same time, we should ensure that the law is strong, and the law covers everything, every detail, so that we have a law that will be respected and trusted.
Is this personal to the APC? Why I ask this question, because again, we saw a tweet from one of your legal luminaries, JFK, who actually cautioned as members of Parliament that should be mindful of a bill like this in front of you, because there's a recall from him that there was once the APC was referred to as a terrorist group.
Absolutely, and I mean, history teaches us a lot, and we are not personalizing it per se, but based on our experience, we know we've been called that. And if we've been called that, it's a tendency that anybody can be called that. And if anybody could be called that, then it's a tendency that those people will be treated as such. And the penalties are there, the laws are there to incarcerate people for up to 30 years. So a simple thing as just an accusation that is not followed in a proper manner, but done out of probably malice or probably out of misjudged character, can lead to something very consequential. And I think we should remember that we are in a space where people can take things for granted.
So let's talk about the offences with this current bill in front of you, this Parliament. Aside what you referenced on the African model and against them, what are these offences?
Okay, so they say if you commit a terrorist, or let's say you commit any of these acts, these crimes, the offense, a terrorist act is committed when an act of violence or threat of violence is used in the furtherance of political, ideological, as you remember I read that, in our economic religious cause, for the benefit of a proscribed person, group, or organization. And they say you have endangers the life of people, and you have up to 30 years imprisonment if you, or to acquire it by means of a gift, sale or loan, transmit the contents of a publication, electronic or otherwise. They say this person is liable on conviction to a term of imprisonment not less than 25 years. So you could be distributing an information, or you probably sell an information, or you probably lend a publication to somebody, and you can face this. And it could be an information about somebody who believes, who have an ideology, and they're doing it in the name of free speech. They're doing it in the name of self-determination. That person or the person distributing that information could be liable to 25 years imprisonment. So this is probably, though the person will not be doing an act to commit a terrorist act, but just the fact you have that information with a radical mindset of what is the status quo, and you're going against that status quo, you could be liable. So all of this, if there is no law giving those exemptions, as soon as the person is apprehended, they probably will be found guilty, because there are no limitations on what could be determined as an honest or a genuine expression of their opinion. Because sometimes you could be expressing an opinion and inadvertently share information that coincides with another information in which a terrorist is doing it. But if those two parties are not connected in any shape or form, they could tell that this person is doing it out of their own thought process, and this other person is actually, or this organization is actually a terrorist organization, and they're carrying that same information. So it's critical that as a law, it should be guided. It should not just be an open one.
Was there a privilege to this?
Yeah, there was a privilege to it.
So why didn't you raise all these issues during the privilege? You kind of normal privileges to raise some of the.
Well, initially, when the bill came to Parliament, the deputy leader of the opposition, Honorable Daniel Brahma, suggested that we commit this bill to the privilege. But the speaker said, let's proceed with what is in the document. If there's any need for that, they will commit it to the committee stage. So that is what happened. So now, though we should have taken that step, we're doing the reverse. It came to Parliament, they debated it, and they're sending it back. So I think in hindsight, the suggestion by the deputy leader should have been listened to, and probably we'll have been able to clean it up. But again, I looked at what happened with the cybercrime bill. Similar thing happened when it came and everything, and we saw all the information. When that came up, it was taken back to a committee stage, but even several workshops were held where a lot of information came in before the law was finalized. And some of what was in that bill at the time were removed and cleaned up, and we had a law that, even though we don't see a lot of crime on the cyberspace, but indeed it is a tool now that prosecutors can use without a lot of complaint from anybody, civil society, opposition, or the media alike.
Among the social media debates, many people are saying that what was not captured within the cybercrime bill then is likely it's been into this. Do you think so?
I cannot say it is, because the cyber crimes are crimes by themselves. And the counterterrorism, though they can happen in the cyberspace, this law definitely needs to address it too, because it do happen in the cyberspace, it do happen on cyber platforms, it does happen on the internet. And if you're making a law that talks about terrorism, then you definitely need to address some of those issues.
Okay, let's talk about, again, the SLBP has the numbers in Parliament, and in the event that it's been passed into law.
Well, I believe SLPP MPs are like, or even the government will want to have a bill that is decent, but a bill that will not raise.
We have been seeing the same Parliament passing bills even when the members of the public has raised lots of eyebrows.
I agree. And the issue about this bill, it does not require 2/3. So simple collection of voices passes it. But it is the same Parliament that have made laws that are progressive and good. When you talk about the gender empowerment bill, when you talk about the cyber crime bill itself, and when you talk about the Child Rights Act, so we believe that this should not be a contentious idea. Whatever we are suggesting are not controversial, and whatever we are suggesting to be inputs is just what will be needed for international best practice. And as I stated, we have a model, African model already. If we just copy that or use it for our case, then we'll have a law that will work for all of us as a nation.
For the let me reference an incident. Where would you think a law like this would place the Augustine incident?
Exactly. That was a protest. And that Augustine was a protest for self-determination. It was a protest of cost of living. Of course, a lot of things happened there that we as a nation could not be proud of. The death of law enforcement officers, as well as the death of civilians. So it was an unfortunate incident, and it probably should not have escalated to the point that it did. So, but of course, the organizers could be seen as terrorists based on this law, because it created threats to life. It created fear in people. So when there's a law and it states that, okay, the organizers planned this protest because they were protesting for cost of living, or were protesting because they wanted their voice to be heard, and they were not planning anything in a camp somewhere where they came with ammunitions and attack, then they will clearly state no, that this was a protest but not a terrorist act. That is why it's important that the law should be clear when it comes to that. So if they have to go to jail for the act that happened during the protest and have to be held responsible, you'll be held responsible clearly on what happened, but not held responsible for planning a terrorist attack against the nation that will take them to 30 years imprisonment and plus. So in making laws of a country, you don't make the law because it suits you. You make the law because it's the right thing to do.
Do you think the government is pushing for it because it suits them at a point like this?
Well, the government needs to remember that even though they are government now, there will be opposition tomorrow. And when you make laws, you don't target people. You make laws that are
targeting in.
No, I mean, the question you ask is the government because it suits them. So if it suits them, means they're targeting a person or an entity or an idea. So you should not make laws to target an idea or a person or an entity. You should make law because it will benefit the country, and it's a law that will be a sensible law, and a law that is enforceable, and a law that will stand the test of time.
Is this law also applicable in a state wherein it's for many people, the space also to protest has been tightened by the police?
Well, no,
certain limitations.
It will cause those limitations. I mean, but we know that we live in a country where before you go on protest, you have to take the permission from the Sierra Leone police. And as I was at an event the other day when CSO was saying, when you go to the police that people want to protest for certain things, the police will say, no, this will bring people out in the streets. This will create a lot of rowdiness. But it's the same police that. But when you want to celebrate that a politician is coming home, for example, the president, the vice president, and people, a large crowd go out there, the police do not stop there, even though it's creating an inconvenient situation for the public. So, as we live in this country, it's important that Even though some things might be inconvenient, but if it's the right thing, then the police should be able to give those people or that group the permission to do their protest as long as it's peaceful and it doesn't go out of hand.
So as we round up, what are the follow-ups besides the press conference that you have raised these issues? How do you think you will do follow-up on them, especially with this, bill in front of you?
Well, the bill has been recommitted. And the legislative committee has called on the public to come with their positions, and I think we will take those positions, and the committee will take those positions, and hopefully all of those positions will be taken into consideration.
Is that your political party? What other institutions should also be concerned with this type of bill?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Civil society organizations, especially organizations on governance, should be concerned. We should be seeing their reports. I mean, I'm sure probably the chairman of the legislative committee have those reports now, but we want to see all of them coming on board. And humanitarian organizations, because when you talk about this law, humanitarian issues also will emanate from that. So civil society organizations, definitely we need their support to come on board to make sure we have a holistic and fit for purpose law.
Thank you very much, Honorable Umfa, for joining us this afternoon on the podium. But that's our round things up for the podium this afternoon. But before we remind of our quote today, which comes from Barack Obama, former US president, and it says, if you're walking down the right path and you're working to keep walking, eventually you will make progress. Thank you so much for watching the podium, and good afternoon.
You're watching the SLBC on Channel 31, the authentic voice of Sierra Leone.
Hello and welcome to News Brief on the hour. I am Aminata Fofana. In order to equip healthcare personnel, including emergency responders, with the critical skills necessary for delivering high-quality pre-hospital care, the National Emergency Medical Service NEMS and its partners have concluded an ambulance collaborative training focused on the ABCD and E assessment framework, which is the airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. The purpose of the training was to enhance the capacity and competencies of NEMS and our staff in conducting the ABCDE assessments and executing critical interventions as they interact with the patient first before transfer to a healthcare facility. The training, facilitated by the UK Defence medical experts, introduced healthcare workers to the globally recognized ABCDE assessment framework, which prioritizes the assessment of airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure during pre-hospital transports, improve patient management skills like spinal percussion, hemorrhage control, safe transfers, and effective coordination between emergency teams and referral centers, among others. The theoretical and hands-on learning techniques using drones, human and medical equipment for better understanding touched the professional nerves of the participants. In line with their plans to transform the security sector and transit from a force into a service, the Sierra Leone Police has launched their 2025-2029 Strategic Development Plan. The plan will serve as a guiding instrument that will lead the SLP to their strategic objectives in the next 4 years. The launch of the Strategic Development Plan marked a significant milestone in the history of the Sierra Leone Police as the sector aims at transiting from a force into a service. The plan, according to authorities, was anchored around Sierra Leone's medium-term National Development Plan, Big Five Game Changers Initiative, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The plan focused on public safety and crime reduction, community policing, transparency and accountability, innovation and technology, the condition of service. Each of the goals has its key interventions to help guide the police in carrying out the various indicators. Inspector General of Police William Fayaselu said the plan and transition was inspired by their benchmarking visits to Ghana. After 3 days of intensive discussions, experts, consultations, and stakeholder engagements, the Ministries of Education have concluded the finalization of the Education Management Information System (EMIS) draft policy and Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Data Scorecard. The two documents have been designed to transform data management in the education sector. Held over 3 days, the workshop brought together policymakers, education experts, IT specialists, and school administrators to develop a robust EMIS policy that ensures accurate, timely, and secure data collection for better decision-making in education. Participants engaged in discussions on data quality, system integration, security, and functions of stakeholders. The Education Management Information System (EMIS) draft policy and Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Data (FLN) scorecard are expected to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency in education management. The documents mark a significant step towards a data-driven education system. They provide policymakers, school education officers with the necessary tools to improve planning, resource allocation, and overall learning outcomes. The All People's Congress Party has kicked against some provisions in the counter-terrorism bill currently in Parliament, which they say, if passed into law, will criminalize and tighten the space for free speech and critical voices. The party called on government to redo the bill or allow it to be properly scrutinized by Parliament. The bill, which has been tabled in Parliament, has been seriously criticized by many, including the opposition APC. Honorable Usman Simbo, Western Area Urban District, said they were worried about some of the provisions in the bill which he believed, if passed into law, could tighten space for the free speech and also silence critical voices in society. Leader of the opposition in Parliament, Honorable Abdul Kagbo, said they were made to understand that in June 2011, member states met in Mambolo, capital of Malabo, capital of Equatorial Guinea, and passed a final draft of the African model of anti-terrorism law in the 17th ordinary session of the African Union, which all African nations are expected to use in developing their own laws, but said the current administration did not adhere to this model. The All People's Congress Party emphasized that whilst they are in support of government's ambition to fight terrorism in the country, they were strongly against the provisions that criminalize free speech and therefore request for government to either redo the bill or allow Parliament to scrutinize it in consultation with the people of Sierra Leone. And Parliament has approved 10 presidential nominees after being presented by the Committee on Appointments for the viewing of the whole House. Among the nominees is Director General Sierra Leone Correctional Service Joseph Johnson Isi and his deputy Susan Bibi Koka, Chairman Sierra Leone Safety Authority and Deputy Minister of Justice Sabti Elizabeth Sako. Presenting the nominees for parliamentary vetting, Chairman of the Committee on Appointments and Public Service, who doubles as the leader of government business, Honorable Matthew Numa, said that the committee had done due diligence within its usual framework of proceedings to ensure that the nominees were suitable to occupy their respective positions of trust. The new Deputy Minister of Justice, Substitute Elizabeth Sako, is a lawyer with over 10 years standing. Prior to her recent appointments, she served as the Administrator and Registrar General, Assistant Registrar General, Staff Attorney, Office of the Administrator and Registrar General, Executive Secretary of the Political Parties Registration Commission, Acting Registrar and Corporate Affairs Commission, amongst others. New Director General, Sierra Leone Correctional Service, Joseph Johnson is a seasoned public administrator, expert in strategic leadership, and a disciplined and remarkable character that has demonstrated great leadership prowess throughout his service at the Sierra Leone Correctional Center, where he has spent 15 notable years of service. That's all the news brief. Thanks for watching.
Instagram and take a picture of the Imam and of the Masjid, and mashallah, look where I'm praying. Allahu Akbar. What is this? Subhanallah. Subhanallah. May Allah Azza wa Jal rectify our manners with Him Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because this is manners with Allah Azza wa Jal. So that was the fourth condition, that you come close to the Imam and you pay attention, listen attentively. If you don't understand Arabic, let's say, try your best to go to a masjid that will deliver the khutbah in your language, whether your language is, whatever your language is, English or other than that, so that you can understand and pay attention to the khutbah. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he says, now the reward is discussed. He said, كَانَ لَهُ بِكُلِّ خُطْوَةٍ عَمَلُ سَنَةٍ أَجْرُ صِيَامِهَا وَقِيَامِهَا. Allahu Akbar. Listen to this, the reward. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Wallahi, this reward is so powerful. As I said to you, that al-ulama rahimahumullah said, this is the greatest reward ever discussed in the Sunnah. That anyone who does that on a Friday, his reward is, for every step he took to the masjid, this is why it's important to walk to the masjid on a Friday, for every step, Allah Azza wa Jal would reward him 1 year worth of fasting all the days of that year, and 1 year worth of reward praying the nights of that year, for every step. So if you took 1,000 steps to al-masjid on a Friday with all those conditions I discussed, then you will earn in your good deeds and record of hasanat 1,000 years. You have fasted all those years, accepted fast, and you have prayed the nights of 1,000 years, and they are all accepted. This is the reward you will earn for the one who performs ghusl on a Friday. For the one who performs ghusl on a Friday, he comes early to the masjid, meaning he listens to the beginning of the khutbah until the end, and he witnesses the salat. And he walks to the masjid and he does not ride. And he comes close to the Imam and listens attentively. These are 4 conditions. Whoever does them is given the reward of, for every step he took to the masjid, 1 for every step, a year, as though you have fasted that year, and as though you have prayed the nights of that year. Allahu Akbar. Is there anything greater than this reward, my brothers and sisters in Islam? Subhanallah. And this is Friday, it hasn't even finished yet. And then we read Surah Al-Kahf on a Friday. I tell you, as Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah said, Friday is a day of worship. It's a day of worship. It's not a day of play. It's not a day of games. This is al-kuffar, the disbelievers, the non-Muslims, those that have no deen. They party and drink up and go crazy on a Friday. Amma the Muslim, he's looking forward to this day because it's a day of worship. This is why it was called a Eid. Because it's a day of worship, meaning when we worship Allah, we're supposed to find enjoyment in this, just like we find enjoyment on the day of Eid. And then you read Surah Al-Kahf. You send salawat ala Rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam by saying Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallayta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka hamidun majid. And repeat it minimum 300 times, minimum 300 times. And if you can do more, the more the better. And you need to understand who Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was for us, so that you're motivated to continuously send your prayers upon Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Who was he? Who was he sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Look, my brothers and sisters in Islam, without Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, we would have no guidance. We would have no light. We would be in misguidance. We would be in darkness. We would have been going straight to Jahannam wal-'iyadhu billah. However, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is the reason after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we are saved from troubles in the hereafter, that we are saved from the hellfire, that bi'idhnillahi ta'ala we have a path, a secure path to the paradise bi'idhnihi ta'ala. So doesn't he deserve that you and I send salawat upon him every single day? So how can you be stingy on a Friday and not send salawat on Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and dedicate a portion of the day in which you send salawat ala Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Do this. Have a portion of the day. Could be after Salat al-Fajr, could be after Salat al-Jum'ah, could be after Salat al-Asr. You choose a time in where you have half an hour free. Sit down and dedicate this time for Salat ala Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And try to move this time from week to week. So don't make it every week at a specific time. Move it from time to time. This week it's after the Friday prayer, or after Salat al-Fajr. The next Friday it's after Salat al-Asr, and so on. And then during the day, whenever you remember, say Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Say it. There's no, it's always a good time to send salawat ala Rasulillah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam on the day of Friday. And also, after Salat al-Jum'ah is a time of dhikr. Yes, after Salat al-Jum'ah is a time of dhikr. That when Salat al-Jum'ah finishes, it's not like everything has ended and we're back to normal. La. Allah Azza wa Jal, He says in the Quran, فَإِذَا قُضِيَتِ الصَّلَاةِ فَانْتَشِرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ وَابْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ وَابْتَغُوا مِنْ فَضْلِ اللَّهِ. He said then in the end of the ayah, He said, وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. Allah Azza wa Jal, He says, when the salat has ended, when you have finished Salat al-Jum'ah, He says, after that ayah, in the end of this ayah, He says, وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. Make mention of Allah in abundance. لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ. So that you may attain success. لأن ذكر الله عز وجل is tied with success in this life and in the hereafter. The road to success in this life and in the hereafter is in dhikrullah. Remember Allah much. وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. Allah gave us this command after we finish Salat al-Jum'ah. After Salat al-Jum'ah is a time of dhikr of Allah Azza wa Jal. Sit down after the Salat. The first thing you do is adhkar after Salat. Not pick yourself up and run away from the masjid as though someone has kicked you out of the masjid. Allahu Akbar. Have you paid attention? My brothers and sisters in Islam, have you paid attention to the people's attitude on a Friday after Salat al-Jum'ah? Have you seen the crowd and how the doors are congested on a Friday? The doors of the masjid and the shoe area, how it's congested. Why? Did someone kick you out of the masjid? The people's attitude as though they've been kicked out of the masjid. And it's as though what's outside the masjid is better than what's inside. And it's as though whoever they're going to meet outside the masjid was better than meeting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inside the masjid. Change this attitude. Sit down after Salat al-Jum'ah. Start with your adhkar. Allah said, وَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا لَعَلَّكُمْ تُفْلِحُونَ, so that you may attain falah, success. And you know, by the way, this is the only worship which is dhikrullah that Allah Azza wa Jal in the Quran continuously says to engage in abundance. Kathira, kathira, kathira. You don't find in the Quran that Allah Azza wa Jal says, pray kathira, fast kathira, give sadaqah kathira. You know, there's no place in the Quran where Allah says, fast Allah, pray Allah, give sadaqah Allah. The only worship that He says, do a lot of it, was dhikr. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا واذكروا الله كثيرا فاذكروا الله كثيرا in Surah Al-Anfal, Surah Al-Ahzab, Surah Al-Jumu'ah. This is the only worship that's tied with abundance. And now we're especially being told after Salat Al-Jumu'ah, engage in plenty of dhikr to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ذكر الله عز وجل والصلاة على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم is considered a form of dhikr. It's a dua and it's form of dhikr, because within it you say Allahumma. You're calling out, you're mentioning the name Allah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. You're mentioning the name of Allah Azza wa Jal in the word Allahumma by calling out to Allah Azza wa Jal, as some of the ulama rahimahumullah explain. So my brothers and sisters in Islam, I don't want to take more of your time. I conclude with this. That was my advice. Please take the day of Friday serious. From when the sun, when Salat al-Fajr commences, get up. Don't miss Salat al-Fajr, especially for the brothers. Pray it in jama'ah. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, the best prayer of the entire week, listen, the best prayer of the entire week is Salat al-Fajr in congregation on a Friday. That's the best prayer of the week. From among all the prayers you pray, all the Dhuhr and all the Asr and all the Maghrib, all the Isha, all the Fajrs you pray, all the Witr you pray, all Salat al-Duha, all the Sunan you pray, every Salat you pray in the week, the best one above the list is Salat al-Fajr on a Friday in congregation. MashaAllah, what a beautiful deen this is. What a beautiful day the day of Friday is. Bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, I hope that I have motivated you a little bit and encouraged you a little bit to take the day of Friday serious, to engage in this day, with this day, in a manner that is wanted from a believer, wanted from a Muslim. And what I mentioned is alike to both men and women. It is relevant to both. Both of them are supposed to be doing the same things. Right? A woman is allowed to attend Salat al-Jumu'ah, but it is better for her to pray in her home. And if a woman did not pray Salat al-Jumu'ah in the masjid, then bi-idhnillah, she is given the reward. She is given the reward just like the men. If a woman prayed in her home, then the reward of her salat at home is equal to the reward of men when they pray in the masjid. This is what al-ulama rahimahumullah mentioned. Because there is no specific hadith that mentions what the reward of a woman is if she prays at home. So the fundamental understanding is that the reward of the men when they pray in the masjid is exactly the same reward of a woman when she prays at home. So if a woman is looking for a great reward, for beneficial reward, bi-idhnillahi ta'ala, then her prayer at home is best for her. And as I said, and I repeat, a woman is allowed and it is permissible for her to attend the masjid, to attend Salat al-Jumu'ah, to listen to the khutbah, to benefit from the khutbah, just like anyone else. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept from us. We ask Him subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless us with goodness, with piety, with righteousness. We ask Him subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive our shortcomings and our sins. And we ask Him subhanahu wa ta'ala that He gather us all of you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, that He gather us all fi jannatin na'im, fi jannatin na'im, in the highest levels of the paradise, bi-idhnihi ta'ala, We ask him subhanahu wa ta'ala that he allow us that we see his face on the day of judgment. إِنَّهُ وَلِيُّ ذَلِكَ وَالْقَادِرُ عَلَيْهِ. My brothers and sisters in Islam, take care. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward us all. وَجَزَاكُمُ اللَّهُ خَيْرًا. وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A place cannot produce poems.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My dear respected brothers and sisters in Islam, today is Friday, and I wanted to discuss with you something about the day of Friday and its importance and significance in the life of a Muslim. My brothers and sisters in Islam, we need to pay attention to the day of Friday, and it is a unique day, and it is a day of worship. Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, when he described the day of Friday, he said that the day of Friday is a day of worship, and the day of Friday is like Ramadan among the months. Allahu Akbar. This is a huge word from Ibn al-Qayyim. He said the day of Friday is like Ramadan from among the months that we have. And the last hour on a Friday, which is the hour in which the dua is accepted, that is like Laylat al-Qadr in its importance. So you see how you and I prepare for Laylat al-Qadr during Ramadan, and we understand its importance and its significance. Then the last hour on a Friday, which is just before the sun sets, in where the dua is accepted. We'll speak about this in detail a little later in this lesson. But that is like Laylat al-Qadr. It should be given the same concern and the same importance as Laylat al-Qadr. Subhanallah. My brothers and sisters in Islam, the day of Friday, it was called Friday, which in Arabic is al-Jumu'ah. It comes from the word Jama'a. Jama'a means to gather. So ulama rahimahumullah, they discuss why was Friday, which in Arabic al-Jumu'ah, why was it given this name? Why was it called as such? Because we said al-Jumu'ah comes from the word Jama'a. Jama'a means to collect and to gather. And on a Friday, people gather in the masjid in congregation to witness Salat al-Jumu'ah. So it was called Jumu'ah because the people gather on that day. And it was called Jumu'ah also, some ulama mention, because on this day, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala completed the creation of Adam. You see, Adam alayhi salam, he was a soul, he was a body, and his soul was with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And on that day, the day of Friday, his body and his soul joined, it gathered together. So as a result, the Friday was called Jumu'ah. لأن الله عز وجل جمع فيه خلق آدم. Allah عز وجل completed the creation of Adam alayhi salam. And because on Friday there is a lot of sunan, a lot of recommended acts, a lot of goodness, a lot of reward that is combined and accumulated together on this day. You see, there's a lot of worship that we do on the day of Friday. We read Surah Al-Kahf, salawat ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. We pray Salat al-Jumu'ah. There's a dua that's accepted, a dhikr on this day. Ghusl is recommended on this day. Coming early to the masjid is recommended on this day. And no other day in the week gathers so much goodness and so much sunan more than Friday does. So as a result, Al-Jumu'ah was called Jumu'ah because of a lot of goodness and a lot of sunan combine and accumulate on this day. My brothers and sisters in Islam, I want to share with you a hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam in which he discusses to us in detail what Friday is all about. Pay attention to this hadith. This is the hadith in which Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu narrated, and it's an authentic hadith. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, خَيْرُ يَوْمٍ طَلَعَتْ فِيهِ الشَّمْسِ يَوْمُ الْجُمُعَةِ. That the best day on which the sun has risen is the day of Friday. Allahu Akbar. The best day of the week is the day of Friday. What does that mean? That means the day of Friday is a day of hope. It's a day of mercy. It's a day of blessing. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam himself is telling us that the best day in which the sun rose upon is the day of Friday. Allahu Akbar. So every Friday, a person should be looking forward to Friday, not because it's the end of the week and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday is a school holiday or it's off work and we have a family time and whatever it is. These are side enjoyments. But the main enjoyment on a Friday is because it's a day of worship. This is why in Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he tells us that the best day on which the sun has risen is a day of Friday. And not because it's the last day of the week in where work is finished or school is done. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam then continues in that hadith to say, فِيهِ خُلِقَ آدَمْ. Allahu Akbar. On Friday, this is the day in which Allah Azza wa Jal created Adam alayhi salam. He was created on Friday. Yani mankind, the beginning of man was on Friday. This is the best day, and Allah Azza wa Jal chose the best day to create Adam alayhi salam. وَفِيهِ أُهْبِطْ. And Friday is the day in which Adam alayhi salam was removed from the paradise. He was removed from the paradise on a Friday. وَفِيهِ تِيبَ عَلَيْهِ. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, and on Friday, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepted the tawbah of Adam alayhi salam. You know, Adam alayhi salam committed the sin. He disobeyed Allah Azza wa Jal's command when he ate from the tree. And of course, immediately after this, he made a tawbah. And Allah accepted his tawbah on a Friday. Yani, what does this mean? It means the day of Friday is a day of tawbah. It's a day in which Allah forgives sins, as he forgave Adam and accepted his repentance on the day of Friday. Wallahi, I tell you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, the day of Friday is a day full of hope. Then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, وَفِيهِ قُبِض. And on a Friday, Adam alayhi salam's soul was removed. In other words, Adam died on Friday. وَفِيهِ تَقُومُ السَّاعَةِ. Now the hadith gets serious. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he says, and on Friday, that is the day in which the hour would happen. The Al-Qiyamah, تَقُومُ السَّاعَةِ, the day of judgment will happen on a Friday. Subhanallah. And this is why it is a sunnah to recite Surah Al-Insan and Surah Al-Sajdah on a Friday in Salat Al-Fajr. You know, in Salat Al-Fajr on a Friday, the sunnah in the first rak'ah after reading Surah Al-Fatiha is to read Surah Al-Sajdah. Alif Lam Mim Al-Sajdah. That surah, it's about 3 pages. And in the second rak'ah, after you recite Al-Fatiha, it is a sunnah to read Surah Al-Insan. هَلْ أَتَى عَلَى الْإِنسَانِ حِينٌ مِّنَ الدَّهْرِ. You know why? Because these two surah, they discuss in detail the creation of Adam, the creation of man, which happened on a Friday. So every Friday you're reminded of your origin and how you were created and for what purpose you were created. And in these two surah, discussed in length, in depth, is the matter of the day of judgment and the paradise and the hellfire. All of these matters are discussed in these two surah. And it is a sunnah to read them on the Fajr of Salat, on the Fajr of the day of Friday, so that you can recall and remember these meanings. Yani at Salat al-Fajr on a Friday, you're supposed to be remembering the hour and the day of judgment. And you're supposed to be conscious and you're supposed to be aware of the day of judgment. Because the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said that the day of judgment will happen on a Friday. Allahu Akbar. And this is why then Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he informed us about something special that happens every Friday after Salat al-Fajr until the sun rises. A special event. Listen to this. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, ما على الأرض من دابة إلا وهي تصبح يوم الجمعة مصيخة. Allahu Akbar. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, because the day of judgment happens on a Friday, therefore there is not a single animal on the face of the earth, meaning every single animal on the face of the earth, when it's a Friday, it wakes up after Salat al-Fajr and it listens carefully and attentively. وَهِيَ مُصِيخَةٌ. It listens attentively and carefully. What is it listening to? It's awaiting the day of judgment. The animals, Allah Azza wa Jal has placed inside of them, He's inspired in the animal that it knows on a Friday is the day in which the day of judgment occurs. So every single animal on the face of the earth on a Friday after Salat al-Jum'ah until the sun rises, it listens attentively and it pays attention. It's awaiting the day of judgment. It might happen, it could happen. Subhanallah, حتى تطلع الشمس شفقا. And it listens attentively because it is worried, it is scared that the hour might occur on this day. Subhanallah. When Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, إِلَّا ابْنُ آدَمْ, except mankind. In another narration, the narration and Abu Dawood and Imam Ahmad, إِلَّا الْجِنُّ وَالْإِنسِ, except al-jinn and mankind. They don't await and they don't look forward towards anything and they don't fear the coming of the hour. And this is due to their heedlessness and their carelessness. Subhanallah. And this is so true. Don't you realize? On a Friday, how many people didn't today, for those that are in countries that Al-Fajr has already happened and has already been called, how many didn't even pray Salat al-Fajr on time? And no dhikr, no Quran, no preparation for Friday whatsoever. Allahu Akbar. This is, a Friday is a day in which we're supposed to prepare ourselves for the day of judgment. We're supposed to be prepared. And the one who continuously prepares himself for the day of judgment, as though the day of judgment is going to occur on a Friday, bi'idhnillah, Allah Azza wa Jal will make the day of judgment easy for him when he's resurrected on that day. You need to prepare. Don't sleep through Al-Fajr on a Friday. Allah, Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam is telling us animals, all kinds of animals, and birds and insects, all of them, they listen attentively on a Friday from after Salat al-Fajr until the sun rises. They're listening, they're awaiting, could be the hour, they're scared, they're worried, they're concerned. Except mankind, wal jinn, where is he? You find him asleep on the time of Salat al-Fajr. No dhikr, no Quran, no preparation, as though he doesn't even know what Salat al-Jumu'ah is and what the day of Friday is. وَلَا حَوْلَ وَلَا قُوَّةَ إِلَّا بِاللَّهِ. My brothers and sisters in Islam, if you're still listening, that means you're still alive. That means you still have a chance to reform and to wake up and to understand the importance and the significance of Friday. And I wanted to share this lesson with the Ummah because, how can a Friday go by and you treat it like any other day of the week? That's a crime. That's a crime in itself against yourself. So my brothers and sisters, wake up. Wake up and understand the reality of what Friday is. And I purposely chose to give this lesson now on a Friday so that we're encouraged and at least we take the rest of the day seriously, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. When Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, then in this hadith, he said, وَفِيهِ سَاعَةٌ. Look how long this hadith is. It's still explaining what makes Friday special and unique in the life of a believer. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he ended the hadith with a gift. With a gift, wallahi, with a gift to Ummah al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Listen to this. He said, وَفِيهِ سَاعَةٌ لَا يُصَادِفُهَا مُؤْمِنٌ وَهُوَ فِي الصَّلَاةِ يَسْأَلُ اللَّهَ فِيهَا شَيْءٍ إِلَّا أَعْطَاهُ إِيَّاهُ. Allahu Akbar. Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he says, and on the day of Friday, there is an hour in which there is no believer that is in salat praying, and he asks Allah shay'an, anything, except that Allah Azza wa Jal will give him what he asked. Allahu Akbar. An absolute guaranteed dua on Friday, that if you were to ask Allah for whatever you want, matters of this life, whatever you want from Allah Azza wa Jal in the hereafter, and I'm sure we have plenty of things we want from Allah Azza wa Jal in this life and in the hereafter. There is no believer who prays and asks Allah Azza wa Jal for whatever he wants in this 1 hour, special hour on the Friday, except that Allah Azza wa Jal will give him what he asked. Allahu Akbar. What a gift to Ummat al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. You want something better than this? Allahu Akbar. Now listen to this. Ka'ab radiyallahu anhu, who was listening to this hadith, and Abu Hurairah is narrating the hadith, and Ka'ab radiyallahu anhu from among the companions is listening. So he had a question. So he said, ذَلِكَ يَوْمٌ فِي كُلِّ سَنَةٍ. He said to him, are you speaking about one day of the year in which there is 1 hour that Allah Azza wa Jal accepts the dua? So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, بَلْ هِيَ فِي كُلِّ جُمُعَةٍ. This is the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that's narrated by Abu Hurairah. He said, no, rather every single Friday there is an hour in which you make dua, Allah Azza wa Jal would accept that dua. Allahu Akbar. Now, this hadith, as I said, was narrated by Abu Hurairah, and there were people sitting and listening. So now Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu anhu, he heard from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he added to this hadith, he said, هي آخر ساعة من يوم الجمعة قبل أن تغيب الشمس. He specified when this hour is. He said, this is an hour, it is the last hour on the day of Friday before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. This is the hour in which the dua is accepted. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, أليس قد سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول لا يصادفها مؤمن وهو في الصلاة وليست تلك ساعة صلاة. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu was confused. He said, Ya Abdullah bin Salam, didn't you say that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said that if a believer is praying and made a dua, his dua is accepted? And you're telling that this hour in which the dua is accepted is the last hour on Friday before the sun sets? And isn't that a time in which salat is forbidden? So how can that be the hour in which the dua is accepted? So Abdullah bin Salam radiyallahu anhu, he said, so this is a good question from Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu. He's asking, there's a confusion here. So Abdullah bin Salam, he said that Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, من صلى وجلس ينتظر الصلاة لم يزل في صلاته حتى تأتيه الصلاة التي تلاقيها. Allahu Akbar. That Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam has said that anyone who prays and sits in the masjid, he is awaiting the next prayer. So long as he's sitting and he's awaiting the next prayer, then he is given reward as though he is in salat. Allahu Akbar. So Abdullah ibn Salam radiyallahu anhu, he's suggesting that the one who prays Salat al-Asr, for example, and then sits awaiting Salat al-Maghrib, when the last hour comes, just before the sun sets, then you are still in Salat. As Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, you are being given the reward of Salat. So now, that's how we understand that the one who makes dua in the last hour before the sun sets, his dua is accepted. Because this is a time in where pretty much, if you prayed Salat al-Asr and you're awaiting Salat al-Maghrib, then it is as though you are in Salat. Literally, you are in Salat. So as a result, the dua that is accepted is the last hour just before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. So Abu Hurairah radiyallahu anhu, he said, Bala, yes, I've heard the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam say this. So Abdullah bin Salam, he said, فَهُوَ كَذَلِكَ. That is it. This is it. This is the time in which you're supposed to sit down and make a dua. Do not move from your place whatsoever. That last hour before the sun sets. Allahu Akbar. My brothers and sisters in Islam, al-ulama rahimahumullah, when they discussed this 1 hour in which the dua is accepted on a Friday, pretty much there was almost 40 opinions. But from among these 40 opinions, there are 2 opinions that stand out firm and clear and authentic. The first of them is that this hour, and by the way, when we say hour, we do not mean 60 minutes, right? An hour could mean more than 60 minutes, could be less than that. It's a time during the day, a moment during the day. That's how a sa'ah is to be understood. So this moment of an accepted dua during the day of Friday has been, there are 2 authentic opinions that have been narrated. And listen to them carefully, and then listen to what Ibn Hajar rahimahullah commented on this so beautifully. The first opinion is that this moment of an accepted dua on a Friday is when the Imam is sitting between the 2 khutbah. So when the first khutbah is given, then the Imam sits and then he gets up for the second khutbah. That sitting of the Imam is where that moment of dua is accepted and for you to make that dua. Or it could be also in where the Imam prays and he's in sujood or in his salat, and that dua in salat al-jumu'ah, in the sujood, will be an accepted dua. That's an opinion in which al-ulama rahimahumullah said that the accepted dua on a Friday is in between the 2 khutbah of the Imam when he sits, or in that salat al-jumu'ah. And the second opinion, and it's a famous opinion as well, and it's backed up with ahadith that are authentic, and that is that it is the last hour on a Friday, which is just before the sun sets. At that moment, somewhere there, maybe half an hour, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 1 hour, maybe more than that. Allahu A'lam, Allahu A'lam. But the idea is that these 2 moments are supposed to be taken serious by the believer. Ibn Hajar rahimahullah, he said that both opinions are correct. And he said, because this suits the generosity of Allah Azza wa Jal, why should we prefer one opinion over the other when both of them have authentic ahadith? Therefore, a smart, intelligent believer will take advantage of these 2 moments. When the Imam sits down between the 2 khutab, make dua in that time. That's a time of an accepted dua. And its hadith is reported in Sahih al-Bukhari. That's a time of an accepted dua. And in Salat, it's not a time for sleep. People are sleeping at that time. People are playing with their phones at that time. That's a time of an accepted dua. Make dua at the time. Allahu Akbar. Yes, take out half an hour. Take out 1 hour of your time. Sit in your room. Lock your room. Sit and make dua. Beg Allah Azza wa Jal for what you want. Walhamdulillah, this is something given to us as an opportunity every Friday. Ka'b radiallahu anhu thought it's once a year. So imagine how happy and how excited he was when he was told this happens every week. Allahu Akbar. And there are Muslims that don't know about this. My brothers and sisters in Islam, wallahi, the point of my lesson today is not to just teach you. Take these words and spread it to the world. Spread it to all our brothers and sisters in Islam. They need to hear that on a Friday there's a special moment in which the dua is accepted. And this special moment could be between the 2 khutbah of the Imam when he sits, or in Salat al-Jumu'ah itself in your sujood, or it could be in the last hour on the day of Friday, just before the sun sets. Take advantage of these times. Into my brothers and sisters in Islam, isn't there anything that bothers you in your life in which you want from Allah Azza wa Jal to resolve for you? Aren't you bothered by your sins that you want Allah Azza wa Jal to remove them from you? Is it any of among us in sickness and in pain, and he wants Allah to remove and alleviate this pain from him? Don't any one of us, don't you all want the paradise and to be saved from the fire? Don't you want Allah Azza wa Jal to forgive your sins? Then what are you waiting for? Why don't the Muslims take advantage of these times in which there's a guaranteed accepted dua? Allahu Akbar. Ibn Hajar rahimahullah, he's saying do not pick and choose between these 2 opinions. Take advantage of both times, because this is what suits Allah's generosity. Allah Azza wa Jal is generous. Allah Azza wa Jal will accept and can accept the dua. In the first opinion, in where that moment of accepted dua is between the two khutbah of the Imam when he sits. And it could also be the last moment of the day of Friday. Could be. That's Allah's generosity. Why are we limiting Allah's generosity to one opinion? My brothers and sisters in Islam, take advantage of this time. Allahu Akbar. My brothers and sisters in Islam, let me share with you another hadith that teaches us the significance and the importance of the day of Friday. Listen very carefully and attentively to this hadith. Wallahi, al-ummah needs to know about this. This hadith that I'm about to share with you, ulama rahimahumullah said that this is the greatest hadith ever reported in the sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam that mentions a deed and a huge reward. They said that there is no other hadith in the sunnah that mentions such a huge reward for a deed other than this hadith. And this hadith is special for the day of Friday. Listen carefully. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he said, Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal. There are conditions. You need to fulfill certain things in this hadith, and then at the end you get the grand prize and the grand reward. Allahu Akbar. Wallahi, yani, and I tell you, my brothers and sisters in Islam, these hadith, they excite you so much and motivate you so much to look forward to a Friday, to worship Allah on a Friday. And not because Friday is the last day of the week, and then there's no school after that, or there's no uni after that, or there's no work after that for at least 2 days, and then we work back on Monday. La. These hadith make you look forward to the day of Friday as being a special day, a day of Eid, and a day of worship to Allah Azza wa Jal. And Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, first thing, Man ghassala yawm al-jumu'ati waghtasal. Anyone who performs ghusl on the day of Friday. Ghassala meaning he washed his head. He washes the hair on his head. That's ghassala. Anyone who washes his hair on a Friday. Waghtasal meaning he performed complete ghusl of his body. You know how to perform ghusl. If you don't know, search it, how to perform ghusl, and learn. You need to know this for other reasons, but also for here. Wash your hair and then make ghusl. And you know, part of al-ghusl is to wash your hair. So it's as though there's an emphasis on the hair. Why is that? Al-ulama rahimahumullah said because the hair, usually it's thick and it collects a lot of dust and it begins to produce foul smell if a person doesn't clean it. So there was special emphasis on cleaning your hair. Friday, you're supposed to be clean on a Friday. You're going to the masjid. You're going to be greeting and meeting ibadullah, the righteous servants of Allah Azza wa Jal. So you wash your hair, you clean your hair properly, and you remove the bad smell and the odor from your hair by washing it properly. So من غسل يوم الجمعة واغتسل, performing ghusl on a Friday. That's number one. Al-ghusl, it's supposed to start after sunrise, not the day before. Because the day before or the night, it's called the night of Friday. You see, now in our language, when we say Thursday night, that Islamically is called Friday night. Because the night comes before the day. You know how like in Ramadan, we pray Taraweeh, the night of the first night of Ramadan, and then the next is the first day of Ramadan in which we fast. So Friday is no different. Thursday night in our language is actually Friday night in Islam. And the day of Friday is the actual day of Friday. So al-ghusl for the day of Friday should begin after Fajr, after Salat al-Fajr on a Friday. That's when it counts. And it's best to perform ghusl just before you go to the masjid. So if you're going to say, let's say you're going to go to the masjid at 10 o'clock in the morning, then make ghusl just before you walk out of the home. If you're going to go to the masjid at, let's say, 11 o'clock in the morning, then perform ghusl just before you leave your home. That's the best time to perform ghusl on a Friday. Now, then the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, so this is first condition, you perform ghusl on a Friday after sunrise or after Salat al-Fajr. Next, ثم بكر وابتكر. Bakkara meaning he came out early. The second condition to earn the grand reward. I will mention to you what the grand reward is. But the second condition was to come out early for Salat al-Jumu'ah. وابتكر. Ibtakar meaning you arrived to the masjid early. Early means that you're there before the Imam comes out. That way, you're able to listen to the beginning of the khutbah until the end of the khutbah, and you pray the prayer with it, and you do not miss a single word from the khutbah. That's what early means. If you come 1 minute late, you're not included in the reward of this hadith. So pay attention. I tell you, day of Friday is a special day. Ghusl. Coming early to the masjid. Early means, early can be as early as after Salat al-Fajr. That's as early as it can get. Right? And when Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam mentioned in a specific hadith that the one who comes in the first hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of a camel. All the way until the one who comes in the last hour, it's as though he's given a sadaqah of an egg. But the point is, early would mean that you come to the masjid before the Imam has even said a word. You come before him. Okay. And don't forget that on a Friday, the angels are standing on the doors of the masjid, and they are writing the names of those who arrive one after the other. Who came first? Who came second? Who came third? Yeah. Don't think that coming anytime you sleep and no one noticed when you came and when you didn't come. My brothers and sisters in Islam, the angels noticed. Allah Azza wa Jal can see from above all. And it's something special to have your name first on the record, that you are the first one to come to the masjid. The angels record this. يكتبون الأول فالأول فإذا خرج الإمام. When the Imam comes out, طووا الصحف. When the Imam comes to the minbar and he says, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, the angels close these books. وَجَاءُوا يَسْتَمِعُونَ. And they sit down and they listen and pay attention to the khutbah. Now, if you came late, your name is not recorded in that book. However, you have prayed Salat al-Jum'ah and there's no penalty upon you. But you missed out. You missed out of your name being recorded in this